Rise of the family begins with daily intelligence. Welcome back, brave explorers of impossible worlds. We are excited to have you here to continue this odyssey together. Before we continue, everything you'll hear is pure fiction. So please don't try to replicate combat techniques at home. This wonderful story in all its rights belong to its brilliant original author. We are only the messengers of entertainment. Want another dose of adventure? Subscribe to our YouTube channel so you don't miss a single chapter. And if you can't wait, our Patreon has exclusive surprises you'll love. Chapter 201 Xiao Xianger breaks through the Purple Mansion, the pride of heaven, a good start. Buzz! The panel vibrated. As his contribution value dropped to 3,500, another box appeared from his sleeve. It was adorned with runes on a white background. Fu Changsheng was stunned for a moment. Could it be another flying talisman? Last time, it had been a flying talisman, by coincidence. A spell was cast. The box's restrictions were lifted. Inside was indeed a talisman, but this one was a second-grade, top-grade earth-shaking talisman. When activated, it could inflict widespread damage and be used for group attacks. Not bad, keep up the good work, he thought. After his contribution value dropped to 3,300, he drew a box with elixir patterns on a white background. Looks like a magic pill. The box opened. The dark green elixir bottle contained 5 detoxification pills. Fu Changsheng decided to quit while he was ahead and chose not to continue the lottery. As for the exchange information, he planned to wait until he reached the Kanglin's secret realm, when the system would provide more accurate information. A month passed in the blink of an eye. Before setting off for Wanning Market, Fu Changsheng specially opened the ancestral hall, burned incense, and prayed to his ancestors, asking for their protection. They arrived at the market a day in advance. After finding an inn to stay in, the communication jade talisman on his waist suddenly lit up. It was Shangguan Feng, who was staying there, who was calling him over. Shangguan Feng and his group had reserved the 6th floor of the inn. Members of the Shangguan clan were guarding the entrance. Shangguan Feng stayed in the 3rd room from the entrance. After entering, Shangguan Feng swept his spiritual sense over Fu Changsheng and raised his eyebrows. Not bad, to break through to the 8th level of foundation establishment in just 3 years. You're truly formidable young people, Shangguan Feng sighed. When he reached the 8th level of foundation establishment, he was already 70 years old, but Fu Changsheng was only 43 now. In the room, Shangguan Hongyu was also there. Shangguan Feng cast a spell into the room. With a humming sound, a light curtain of formations rose. With a flick of his right hand, a jade slip floated toward Fu Changsheng. Changsheng, this is a topographical map of the Kanglin's secret realm. It's been drawn by generations of our Shangguan family. Keep it, thank you, Uncle Feng. Why are we so polite? In the past, only key cultivating cultivators could enter the Kanglin's secret realm. Now, the environment has changed drastically. Only foundation establishment cultivators can withstand the force of the entrance. Therefore, these maps are for reference only. Shangguan Feng paused. His face grew solemn. Changsheng, according to information our Shangguan family has gathered, the entrance to the Kanglin's secret realm is now different depending on the rank of the family. Therefore, once you enter the secret realm, we, the Shangguan family, cannot provide you with any external assistance. You must be careful of the Liang family. Liu Mizhen tricked the Liang family. This quantum had already been formed. Shangguan Feng had obviously heard this as well. Also, the reason I'm letting Hongyu accompany you into the secret realm is because there's something I need her to retrieve. If she needs your assistance along the way, please lend a hand. Fu Changsheng nodded slightly. The 3 of them discussed for a while. Finally, Shangguan Feng looked in the direction of this Henshi division and said, my old friend at this Henshi division revealed that Jingzhao is already searching for someone to transfer to Weinan Prefecture to replace Palace Master Xiao. Palace Master Xiao has been promoted and is reportedly being transferred out of Jingzhao. As for where, I don't know. However, since he's been promoted, Palace Master Xiao has likely already broken through to the Purple Mansion. Shangguan Feng's face was filled with melancholy at this point. He had been stuck at the peak of foundation establishment for years. But because he lacked the spiritual artifact needed to break through to the Purple Mansion, he hadn't been able to take that step yet. Upon hearing this, Fu Changsheng was shocked. He hadn't expected Xiao Xianger to be promoted so quickly. After she gave birth, he hadn't heard anyone from the clan mention her. Xiao Xianger had never set foot in their Fu family, and even the members of the Suppression of Worldly Affairs Division hadn't even set foot in their fiefdom. It seemed Xiao Xianger was truly focused on her career and her career path. The next morning, when Fu Changsheng led the Fu family to the Suppression of Worldly Affairs Division's yamen, they discovered that the Xiao and He families had already arrived. This time, the participants in the secret realm were the He clan leader and the Xiao clan's second elder. Because they were both guarantors for the Yu family, the Xiao and He families approached Fu Changsheng to greet him from a distance. It's a good idea to extend a hand, not to hit someone smiling. Fu Changsheng returned the gesture with a bow. However, the He clan leader was tactful, knowing that his relationship with the Fu family wasn't close enough to form a team, so he kept silent. He knew his limits and had boundaries. Fu Changsheng found the He clan leader very comfortable to get along with. Everyone waited for a moment. The Kui, Qi, and Hong families arrived together, with 3 from the Kui family, 2 each from the Qi and Hong families, totaling 7. This was a formidable force. Among the 9th-rank aristocratic families, the Liang family was the last to arrive. As runner-up in the previous Demon Realm battle, the Liang family secured 5 spots and purchased 1 from the Fu family, bringing their total to 6, though the total number of participants was 7. A closer look revealed the Lin family's ghost fairy lady trailing behind the Liang family. Each of the 3 camps consisted of exactly 7 members, making them evenly matched. Liang's Hidden, from the Liang family's camp, glared coldly at Liu Mizhen. 3 years ago, Liu Mizhen had tricked him, making him the laughingstock of the entire Huainan prefecture. He still harbored the rage. This time, upon entering the Kanglin's secret realm, he was determined to slash that bitch into pieces, otherwise his fury would be unbearable. Fu Changsheng, sensing Liang Zhiden's undisguised murderous intent, stepped forward, shielding his wife behind him. Liang Zhiden snorted coldly. Elder Liang, personally leading the team this time, saw Liang Zhiden's impatience and immediately whispered a warning. Second brother, our entry into the Kanglin's secret realm is crucial to our Liang family's future century-long plan. Do not act rashly. If you do anything wrong and the Council of Elders objects, I will personally punish you, Liang Zhiden muttered. But the murderous intent in his eyes faded considerably. Everyone waited for about half a cup of tea. 4 8th-grade families arrived one after another. The once powerful Gongsun family only had 2 men, a stark contrast to the mighty Nangang, Shangguan, and Shi families. Fu Changli whispered to Fu Changsheng, Patriarch, it seems the Gongsun family hasn't produced any new foundation-building cultivators in the past 3 years. I'm confused. The other 3 8th-grade families, with their vast military might, don't unite to annihilate the Gongsun family and divide up their fiefdom resources. The text then abruptly shifts topics, the last trip to the demonic realm. Judging by the number of foundation establishment cultivators dispatched by the Gongsun family, it was clear that the other side only had 4 remaining. Let alone the 3 8th-grade families joining forces, even the Shangguan family could lead their clansmen to crush them. Fu Changsheng looked at Shangguan Hongyu with some doubt. Shangguan Hongyu said, at the last auction for foundation establishment pills at the Wanning Chamber of Commerce, the Gongsun family spent hundreds of thousands of spirit stones on 5 foundation establishment pills. Furthermore, they have been locked up since leaving the Kali Mountain Demon Realm. Their fiefdom's mountain protection formation is a top-grade 3rd grade 1. 2 foundation establishment cultivators working together to activate it could easily destroy even a purple mansion cultivator, so that's how it was. However, as far as he knew, aside from the Gongsun family's fiefdom, all other resources had been divided up by the 3 8th-grade families. After all the people arrived, the gates of the World Suppression Division flew open. Fu Changsheng glanced inside and saw only Palace Master Liu emerging, with no sign of Xiao Xianger. It seemed the other side had indeed received a promotion. Palace Master Liu ordered his 2 guardians to come forward and count the names on the roster. After checking everything, he said, those from the 8th-rank aristocratic families, enter first. In the Great Zhou, everything was conducted according to the rank of the aristocratic families. After waiting for about half a cup of tea, the 2 guardians emerged and told everyone to enter. From the main hall of the Suppression Division, they walked through the main hall and along the long corridor to the rear hall. They discovered a branch hall shrouded in a magic array, with the words Teleportation Hall prominently written above it. Palace Master Liu cast a spell. The teleportation hall opened with a bang. After everyone entered, Palace Master Liu sent each person a teleportation token. There's an activation formula behind the token. Everyone memorize it. Once the teleportation array is activated, without the token to protect us, with our foundation building cultivation, we will surely be crushed to pieces by the force of space. This was Fu Changsheng's first encounter with a teleportation array. He took a curious look, noticing the teleportation array was clearly inscribed with dense array talismans. It seemed that constructing a teleportation array required not only a formation master but also the assistance of a talisman master. Unfortunately, the teleportation hall of this Henshi division was only for emergency use and was never open to the public. As Palace Master Liu injected mid-grade spirit stones into the formation one by one, with a boom, the talismans on the teleportation array illuminated one by one. 4 beams of light shot up into the sky, and the formation rapidly began to operate. Quickly enter the formation. Palace Master Liu had barely finished his words when everyone flashed into the teleportation array. Fu Changsheng felt a dizzying sensation, and at the same time, a spatial pressure crushed him. Breathing became difficult. At that moment, a hazy spiritual light from the teleportation token fell on him, and the spatial pressure instantly dissipated, but his head was still buzzing. This lasted for about a cup of tea. Boom! His vision went dark. Fu Changsheng found himself on an underground dojo. The dojo was split in two. The flag of Huibai Prefecture was hoisted on one side. Huibai Prefecture had made significant contributions during their last trip to the Kili Mountain Demon Realm, so this time, their numbers were surprisingly more than double theirs. When they emerged from the teleportation array, many cultivators were experiencing their first time on a teleportation array, their faces pale. Ghost Fairy even began to retch. Seeing this, Su Changsheng, the young patriarch of the Su family, a prominent 9th-rank family in the Huibai crowd, snorted disdainfully, "Country bumpkin, young patriarch, Huainan Prefecture is neighboring the barbarians of the eastern wilderness, so it's certainly a bit rustic. But look at the camp flying the Fu family flag. There are few pretty girls there. Young patriarch, which one do you have your eye on?" Behind him, Su Changyan, the henchman of the Chen family, offered a fawning look. Su Changsheng's eyes swept over the faces of Liu Mizhun, Shangguan Hongyu, Fu Molan, Fu Changli, and Yu Qingru, finally settling on Shangguan Hongyu. The one in the red robe. "Okay, young clan leader, wait a minute. Young clan leader, that red-robed woman looks like Shangguan Hongyu, the daughter of the 8th-rank Shangguan clan's great elder. How about you pick another one, 8th rank, so what? As long as our Su clan obtains the foundation building elixir from Shineling Garden, promotion to 8th rank is imminent. Furthermore, my aunt has already issued a transfer order, transferring her to the Huainan Prefecture's Henshi division to the position of Palace Master next month. It's an honor for Shangguan Hongyu that this young master has chosen her. Yes, young clan leader, calm down, young clan leader, calm down." The lackey Su Changyan nodded and groveled, cursing in his heart. If this little ancestor hadn't relied on Aunt Su, he would have slapped him right now. The Shineling Garden's foundation building elixir was crucial to the Su family's advancement to the 8th rank. Even telepathy couldn't reveal it publicly. He quickly pondered how to deal with this little ancestor. The Patriarch had specifically instructed them to obtain the foundation building elixir from Shineling Garden at all costs. Meanwhile, the Sita family, a power rivaling the Su family, was led by a young patriarch. Sita Feng, only in his early 30s, had already reached the 9th level of the foundation building stage. Behind him stood his protector, Citadeo. Citadeo glanced at the Su family's movements and whispered, "Young patriarch, I'm afraid that kid next door, Su Changsheng, is about to ruthlessly destroy the flowers again." Sita Feng remained unmoved, closing his eyes in meditation, as if the affairs of the aristocratic family had nothing to do with him. Citadeo, angrily, shut his mouth. Everyone waited for about half a cup of tea. Seeing everyone sitting quietly, as if awaiting something, Fu Changsheng couldn't help but feel a stir in his heart. He sent a voice message to Shangguan Hongyu. "Hongyu, is anyone else coming?" "Yes, I heard from my father that the person responsible for opening the Kanglan secret realm this time is the governor of Jingzhao's world-suppressing division." "Governor?" Fu Changsheng's pupils shrank. If he remembered correctly, in the Great Zhou, the prerequisite for becoming governor was to reach the Purple Mansion realm. This meant that he would soon meet a true Purple Mansion master. Fu Changsheng couldn't help but feel excited. He was already at the 8th level of foundation establishment, but he had never seen a Purple Mansion master before. He didn't know the true power of this legendary Purple Mansion Master. After a while, Palace Master Liu, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes and quickly stood up. Turning to the Huainan Prefecture, he said, "The governor of the world will be arriving soon. Rise and greet him." The cultivators of Huainan and Huaibei prefectures lined up to greet him. At this moment, a hazy white light shone from the teleportation array, and then, clad in a loose azure Taoist robe embroidered with dancing clouds and dragons, the pacifier emerged from the array on foot. Fu Changli, standing behind Fu Changsheng, almost exclaimed in surprise, "Master, this pacifier is actually riding the wind, without even needing a magical instrument. This is incredible." This was the power of the strong. Fu Changsheng's heart fluttered as he watched. After the pacifier settled, everyone, led by Palace Master Liu, chanted, "Welcome the pacifier." The pacifier, his long hair tied back with a jade hairpin, looked neat and tidy. He appeared approachable. He waved his hand, signaling everyone to stand. Then, with a flick of his right hand, a jade talisman floated before him. He infused a magical spell into the talisman. With a humming sound, a beam of light landed on the stone wall ahead, rumbling and trembling. Then, a teleportation mirror appeared before him. Mist's world within the spirit mirror. The pacification officer formed a seal with his right hand, unleashing a torrent of magical power that crashed down upon the spirit mirror. With a resounding rumble, the mist within swirled, and a vortex coalesced. The pacification officer retracted the seal and waved his sleeve. Suddenly, tokens fell to the crowd. "This is a guide token, one for each of you. Once you've imprinted your spiritual consciousness, the spirit mirror's pull will lead you into the secret realm. You have half a cup of tea. After that, the spirit mirror's barrier closes and will reopen a year later. As long as you hold on to your tokens, you'll be naturally teleported out. Everything you obtain in the secret realm is yours. There's only one thing: all foundation-building spiritual objects obtained in the secret realm must be turned over to the court. Of course, the court won't take them for free. They'll reward you with a certain amount of foundation-building pills based on the amount you turn in. Among them, the aristocratic family that turns in the most will receive 3 additional foundation-building pills. In addition to their usual rewards, Fu Changsheng was stunned by this. It seemed the court was determined to keep a tight grip on the aristocratic family's lives, unwilling to let even a single foundation-building spiritual medicine slip through the cracks. Fu Changsheng said to Mei Zhen and the others, "We'll be teleported into the secret realm in a moment. If we're teleported to different locations, remember to communicate via the Jade Talisman." Everyone nodded. Fu Changsheng imprinted his spiritual consciousness on the token, only to feel a pulling force from the spiritual mirror descend upon him, transforming into a rainbow of light and immersing within it. A dizzying sensation washed over him. Fu Changsheng suppressed the discomfort, clutching the primordial bowl in his hand during the teleportation. It was unknown how long the sensation lasted. With a humming sound, Fu Changsheng felt the pulling force dissipate. Then, he was violently flung forward. Roar! Before he could fully grasp the situation, a terrifying wave of sound washed over him. Soul attack! Fu Changsheng felt his head buzzing. He had never expected to be attacked before he even landed. In this critical moment, he swung the human emperor banner fiercely. Roar! Chu Chan responded. An extremely cold demonic chant instantly erupted, colliding with the incoming sound wave with a bang. Fu Changsheng touched the green python, and it flapped its wings, instantly dashing out of the cave and soaring into the air. A sweep of his spiritual consciousness revealed that he had landed in a cave on a cliff. A 2-headed duck perched within the cave. It resembled an eagle, but it wasn't an eagle. Its wingspan stretched several feet, and it sported 2 ferocious bald heads. The 2-headed duck had reached the late 2nd stage of cultivation. Its strongest skills were spiritual attacks and speed. Seeing its spiritual attack blocked by the autumn cicada, it immediately sensed something was amiss and flapped its wings, attempting to burst out of the cave. Once out, its flight would surpass even the green pythons. Fu Changsheng immediately activated the primordial chaos bowl. Buzz! From the bowl, a tricolor aurora shot forth, swift as lightning, towards the 2-headed duck. The 2-headed duck cried out in surprise, only to see a vital feather on its tail soar into the air. A dense demonic aura transformed into a light shield, descending down to protect it. Bang! The aurora struck the shield, but it only trembled slightly, unshattered. The 2-headed duck was gloating. Then, a crossbow appeared in the void, and 3 arrows, emanating from the purple divine light, shot out, following the aurora's impact point. With a thud, they landed on the light shield formed from the two-headed duck's natal feathers. Crack, the shield shattered. The two-headed duck cried out in surprise, and quickly spat out its demonic elixir. At that moment, Chu Chen's extremely cold demonic chant rekindled. Unprotected, the two-headed duck froze. With two whooshing sounds, the two arrows, emanating from the purple divine light, separated in the middle, piercing through the center of its brows at an incredible speed. Chapter 202, The rare treasure is obtained, the disaster is diverted to the east, and the extinct volcano. Hiss, 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 Zhaoqing opened her mouth, already salivating at the two-headed duck's corpse. Fu Changsheng shook his head. Zhaoqing's gluttonous nature had indeed remained unchanged for decades. However, the two-headed duck was valuable for more than just its demon pills. Its wings could also be used to refine a second-tier flying instrument. Naturally, Zhaoqing wouldn't let him grab them. He immediately drew his thunder sword to disintegrate the wings, then took out his pill bottle and drew the two-headed duck's blood, placing it in a bottle for future talisman making. Then he said to the green python, "All right, Zhaoqing, you can eat now." Hiss, hiss, the green python let out an excited hiss, its mouth wide open, and swallowed the two-headed duck in one gulp. Fu Changsheng's spiritual sense swept across the two-headed duck's nest and discovered a second-grade, mid-grade cloud rain tree growing at the end of the cave. While all its fruits had been harvested, several cloud rain fruit seeds lay discarded at its roots. The cloud rain fruit was a rare, undifferentiated spiritual fruit. While he couldn't use it now, transplanting it to the clan would be a precious treasure for the tribe. He immediately performed the 5 spirits transporting technique and sealed the cloud rain tree in a box. At the same time, a familiar mechanical voice echoed in his mind, "Ling, you've added a second-grade, mid-grade cloud rain tree to your clan, gaining 70 contribution points." Then, the family contribution value on the dashboard changed to 3,570. Time to exchange information. Before entering the secret realm, the system indicated that within the Kanglin's secret realm, there was the Red Lotus Earth Core Fire, ranked 86th on the list of strange fires, as well as the Phantom Fire Fairy, used for practicing the spiritual art of smoke and phantom. However, the system didn't provide specific locations. Now that he'd entered the secret realm, the intelligence provided should be more comprehensive. Fu Changsheng thought, exchange the information, "Eh, Buzz?" The panel vibrated. A flood of yellow light surged. Then, lines of text appeared. "A termite hill southwest of you contains a starstone. This starstone contains immense stellar power." Starstone. Fu Changsheng's eyes lit up. He was currently cultivating the 9 heavens star art, but even with the star map, his absorption of star power was still too slow. He had only just entered the flesh refining stage, and only reaching perfection in the tendon refining stage would help him in the upcoming fusion of his 2 dimensions. This starstone arrived just in time. Fu Changsheng slapped his storage bag, and a flash of light appeared. The topographic map slowly unfolded, revealing a mountain marked Termite Hill on the southwest edge of the map, less than 50 miles from Wangu Cliff where he stood. Termite Hill. Half a cup of tea ago. A spiritual light descended from the sky, landing Liang's hidden on the mountain top. He glanced around, seeing no other Liang family members. But the next moment, another white light descended. Liang's hidden instantly summoned the Suzy blade from his danshan, levitating it before him. "Fellow Taoist Liang, it's me." Before the figure in the white light could regain its balance, the ghost fairy's voice rang out. Liang's hidden sheathed the Suzy blade and said calmly, "It's Madame Lin." Liang's hidden despised the flanking Lin couple, so he simply greeted them. His spiritual sense swept over the Termite Hill. It was barren, devoid of any spiritual plants, not even a single weed. He was just contemplating rushing to the gathering place to reunite with his clansmen when a crisp buzzing sound echoed from the treasure-hunting device on his waist. "Huh?" Liang's hidden's eyes lit up. He flipped his right hand. A treasure-hunting instrument appeared in his palm. This treasure, acquired by the southern barbarians from the blood-forbidden land and eventually sold on the black market, had been purchased at great expense, hoping to obtain even more treasures within the Kanglin's secret realm. "Haha, I never thought I'd get such a lucky start." Liang's hidden was overjoyed. He immediately cast a spell on the treasure-hunting instrument. Ahem. A purple light rose from the instrument and sank into the ground, and Liang's hidden immediately followed. The ghost fairy, standing at the summit, hesitated for a moment, then slapped a talisman on herself to escape underground and followed suit. The two of them, one in front and one behind, continued to descend, descending about 100 feet. The treasure hunting instrument trembled violently. Clearly, the treasure was right before their eyes. Liang's hidden summoned the Suzy blade with a thought. He glanced at the ghost fairy, who was following nearby, then retracted his incantation and said calmly, "Madam Lin, you come and split this boulder." The ghost fairy, wary, didn't move forward. She first scanned the area with her spiritual sense, finding no traps or anything. Then, with a flick of her index finger, a stream of flower needles shot out, shooting toward the boulder at lightning speed. At the same time, she clapped her right hand. A yellow light shield appeared over her. The flower needles pierced the boulder, causing it to tremble slightly before exploding with a bang. Rays of starlight followed. A closer look revealed a 3-foot-tall stone stretched across its base, shrouded in a shimmering aura of starlight, a starry speckled speck. It was evidently no ordinary object. Liang's hidden and ghost fairy both blurted out, "Starstone, Starstone, also known as meteorite, is a fallen stone from outer space, imbued with immense stellar energy. It's a rare treasure in the Great Zhou. It's even more precious and rare than some common third-tier spiritual materials. A piece this large, if sold in the market, would probably cost nearly 100,000 spirit stones. Most importantly, this star stone can be exchanged for treasures unattainable with ordinary spirit stones." Both were tempted. Ghost Fairy took a step back. "Fellow Taoist Liang, we've just entered the secret realm, and there are countless treasures within. This treasure was discovered by you, and I opened it up. How about a 40-60 split? You take 6 and I take 40-60, then Madam Lin, you're going to be at a big disadvantage," Liang Zhidong said with a smile. "Then split this star stone in half again." With a flick of his mind, Liang Zhidong's Suzy blade roared out of his body. He infused a spell into the Suzy blade, and with a humming sound, it shone with a brilliant, precious light. Immediately afterwards, 3 blade beams whizzed out, slashing down at the star stone with lightning speed. Seeing this, Ghost Fairy relaxed her guard for a moment, then her expression suddenly changed. No, the star stone was impervious to swords and spears. A second-tier magical weapon couldn't cut it. Since Liang Zhidong knew about the star stone, he naturally understood this principle. Ghost Fairy quickly withdrew, but it was too late. The 3 blade beams from the Suzy blade, seemingly striking the star stone, were actually just illusions. The real 3 blade beams shot up from the ground beneath Ghost Fairy's feet. With a crack, the yellow light shield surrounding Ghost Fairy shattered. 3 blade beams pointed directly at her brow, poised to fall. With a bang, a flash of green light shone from the Ghost Fairy's body, and she vanished in an instant. "Think you're running? Dream on." Liang Zhidong was in the late foundation establishment stage, while the Ghost Fairy was only in the middle stage. They were completely different levels. Liang Zhidong slapped a talisman on himself, and his flight speed instantly increased. Whoosh! 2 beams of light shot out from the ground. Liang Zhidong's Suzy knife whistled, instantly flying out of his hand. With a speed even faster than the green light, it slashed through the air. A scream echoed, and blood splattered everywhere. The Ghost Fairy's arm was severed, and she stumbled in the air. A madness flashed in her eyes, but instead of retreating, she advanced, turning and firing her 10 fingers. Flower sacrifice needles rained down like raindrops. Liang Zhidong's pupils constricted, and he was forced to recall the Suzy knife. The Suzy knife danced with a fierce power, and after images coalesced into a light shield. Ding, ding, ding. The flower sacrifice needles shot through the light shield. It crackled and shattered with a crackling sound. Liang Zhidong was startled. He hadn't expected the Ghost Fairy to possess so many flower sacrifice needles, her life-defining magical weapon. He immediately retreated, fearing the enemy's danger. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his left arm. It was an accidental scrape of the skin by a flower sacrifice needle. Liang Zhidong paid no heed. The Ghost Fairy sneered and was about to say something when her consciousness suddenly shifted. She quickly cast a flying talisman on herself and, in a flash, sped off to the northwest at breakneck speed. "You hurt me, and you still want to." Liang Zhidong felt dizzy, unable to mobilize any of his magical power. The flower sacrifice needles are poisonous? What a vicious heart this ugly Ghost Fairy had. Wait until he calmed down. Not only the Ghost Fairy, but even the entire Lin family, Liang Zhidong would crush it to the ground, making this ghost fairy regret her actions today. With trembling hands, Liang Zhidan quickly pulled a pill bottle from his sleeve and opened his mouth to swallow it, when he suddenly felt a chill on his neck. Reaching out, he saw blood spurting out. What the hell is going on? Liang Zhidan's head slammed to the ground with a thud. To his death, he never saw the assassin hiding in the shadows. At that moment, a rainbow of light streaked from a distance, landing on the termite hill. It was Fu Changsheng, who had arrived after receiving intelligence. With a wave of his hand, Liang Zhidan's storage bag and the fallen Suzi sword floated towards him. Zhaoqing, kitchen, clean up the scene. Kitchen had already broken through to the peak of the second stage. Even if she devoured more ghosts, she would not be able to advance further. However, she could refine these ghosts into ghost soldiers, raising them in the human empire banner for her to command. The green python opened its mouth and swallowed Liang Zhidan's corpse. Its abdomen was already bulging, clearly undigested. Fu Changsheng glanced at the Suzi knife in his hand. It was a second-grade, top-grade, gold-attributed magical weapon, but it wasn't particularly useful to him. He could keep it and give it to his clan members later. As the thought left his mind, a familiar mechanical voice echoed through his mind. Ling, you've added a second-grade, top-grade magical weapon, the Suzi knife, to your clan. You've gained 80 contribution points. Immediately, the contribution value on the dashboard changed to 3,650. Fu Changsheng scanned his storage bag with his spiritual sense and discovered, in addition to the mana-restoring elixir and detoxification pills, a star stone shimmering with starlight. That saves me a lot of effort. His eyes lit up as he set eyes on the treasure hunting instrument. This treasure was indeed useful in the Kanglan secret realm, but unfortunately, the incantation to activate it was missing from the storage bag. It seems I'll need to learn soul-searching techniques in the future. Mastering this technique would allow him to retrieve relevant information from Liang Zhidan's ghosts. Fu Changsheng now took out a communication jade talisman and cast a spell into it. With a humming sound, the jade talisman illuminated briefly, then quickly went out. Sure enough, no communication is allowed in this secret realm. As agreed before entering the secret realm, he now had to rush to Wushan Cave to reunite with Mei Zhen and the others. Taiyin Mountain. 5 Liang family cultivators, led by Great Elder Liang, had already gathered. 4th Elder Liang Zhiran, impatient, paced back and forth on the mountaintop, muttering, Madam Lin is in the middle stage of foundation establishment, so she's a little slow. That's fine, but why hasn't second brother arrived yet? In the secret realm, time was of the essence. They had already waited at Taiyin Mountain for over half an hour. In that time, the others might have already found several treasures. A moment later, a rainbow light streaked across the sky. Liang Zhiran's eyes lit up. Finally, he said. However, when the rainbow light faded, the figure revealed was the ghost fairy, with one arm missing. Ghost fairy's left forearm, originally severed by the Suzi knife, was now completely severed, seemingly by the sword. Liang Zhiran glanced behind ghost fairy but didn't see Liang Zhidan. With a start, he hurriedly asked, Madam Lin, which enemy have you run into? Ghost fairy's face was filled with sorrow. Liang Zhiran's face paled, wondering if something had really happened to his second brother. Madam Lin, who hurt you? Please speak up. Did you run into my second brother? Meanwhile, Great Elder Liang had also emerged from his trance. Ghost fairy then sobbed, reporting to Great Elder, Second Elder and I were indeed transported to the termite hill. Second Elder used a treasure hunting instrument to discover a star stone from the bottom of the hill. As Second Elder entered the underground to retrieve the star stone, Fu Changsheng of the Fu family suddenly appeared. Second Elder. Second Elder was no match for that thief, Fu Changsheng. He had already, second brother was killed by Fu Changsheng? How is this possible? My second elder brother is a veteran cultivator in the late foundation establishment stage. Fu Changsheng had only broken through to the late stage a few years ago. How could he have died at the hands of that young brat? Liang Zhiran said coldly, Ghost Fairy, if even my second elder couldn't escape Fu Changsheng's clutches, how can you, a cultivator in the middle stage of foundation establishment, escape? Fellow Taoist run, I was responsible for shielding the ground at the time. Fu Changsheng was lying in ambush underground. I heard the fight and wanted to help, but I found that the second elder had been beheaded. Fortunately, Fu Changsheng was busy retrieving the starstone, which gave me a chance to escape. Liang Zhiran couldn't bear it anymore. He jumped up and down, saying, "Brother, this Fu Changsheng's wife first tricked us in wanting market. You told us to hold back, but now look, the Fu family is going even further, even daring to kill second brother. Brother, I can't swallow this rage anymore. Even if I search the heavens, I will find that scoundrel Fu Changsheng. I won't be able to dispel this hatred until I grind him to dust." Elder Liang's eyebrows twitched. Liang's hidden death. How could he not be heartbroken? But right now, there were more important things to do than revenge. "Ziran, don't forget why we're here. The Fu family is in Huainan Prefecture. Can they just run away? Let's get down to business first. As for second brother's revenge, don't worry, I'll make the Fu family pay in blood. Let's go." With that, Elder Liang immediately flew north. Liang's heron remained where he was, muttering a few curses inwardly, before following. The ghost fairy, who remained behind, smiled with a hint of triumph. Wushan Cave. Inside, Fu Molan, Fu Changli, and Yu Qingru had been waiting for a long time. Fu Changli asked worriedly, "Sister Molan, why haven't the Patriarch and his men shown up yet? Did something happen along the way?" Before entering the secret realm, they had agreed to meet at Wushan Cave. However, they had agreed on a deadline. They only had to wait a day inside. If the others didn't show up, it meant they were trapped elsewhere. Waiting any longer would be pointless. It would be better to attack and perhaps even find their whereabouts. The one-day deadline was almost up. Fu Molan said, "Let's wait another half hour. If the Patriarch and his men don't show up, then the three of us will act together." That was the only option. Soon, half an hour passed. Still, there was no sign of Fu Changsheng and his men in Wushan Cave. Fu Molan left a coded note on the cave wall and immediately declared, "Let's go." The three of them headed north. The further north they went, the hotter the temperature became, and the air was thick with white ash. Yu Qingru frowned and said, "My fellow Daoists, it looks like there's a volcano ahead. Should we change direction?" At that moment, the double-eyed rat in Fu Changli's sleeve chirped twice, then flashed a yellow light and scurried off at breakneck speed toward the volcano. "Sister Molan, Miss Qingru, it looks like there's a spiritual creature at the volcano ahead, otherwise, the double-eyed rat wouldn't have run there." Fu Molan, having frequented the Shiwan Mountains for years, had some courage, so she made a quick decision. Since there's a spiritual creature, let's follow and see. The three of them formed a team, not advancing at full speed, but keeping a watchful eye on each other. After another 10 miles, the surrounding vegetation had been completely engulfed by the lava, leaving only ruins. 100 feet away, an extinct volcano came into view. However, strangely enough, despite being an extinct volcano, it radiated intense heat. The surrounding fire-attributed spiritual energy was also extremely concentrated. The double-eyed rat slowed down, its body enveloped in demonic energy to protect it from the intense heat. It turned and leaped into Fu Changli's arms, chirping at the extinct volcano's crater. Fu Changli said, "Sister Molan, the rat has detected a high-level spiritual object in the volcano ahead. Should we go in and take a look? Since we're all here, we should definitely go down and take a look. But you two stay on the ground. I'll take the wind-splitting beast and the double-eyed rat. If anything goes wrong inside, or if I don't come up after an hour, don't worry about me and retreat immediately. Sister Molan, it's too dangerous for you to go down alone. I'll go with you. If anything happens, we'll have someone to look after us. I'll leave Miss Qingru outside. In that case, please be careful, fellow Daoists." Yu Qingru instinctively touched her abdomen. If she was right, she was pregnant. No matter whether the volcano contains a mountain of gold or silver, everything now focuses on the children. They are the only relatives she has in the world after her grandmother passed away. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 203, Brothers in the Emperor's Banner. The crater lay 100 feet away. For safety, Fu Molan slapped her spirit beast bag. A flash of demonic light appeared, and the slender figure of the wind-splitting beast flashed out. Fu Molan tapped the ground with her toes, landing steadily on its back. Fu Changli also leaped aboard. The queen bee of illusion J Peak perched obediently on her shoulder. Buzz! The wind-splitting beast flapped its wings. The 100-foot distance was covered in an instant. They had reached the crater. The fire-attributed spiritual energy here was even richer, but the temperature was also terrifyingly high. Even the wind-splitting beast couldn't withstand it, and cried out in frustration. Fu Changli frowned. Sister Molan, the temperature inside the volcano is even higher. No problem. Fu Molan's mind moved, and a bone spirit cold fire ignited from her fingertips. With a flick of her index finger, the flames transformed into a light shield, enveloping them and the beast, blocking out the scorching heat. Fu Changli breathed a sigh of relief, glancing enviously at the thin light shield surrounding them. Thank goodness we have Sister Molan's strange fire, otherwise we wouldn't have been able to enter the volcano below. Before he could finish his words, the double-eyed rat, previously hidden in Fu Changli's arms, chirped twice and leaped from her sleeve. The wind-splitting beast dived into the volcanic well. It plummeted nearly 1,000 feet. The temperature around it unexpectedly cooled. At the bottom of the well, gullies appeared, their magma coated in a thick layer of black ash. It really is an extinct volcano, Fu Changli muttered. Fu Molan flicked her index finger, and the light shield that had once enveloped her transformed into a cluster of bone spirit cold fire, immersing herself in it and disappearing. Chirp, chirp, the double-eyed rat chirped non-stop at the center gully. Fu Changli scanned it with his spiritual sense and wondered, strange. There's nothing in this gully. That's not right, 800 feet from the volcano. Left alone outside, Yu Kangaroo glanced around and spotted a nearby archway made of magma. She instantly slipped inside, slapping her storage bag. A flash of light appeared, and 3 formation flags descended. Her spells shifted, and a formation shield rose. With a slight tremor, the spiritual light instantly vanished. About half an hour later, a flying boat sped towards her from the other side of the crater, landing above it. On board were Great Elder Liang and 5 Foundation Establishment cultivators from the Liang family, Liang's Heron. Liang's Heron took out a map and compared it to the map. He excitedly exclaimed, Great Elder, the Red Lotus core fire is undoubtedly in this volcano. His ancestors had entered it several times. Unfortunately, he lacked a container to hold the Red Lotus core fire. The Red Lotus core fire ranks 86th on the list of unusual fires, and if contained in ordinary magical instruments, it would dissolve in an instant. Therefore, the Liang family had spared no expense in crafting a vessel specifically for this Red Lotus earth core fire. Over 100 years of planning, the final moment had finally arrived. Liang's Heron was incredibly excited. Seeing the Great Elder Liang frowning, he couldn't help but ask, Brother, what's wrong? Is something amiss? Someone's been here before. Someone got there first. Damn it, who the hell is this bastard? This Red Lotus earth core fire belongs to our Liang family, SHH, the Great Elder Liang glared at Liang's Heron. The second elder, despite his age, was still so impatient. If you were to follow him into the volcano, it would inevitably lead to mistakes. So, he instructed, Second elder, you guard the crater for a while. Third brother and I will go down. Brother, isn't there a second-level fire demon hidden down there? I'm afraid you and third brother can't handle it. If we really need to leave someone behind to provide protection, it should be sixth brother. Of the 5, the sixth elder had the lowest cultivation level, barely reaching the 4th level of foundation establishment. Elder Liang glared. Since someone has been here before, who knows where they're hiding right now? If all our high-ranking fighters go down, and they set up a magic array in the crater, catching us in a trap, wouldn't we be vulnerable? Liang's Heron, feeling a pang of fear, nodded quickly. Brother, you're truly thoughtful. Elder Liang gave a few more instructions, then patted his storage bag. A flash of light revealed a box. He infused a spell into it, releasing the restrictions. Then, a Longan-sized mist bead hovered above the flying boat. He infused spells into the mist bead one after another. With a humming sound, a cloud of mist descended upon the flying boat, shielding it from the surrounding heat. Elder Liang then steered the flying boat downwards into the volcanic well. Guarding the crater, Liang's Heron glanced around before employing invisibility, hiding behind a rock. Elder Liang and his 3 companions piloted the flying boat, plummeting 1,000 feet. When they reached the surface, they glanced around, seeing no human presence and feeling a sense of relief. After all, without special fireproof treasures, ordinary people couldn't enter this volcanic well. Elder Liang cast a fiery gaze at the gullies of lava below. He slapped his storage bag, and instantly, over a dozen formation flags and discs levitated into the air. Third brother, fourth brother, sixth brother, set up the formation. Yes, big brother. The others also pulled out flags and discs from their storage bags. Following Elder Liang's command, the three men formed hand gestures and deployed a total of 81 formation flags and 36 formation discs along the four walls of the volcanic well. Elder Liang shouted, "Set up the formation." Boom! Pillars of light suddenly rose from all sides, converging into the air before transforming into an inverted shield. Simultaneously, the entire volcanic well began to violently rumble and tremble. The volcanic well, seemingly extinct, was now extinct. At this moment, streams of magma suddenly shot up into the sky, crashing against the light shield and flowing back down. A continuous stream of magma erupted, crashing against the light shield again and again. Elder Liang, presiding over the formation, paled slightly. The sixth elder, the one with the least magical power, groaned, "Sixth elder, keep up the blessing. The red lotus earth core fire will soon emerge." As he spoke, a large island slowly rose from the lava lake. Atop this island, a second-grade, top-grade fire candle tree grew. 7 or 8 fruits, their skins already translucent red, clearly ripe, hung scattered on the tree. Fire candle fruit, the Liang family's eyes lit up. For no other reason than this single fire candle tree alone. They were already in time for their trip. The sixth elder excitedly exclaimed, "Brother, when the red lotus earth core fire emerges, it will surely destroy this spiritual tree. Please open a corner of the formation and let me go in and transplant a candle tree." The sixth elder was a second-grade, top-grade spiritual plant cultivator among their group. Seeing a high-level spiritual tree, he was delighted. Great Elder Liang, however, remained unmoved. He cast a spell on the center formation disc. With a humming sound, a beam of spiritual light from the disc descended into the lava lake below. At this moment, the seemingly motionless island slowly rose. Within the lava lake, the massive body of the mountain cat beast with a human face and a tortoise shell came into view. The mountain cat beast had already reached the peak of the second stage, and one step further would bring it to the third stage. Great Elder Liang's face grew solemn. He knew this journey wouldn't be so smooth. He immediately changed his spell and shouted, "Change formation." The four of them coordinated, moving swiftly and with uncanny steps. At the same time, a steady stream of mana poured into the magic circle, causing it to vibrate with a humming sound. Then, a spear materialized and shot through the air, darting towards the mountain cat beast's face. Meow! The mountain cat beast let out a seemingly harmless cry. The next moment, bang, bang, bang! A blue demonic flower shot out from the lava lake. One of its petals fell, transforming into a shield and colliding with the spear. Bang! The spear spun back, its petals shattering. Simultaneously, the remaining 3 petals of the blue demonic flower shattered, transforming into 3 identical spears that shot towards the light shield at breakneck speed. Clearly, the mountain cat beast was imitating human fighting techniques. Elder Liang narrowed his eyes slightly, stopped casting spells, and instead, with a painful slap, slapped his storage bag. Instantly, a sword orb levitated before him. He then injected a spell into it. Boom! A third-tier spirit sword materialized. As Elder Liang pointed his finger into the air, the spirit sword swiftly split 3 spears in succession with a bang. The sword's momentum continued unabated, slashing down directly at the mountain cat's head. Meow! The mountain cat cried out strangely. Its neck shrank, instantly retreating back into its shell. Clang! The spirit sword struck the shell fiercely. With a crack, a long crack appeared, and its entire body was practically split in 2. Meow! The mountain cat screamed in grievance. Bang! 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 Thousands of pillars of fire shot up into the sky, piercing the light shield. The entire barrier was transformed into a sea of magma, and the mountain cat's form was instantly lost. When all the pillars of light fell, the magma lake returned to calm. Unfortunately, the candle tree vanished along with the mountain cat. A battle of wits. This drained a considerable amount of mana from Elder Liang and the others. While Elder Liang was relatively safe, the others had turned pale. Elder Liang slapped his storage bag. Instantly, a pill bottle emerged, the lid peeled off, and a series of elixirs flew towards the other 3. Use the rejuvenation pills quickly. Hurry. In less than half a cup of tea, the red lotus earth core fire will emerge. The mountain cat beast must have retreated to the underground river. It won't emerge for a while. Now is the most critical moment. At the volcanic well, Liang's Heron sensed the tremors coming from the volcano below and couldn't help but step out. He peeked down from time to time, Muttering, "I wonder what this red lotus earth core fire looks like," Liang Ziren was curious, yet also vaguely worried. Just as he turned around, suddenly, roar, a female ghost appeared from nowhere, hovering above him. The ghost opened her mouth, and an extremely cold demonic chant instantly descended, completely engulfing Liang Ziren. Liang Ziren's body suddenly stiffened. At that moment, 3 evil repelling divine thunderbolts shot up from the ground, blasting towards his vital points one after another. At such close range, Liang Ziren had no way to avoid them. His basalt armor shattered with a clang. With this moment of respite, Liang Ziren suddenly disintegrated into a puddle of white mist. The mist quickly dispersed in all directions. In an instant, it converged and solidified into human form. Liang Ziren glanced up and saw Fu Changsheng, riding a green python, charging towards him from high in the sky. Seeing that it was Fu Changsheng who was attacking him, Liang Ziren felt a surge of hatred, both old and new. "You little bastard, I didn't look for you, but you came to me and met your end." Very well, Liang Ziren thought. Instantly, a heavy water bead whistled out, and he injected a spell into it. Buzz! The surrounding space trembled slightly. The green python in midair plummeted downward, as if its wings had been clipped. Fu Changsheng also felt the immense weight of gravity bearing down on him, his bones crackling under the crushing force. Seeing Fu Changsheng's defeat, Liang Ziren smirked. "Boy, dying on one of my 3rd-level heavy water beads is a blessing from a previous life." He immediately poured his magical power into the heavy water bead once again. A blazing aura erupted from the heavy water bead and landed on Fu Changsheng. With a thud, Fu Changsheng and the green python fell heavily to the ground, crushed dozens of feet beneath the earth. Huh? Liang Ziren scanned with his spiritual sense. He noticed that at the crucial moment, Fu Changsheng had conjured a green lotus to protect him, preventing him from being crushed into pulp. "I'll see how many lives you have left." Liang Ziren struck his chest with a palm. A mouthful of blood spurted out, landing on the heavy water bead. The heavy water bead trembled slightly. At that moment, Liang Ziren looked up suddenly. Suddenly, a 4-elephant black tortoise formation diagram had appeared above him. A brilliant yellow light shone, and 4 black tortoises appeared from the east, south, west, and north, slowly rotating in the same direction. It was Yu Qingru, hiding not far away, who had made the move. Liang Ziren narrowed his eyes slightly. HMPH, just in time. "Today, I, Liang, will send you both to the underworld as a pair of desperate mandarin ducks," a mere 2nd-level formation diagram. His heavy water orb, a 3rd-level spiritual weapon, could easily break the formation. With a wave of his hand, he recalled the heavy water orb that had been shrouding Fu Changsheng, intending to single-handedly break through all obstacles and burst forth from the 4-elephant black tortoise formation. Buzz! As the heavy water orb shifted, an ancient treasured flower basket slowly rose from the depths of the earth. Flowers blossomed from the basket, showering the heavens and earth. The heavy water orb, touched by it, trembled slightly. Then, transforming into a streak of white light, it was instantly absorbed into the ancient treasured flower basket. Meanwhile, Liang Ziren snorted. A mouthful of blood spurted out. The spiritual imprint he had left in the heavy water bead was instantly erased. How is this possible? What was the origin of the ancient treasure flower basket in the other party's hand? Without the 3rd-level spiritual weapon, Liang Ziren's face immediately became panicked, especially since he was still trapped in the 4 symbols black tortoise formation. His eyes rolled, and without thinking about anything else, he waved his right hand, and an ancient bell appeared in his hand. However, at this moment, he had no strength to fight back. Roar! Chu Chan's extremely cold demonic chant instantly drowned him. At the same time, the crossbow, shimmering with purple divine light, trembled slightly, and an arrow whizzed through his forehead with lightning speed. A trickle of blood dripped from his brow. Liang Ziren's body fell heavily to the ground. Chu Chan opened her mouth and instantly pulled Liang Ziren's ghost from her body, transporting it to the human emperor banner. Liang's hidden ghost was already inside, reuniting the two within. The green python then opened its mouth and swallowed Liang Ziren's corpse directly into its stomach. Yu Qingru, with a wave of her hand, snatched up the 4 symbols black tortoise formation diagram from mid-air and anxiously said, "Master, Great Elder Liang and 3 other Liang family elders have entered the volcanic well. Molan and Changli are also inside. Before the Liang family entered, I warned them as agreed. I just don't know what the situation is like below, Qingru, Set up the 4 symbols black tortoise formation above the volcanic well. I'll go down and take a look. After Fu Changsheng killed Liang Zhidong and obtained the Starstone, he rushed to Wuxian Cave but encountered a group of Fengshan beasts. He struggled to escape the Fengshan beasts' pursuit, which delayed his arrival. After seeing Molin's note in Wuxian Cave, he exchanged the information. Upon learning that the Red Lotus Earth Core Fire was located there, and that Molin and his 4th sister were in danger, he rushed over without stopping. Buzz! After leaping down the volcanic well, the scorching heat assaulted them. Qiu Chan formed a seal with his right hand, flicking the human emperor banner. The surging cold energy within poured out, lingering around them and shielding them from the heat. After falling hundreds of feet, he could faintly hear the sounds of fighting below. Fu Changsheng couldn't help but increase his speed. At the bottom of the volcanic well, accompanied by a loud rumbling sound, a palm-sized Red Lotus Earth Core Fire, shaped like a lotus, slowly rose from the mountain bottom. The moment the strange fire appeared, the temperature around them suddenly soared more than 10-fold. A sizzling sound. Even with a magic array in place, the terrifying heat emanating from the strange fire nearly burned through the light shield. Excitement shone in Elder Liang's eyes. It'll be over soon. 3rd, 4th, and 6th brothers, hold on a little longer. Yes, big brother. The 3 men slammed their palms to their chests. A mouthful of blood spurted onto the array disc in front of them. Ahem. The array disc lit up with a brilliant light, showering the array's light curtain. The light barrier, which had threatened to burn it to ashes, instantly healed. Elder Liang's face was now solemn. A spell struck the Tifang plate, illuminating it with a brilliant red glow. As the red light rose, the surrounding heat dropped. The Tifang plate's beam fell on the swarming Red Lotus Earth Core Fire. The Red Lotus Earth Core Fire trembled slightly, and was slowly drawn into the plate bit by bit. Fu Changli, hiding in the shadows, witnessed this and whispered, "Sister Molin, should we attack?" The 4 Liang family members present, except for Elder Liang, were exhausted, both physically and mentally, and their mana was nearly depleted. Any attack from them would most likely kill them with one strike. The problem was that even if the 2 of them joined forces, with the help of their spirit pets, they would still be no match for Elder Liang, who was at the peak of the Foundation establishment stage. That was why Fu Changli hesitated. Fu Molin narrowed her eyes slightly. Let's give it a try. Attack. Although Elder Liang was at the peak of the Foundation establishment stage, he had already fought a major battle and was now expending considerable energy on subduing the Red Lotus Earth Core Fire. He was certainly unwilling to give up on subduing the strange fire, so now was the perfect time to act. Chapter 204, Beast Transformation Secret Technique, Red Lotus Earth Core Fire, Madness. After assigning their targets, at Fu Molin's command, the 2 men and 2 beasts attacked almost simultaneously. Fu Molin targeted the 4th elder of the Liang family, and her first move was a killing blow. The bone spirit cold fire hummed, transforming into an icy arrow that shot through the back of the opponent's head with lightning speed. The 4th elder was exhausted, completely focused on maintaining and absorbing the Red Lotus Earth Core Fire. This sudden attack from behind was completely unexpected. Fortunately, the restrictions on his fireproof robes triggered, transforming into a light shield. Ling. The icy arrow collided with the light shield. The light shield crackled and shattered instantly. The ice arrow's speed remained undiminished. However, with this opportunity to turn things around, the 4th elder narrowly avoided the ice arrow at an unpredictable angle. Just when he thought he had escaped, the ice arrow trembled slightly. Dozens of flying needles emanated from all directions, swarming towards him. Each needle had a flame at its tail. Oh no, the 4th elder's pupils shrank. He raised his hand and summoned a protective talisman. He no longer had the mana to cast spells, and his only thought was to escape first. The Red Lotus Earth Core Fire was fake, saving his life was the real thing. With a flick of his right hand, another water escape talisman appeared in his hand. Just as he was about to activate it, a subtle sound of piercing air was heard. The flying needles effortlessly pierced the protective talisman's shield. Ling. The needles pierced through his brow. The next moment, the 4th elder didn't even have time to scream as he was instantly reduced to ash by the bone spirit's cold fire. Meanwhile, the 5th elder was also slain by the combined forces of the wind-splitting beast and the queen bee. The 6th elder was pierced through the heart by Fu Changli's sword upon contact. The entire process seemed slow, but it was truly instantaneous. Under normal circumstances, killing a Foundation establishment cultivator would be incredibly difficult, But this time, the 3 Liang elders were already exhausted. Furthermore, with a red lotus earth core fire quickly captured and the mission complete, their nerves inevitably relaxed. Furthermore, Fu Molan and her 2 beasts were hiding in the shadows. Therefore, by the time Great Elder Liang realized what was happening and tried to help, it was too late. Before Great Elder Liang could make a move, Fu Molan, after slaying the 4 elders, swiftly swung her Gulo fan. With a bang, flaming snakes shot out, swooping down upon Great Elder Liang. Great Elder Liang had no time to grieve. Without 3 helpers, the Red Lotus Earth Core Fire, which had been about to be completely absorbed into the Tifang vessel, trembled slightly, as if trying to break free from its restraints. The Liang family had been planning this for a century. Many generations had fought bravely to obtain the Red Lotus Earth Core Fire, sacrificing countless generations. With his grasp now imminent, he naturally wouldn't give up. He swiftly struck his chest with a palm strike. 3 mouthfuls of blood sprayed onto the Tifang plate, further strengthening its pull. Simultaneously, he formed a seal with his right hand. The red guard at his waist hummed softly. Quack, quack, accompanied by a duck-like sound. Fire crows materialized, flapping their wings and swishing their claws, ripping the incoming fire snakes in half. The fire crows coalesced into a single entity in midair, their bodies instantly increasing tenfold in size. Their aura soared to the peak of the 2nd stage. With flapping wings, they pounced like a shadow, swooping down on Fu Molan. Fu Molan quickly tapped the ground with her toes, landing on the wind-splitting beast. The wind-splitting beast, incredibly fast, dodged the fire crow's mid-air attack with a whoosh. The fire crows observed this. With a strange croaking cry, the beast opened its mouth, and with a boom, balls of flame erupted, transforming into a web of fire that descended upon Fu Molan. Fu Molan snorted coldly. A touch of bone spirit cold fire. The bone spirit cold fire instantly transformed into a long blade, slashing through the air, instantly ripping the web of fire apart. It then charged towards the fire crow with undiminished momentum. Ling. The fire crow's claws swung. The blade shattered, transforming once again into bone spirit cold fire. At that moment, the Red Lotus Core Fire had been completely contained by Great Elder Liang in the Tifang vessel. 4th sister, let's go. The situation was hopeless. Fu Molan acted decisively, controlling the wind-splitting beast and taking Fu Changli with her, swiftly soaring towards the volcanic well. If you 2 little bitches really escaped today, how can I face the Liang family when I return? Great Elder Liang's cold voice rang out. A ghostly figure unexpectedly outpaced the wind-splitting beast, blocking its path. He flicked the Xian Haiyang 9 axes in front of him, and they grew in the wind, expanding to over 10 feet. With lightning speed, they slashed down in succession. 9 axe blades lashed out in different directions, striking Fu Molan and the others. The wind-splitting beast had no room to escape. Fu Molan quickly summoned the Gulo fan, which spun and transformed into a shield overhead. At the same time, she summoned the bone spirit cold fire, and with a bang, it ripped into a wall of fire that surrounded them. At their feet, Fu Changli summoned a handkerchief to shield them. Bang, bang, bang. The next moment, 9 axe blades slammed heavily into the protective wall they had erected. Facing a peak foundation establishment cultivator, they had no chance to counterattack, and could only passively defend. Fu Changli anxiously said, Sister Molan, if this continues, our defenses will be breached sooner or later. Why don't you retreat with a wind-splitting beast while I hold that old man back, otherwise, they would be defeated. Today, both of them must die here. Born and raised in a brothel, Fu Molan had seen the darkness of human nature. At this moment, a crack appeared in the wall of her heart. She flipped her right hand, and a stack of azure light wall talismans, a gift from Fu Changsheng, appeared in her hand. Without a single pretentious word, she cast spells upon the azure light wall talismans. A humming sound of azure light swirled, and walls of azure light surrounded them. Simultaneously, she tapped the wind-splitting beast with her toes and said, Zia Feng, charge at top speed, but before she could finish her words, there was a loud bang. The azure walls instantly disintegrated. Elder Liang, wielding the 9 axes of the Sea of Heaven, descended like a god, striking down at her face with lightning speed, his aura locked by the 9 axes. Fu Molan pushed Fu Changli with her right palm, go, at the same time. She unleashed a burst of bone spirit cold fire. Buzz! The bone spirit cold fire instantly transformed into a suit of armor, covering her body, leaving only her eyes exposed. Bang! At that moment, Tian Haiyang's 9 axes had already descended. Even with the bone spirit cold fire protecting her, Fu Molan groaned, her body flying backwards as a stream of blood sprayed into the air. But her eyes gleamed with determination. She showed no sign of giving up. As a child, her mother was harassed by perverts. Infuriated, she struck the customers with clubs, then was hung from the backyard peach tree by the brothel owner and whipped for days and nights. Imprisoned, with no one to rescue her, her mother persevered by drinking rainwater and relying on her unwavering willpower. Now, a foundation establishment cultivator, surpassing millions, she was even less likely to give up easily. A flicker of madness flashed in her eyes, and as she formed a seal with her right hand, she was about to unleash the forbidden technique of the Su Nu Zhuan Bin Guang. Suddenly, her consciousness moved. With his eyes slightly bright, he looked up at the sky above the volcanic well. Suddenly, a 9-revolution divine lamp had appeared in midair. Its flame flickered to life with a puff. Then, a phoenix cry echoed from the void. A phoenix, seemingly traversing vast space and time, descended into the volcanic well. Elder Liang's pupils shrank. The phoenix's aura had apparently reached the quasi-3rd stage, almost equivalent to the cultivation level of a purple mansion cultivator. Sure enough, that little thief Fu Changsheng is hiding in this volcanic well. This was why he hadn't used his killing move right away. He was guarding against Fu Changsheng. A solemn expression crossed Elder Liang's face. At this moment, the secret technique he had been brewing had been completed. The moment the phoenix appeared, he raised his head and roared furiously. His muscles expanded, his body grew taller, and white hair sprouted from his body. In an instant, he transformed into a 16-foot-tall, white-haired giant ape, his aura remarkably reaching the quasi-purple mansion stage. Roar! The white giant ape pounded its chest, locked in a fierce struggle with the phoenix. Fu Changsheng, arriving just in time, hadn't expected Great Elder Liang to even be able to use the secret technique of beast transformation. Facing a peak foundation establishment cultivator, he unleashed his ultimate killing move, yet he still couldn't defeat Great Elder Liang. Truly, the strength of a peak foundation establishment cultivator should not be underestimated. The phoenixes wouldn't last long. If they didn't seize this opportunity to slay the opponent, they would likely perish today. Without hesitation, he shouted, "Zhaoqing, Kitchen, attack!" Before he could finish his words, a furious roar echoed from the air. Kitchen's icy demonic chant transformed into rolling waves of sound, enveloping the white giant ape. The giant ape dodged most of the waves, but was instead struck by several sonic circles. The giant ape's movement stiffened. The phoenix's claws swung through the air, their talons blazing down. The white ape's long white fur instantly clung to the air, forming a white cocoon. Ding, ding, ding. Claws lashed down, yet it proved ineffective. However, the next moment, the evil repelling divine thunder rumbled directly onto the cocoon, while the bone spirit cold fire transformed into flames, consuming it with a humming sound. Roar! A furious roar emanated from the cocoon. Then, the white ape soared skyward from its cocoon, its fur now completely shed. With a whistling sound, the 9 axes of the heavenly sea yang flew out of its grasp, slashing through the air at the now blurred phoenix. Bang! The phoenix cried out in frustration, dissipating into tiny specks of spiritual light. The flames of the 9 transformations divine lamp instantly extinguished. The white ape turned and glared coldly at Fu Changsheng. "You've pushed me to this point? Very well. Today, I'll show you what a life worse than death is." The white ape waved its hand, and the 9 axes of the heavenly sea yang swung back, landing in its palm once again. Swinging the Shangguan Hongyu 9 axes, he charged at Fu Changsheng again, forcing him back repeatedly. The aurora within the Hunun bowl, poised for release, roared, one after another, shooting towards the white giant ape's face. Ding, ding, ding. The white giant ape wielded the Shangguan Hongyu 9 axes with ferocious force. The axe blades transformed into shields, blocking the aurora. With incredible speed, his form was like a ghost. In an instant, he appeared behind Fu Changsheng, wielding the Shangguan Hongyu 9 axes through the air, slicing towards the back of his head. At such close range, Fu Changsheng had no escape. "Master!" Fu Molan and Fu Changli exclaimed. A moment of despair. Then, with a clang, the Shangguan Hongyu 9 axes struck the Hunun bowl, crackling several times as the 3rd-tier spiritual weapon shattered. Fu Fu Changsheng quickly slapped several flying talismans onto his body, and like an arrow from a bow, he fled towards the volcanic well. You're trying to escape? Too late, the white giant ape followed closely behind, intent on capturing the enemy first. Boom! The moment Fu Changsheng burst from the volcanic well, the white giant ape had already charged, the Yangang 9 axes in hand. At that moment, above his head, the four symbols black tortoise formation roared into action, trapping the ape within. Simultaneously, the bow and crossbow, fashioned from the purple divine light Fu Changsheng had long prepared, materialized and whizzed, arrow after arrow pelted the white giant ape. The white giant ape swung the Yangang 9 axes, attempting to block the arrows. However, the arrows pierced through the Yangang 9 axes, shattering with a bang. Simultaneously, the ape, undeterred, pierced through his forehead. The white giant ape collapsed to the ground with a thud. He had thought it was just a simple arrow, and the Yangang axe in his hand was indestructible and invincible. He never expected to be pierced by that arrow, and his momentary carelessness would lead to his death. Boom! The demonic aura of the white giant ape dissipated, transforming into the remains of Elder Liang, a mere skeleton. The beast transformation technique had apparently consumed most of his essence and blood. Thus, all 6 members of the Liang family who had entered the Kanglin's secret realm were dead. Fu Changsheng waved his hand and snatched the storage bag from the man. I've got the Red Lotus Earth Core Fire, this is the 86th rank Strange Fire list. Although the Hunan bowl was damaged, it was worth it compared to this strange fire. After letting Chu Chan and Xiao Qing devour the corpse and devour the soul, he said to Fu Molin and the others who had emerged from underground. Let's get out of here first. The previous fight had been quite noisy. Their magic power was now dwindling, and they were worried about the mantis catching the bird, and the oriole behind. Shortly after the 4 figures disappeared from the volcano, a ripple flashed across a nearby hill, and Sitafeng and Situdeo appeared in a flash. Situdeo looked in the direction Fu Changsheng and the others had gone and said regretfully, "Young clan leader, if we had just joined forces, it shouldn't have been difficult to capture Fu Changsheng and his men." However, Sitafeng didn't give any orders. Instead, his eyes flickered, and a flash of Bagua runes appeared. It was only for a moment, and Sitafeng's pupils shrank. He didn't know what he saw, but a rare solemnity crossed his face. He murmured to himself, could it be that the person Master was talking about is the Liang family meeting hall? The elders who remained in the clan were laughing and saying, "Clan leader, when the great elder returns and possesses the Red Lotus Earth Core Fire, it will be time for our Liang family to ascend to the 8th rank. Yes, our Liang ancestors sacrificed so much for this day. But finally, we have fulfilled their wishes. When we finally reach the afterlife, we will have the dignity to face our ancestors." Clan leader Liang sat at the head of the clan. His face was beaming, and he spoke with high spirits. The 8th rank is just our starting point. As long as we possess the Purple Mansion spiritual artifact, the Great Elder will be able to become a Purple Mansion Great Cultivator in one fell swoop. Then, our Liang family's advancement to the 7th rank is just around the corner, and even becoming a Golden Core family is possible in the future. So, before he could finish his words, the 12 elders guarding the Soul Hall rushed into the meeting hall with disheveled hair. Clan leader Liang frowned upon seeing this. 12th brother, while practicing his magical skills, went astray and became possessed. Although he had managed to survive, he was now mad and deranged, sometimes lucid and sometimes mad. 12th brother, why did you come to the council hall instead of staying in the Soul Palace? Master, the Soul Palace is haunted. I saw the Hades ghost messenger appear and take away the 6 of us, my eldest brother. When my eldest brother left, he told me to tell you not to mess with the Fu family, especially the Fu family's head, Fu Changsheng. Clan leader Liang frowned even deeper. He sighed. 12th brother's madness was getting worse. My eldest brother was at the peak of the Foundation establishment stage. Even a ghost messenger would have to retreat 3 feet away from him. Fu Changsheng's Fu family had only recently risen to prominence, far surpassing the Liang family's current status. 7th brother, take 12th brother out. The Nangguang family's betrothal agents will be arriving soon. To secure their position within the Nangguang family, they had mobilized considerable resources and, with great difficulty, orchestrated a marriage between Kyankian and the Nangguang family's 7th young master. While the 7th young master wasn't the next patriarch, he was a son of the Nangguang young master's mother. Furthermore, The Yangang young master was known for his protectiveness, especially towards his younger brother, the seventh young master. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been willing to marry Changsheng off to him, after all. Changsheng was his only daughter. Patriarch, I'm not crazy. I really saw a ghost messenger. My eldest brother and the others were tied together and were about to be taken away, but they suddenly vanished. The ghost messenger was terribly anxious and was planning to find some scapegoats. The outrage grew. This was a grand occasion. Clan leader Liang said coldly, "Seventh brother, what are you waiting for?" "Yes, Patriarch." The seventh elder quickly stood up and led the 12th elder out of the meeting hall like he was coaxing a child. As they stepped outside, two people entered simultaneously. One was from the outer gate, the other guarding the Soul Hall. The outer gate member spoke first. "Patriarch, the Yangang family's seventh young master has arrived at the reception room with the betrothal gifts. Please proceed." The clan member assisting in guarding the Soul Hall suddenly felt his knees buckle and he fell to his knees. He kowtowed repeatedly, his body shaking like a sieve, his mouth opening and closing, but no words came out. Clan leader Liang's expression suddenly grew even colder. Ever since the 12th brother took over the Soul Hall, the disciples within had become unhinged and unnatural. He said coldly, "Even the most important matters should wait until the marriage contract with the Yangang family is finalized." Without a moment's delay, he strode towards the reception room. The other elders followed in twos and threes, but the 8th elder, worried, stayed behind, saying solemnly, "The 12th elder just spoke nonsense, and you stayed in the Soul Hall. Is there anything unusual in the Soul Hall?" Only then did the clan member dare to raise his head. A face drained of color, he cried, reporting to the 8th elder, "The soul lamps of the 1st elder, the 2nd elder, the 3rd elder, the 4th elder, and the 6th elder have gone out." Chapter 205, 7 whole exquisite fruit, important information, fairy woman. What? Big Brother and his men were completely wiped out. How is that possible? Absolutely impossible. Big Brother was at the peak of the Foundation establishment stage, the most elite force to enter the Changsheng secret realm. Furthermore, it was said that the 8th and 9th rank families were teleported to different areas, making it impossible for Big Brother to die. However, even if this disciple had 800 guts, he wouldn't dare to play with Big Brother and his men's lives. The 8th elder, his heart pounding, decided to personally investigate the matter at the Soul Hall. He flashed several times. When he reached the threshold of the Soul Hall in the back mountain, he paused. A spell struck the barrier, and it opened. The dense array of soul lanterns placed on the altar came into view. Among them, the soul lanterns of the 6 people, including Great Elder Liang, who were at the head of the group, were completely extinguished. Not a single one survived. How is this possible? The 8th elder's legs gave way, and he nearly collapsed on his knees. Big Brother and his men were dead. Not only did the Liang family lose half their fighting power, but more importantly, the Red Lotus Earth Core Fire and Foundation building elixir their ancestors had been planning for years were also destroyed. What on earth happened in the Changsheng secret realm? The 8th elder recovered. At this moment, he had no desire to stay here and hurried back to the reception room. The Lion clan leader sat at the head of the table, and to his left sat the Yangang clan's 7th young master. The two families had already exchanged marriage certificates and gone through the engagement ceremony. The 8th elder quickly sent a message to the Lion clan leader. The Lion clan leader, who had been smiling and talking, shuddered. However, worried about his future son-in-law's presence, he managed a few words before finding an excuse. He quickly left the reception room and, after a few flashes, arrived at the Soul Palace. After personally confirming the 8th elder's claims, the Lion clan leader's face paled and he muttered, "How could this be? How could this be?" After a few breaths, he forced himself to calm down. Clan leader Liang immediately sent a message to Lin Xianfu. Ghost Fairy had accompanied the Liang family into the Changsheng secret realm. Since the Liang family had been completely annihilated, Ghost Fairy, at only the middle stage of Foundation establishment, should not have escaped this catastrophe. However, Lin Xianfu's message revealed nothing unusual about Ghost Fairy's soul lamp. Clan leader Liang's thoughts raced, his eyes narrowed slightly. Could it be that Ghost Fairy is feigning surrender, secretly collaborating with the Kui family? The last time they invaded the Kili Mountain Demon Cave, Lin Xianfu and his wife had teamed up with the 3 Kui families. This sudden reversal, joining the Liang family's camp, was truly suspicious. Only a combined force of the three Kui families could possibly capture their eldest brother and his men. Currently, among the 9th-rank aristocratic families in Huainan Prefecture, only the Kui family rivaled their Liang family in strength. The Kui family's actions were primarily aimed at obtaining foundation-building spiritual artifacts, and secondly, they were determined to stand out among the 9th-rank aristocratic families of Huainan Prefecture and become the true leader. This could be confirmed simply by looking at the number of foundation-building spiritual artifacts finally surrendered to the imperial court. Clan leader Liang looked at the extinguished soul lamps of the Great Elder and others in the Soul Hall and swore to the heavens, "Brother, rest assured. Whoever dares to touch our Liang family will pay with blood." In the Kingland's secret realm, in an abandoned cave 300 miles from the volcano, Fu Changsheng, sitting in meditation, retracted his spell, expelled a breath of foul air, and slowly opened his eyes. Several days had passed since the battle at the volcanic well. His mana had fully recovered. With a flick of his right hand, Great Elder Liang's storage bag instantly appeared in his palm. With a slap, the Tifang vessel flashed out. Despite the numerous restrictions placed on the vessel, the temperature within the cave skyrocketed. Fu Changsheng was a little excited. Is this the Red Lotus Earth Core Fire, ranked 86th on the list of strange fires? Back then, Mulan had spent a full 6 years refining the Bone Spirit Cold Fire, which ranked even lower than the Red Lotus Earth Core Fire. Crucially, Mulan possessed an ice-attributed spiritual root, making it the most compatible with the Bone Spirit Cold Fire. Therefore, achieving this higher-ranked Red Lotus Earth Core Fire would take time and effort. Furthermore, it would require the aid of spiritual objects and elixirs to refine it, otherwise it could easily ignite. However, this all depended on escaping the secret realm. We need to give this Tifang plate a facelift. After escaping the secret realm, the people from the World Suppression Division would inspect each person's storage bag for Foundation Establishment spiritual objects. Therefore, he couldn't let the Liang family know that Great Elder Liang and the others had died at the hands of the Fu family. Even though the Liang family had lost 6 Foundation Establishment cultivators, they still had 6 within the clan, and their legacy was profound. Now was not the time to turn on each other. Fu Changsheng glanced at his storage bag. The Tifang dish was no bigger than a baby's palm. He took another small jade bottle, placed it inside, and placed it under the restriction. After processing, he checked Great Elder Liang's storage bag. He found it was nearly empty, save for some healing and mana-restoring elixirs. Everyone knew the Suppression Division would check storage bags before going out, so they only took the essentials. Huh? Fu Changsheng glanced around. He discovered a topographic map hidden in a box's compartment. He slowly unfolded the map. 2 locations were clearly marked in red. One was the volcanic well they had been in, and the other was the Shineling Garden, 100 miles away. It seems the Shineling Garden must contain some treasure, otherwise, the Liang family wouldn't have highlighted it so prominently. Fu Changsheng immediately thought, exchange information. He also wanted to know what exactly was hidden in the Shineling Garden. Furthermore, he wanted to know the whereabouts of Mizhan, Hongyu, and Uncle Fei. Buzz! The panel trembled. A large amount of yellow light surged, and then lines of text appeared. 1. After witnessing you kill Second Elder Liang's hiding in Termite Hill, Ghost Fairy deliberately twisted right and wrong in front of Great Elder Liang and others, claiming that you killed Liang's hidden, shifting the blame to you. 2. After learning that Great Elder Liang's entire army had been annihilated, clan leader Liang swore a solemn oath, demanding the murderer pay with blood. Clan leader Liang believes that whoever has the most foundation-building spiritual medicines from the secret realm is the most suspicious. However, it is currently suspected that Ghost Fairy is colluding with the Kui family. 3. Foundation-building spiritual medicines are planted in the Shineling Garden, 100 miles away from you. The Su family and others are currently rushing there. 4. After entering the secret realm, your wife Liu Mizhan obtained a 7-aperture exquisite fruit in a mysterious cave. It's now mostly refined. Once fully refined, it will give rise to a 7-aperture exquisite heart, which will be of great benefit to future cultivation. The last cultivator in the cultivation world to possess a 7-aperture exquisite heart has already ascended to the spiritual realm. 5. Shangguan Hongyu is currently en route to the secret realm. Yaochi. 6. Sita Feng of Huaibai Prefecture possesses combat prowess comparable to Peak Foundation Establishment Cultivator, and is a disciple of the North Sea Divine Nun. 7. Aunt Su Changsheng of Huaibei Prefecture is the next palace master of the world suppressing division of Huainan Prefecture. 8. A total of over a dozen pieces of information were exchanged. Seeing the remaining information was of little use, Fu Changsheng stopped exchanging them. The family contribution value on the dashboard dropped to 3,540. He scanned each piece of information one by one. His gaze fixed on the one about Ghost Fairy Ant. Fu Changsheng sneered. With a flip of his right hand, a beanpot of recalling image appeared in his hand. The image above records the ghost fairy attacking Liang's hidden with a poison flower needle. With this image, the ghost fairy couldn't explain herself even if she had 800 mouths. Since you're unkind, don't blame me for being unjust. However, seizing the foundation building elixirs from Changling Garden from the Su family is a bit of a challenge. After all, Su Changsheng's aunt is the one who replaced Xiao Xianger. Another half cup of tea passed. Fu Molan, Fu Changli, and Yu Qingru also recovered their magic power. The four of them gathered together. Fu Changsheng pointed at the topographic map unfolding in the air and said, I've gathered information about Changling Garden from the Liang family's eldest elder storage bag. Foundation building elixirs are grown there. Unfortunately, Su Changsheng and others in Huaibei Prefecture also know about this elixir garden. Therefore, we must seize Changling Garden before they do. Avoiding a direct confrontation is best, but once we do, we'll leave no one alive. Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard about the foundation building elixirs. However, upon learning of another competitor, Yu Qingru was in a dilemma. Master, if I remember correctly, the Su family has sent a total of 9 foundation establishment cultivators this time. If a fight breaks out, I'm afraid we won't be able to protect ourselves. After all, they only have 4 foundation establishment cultivators right now, and only Fu Changsheng is in the late foundation establishment stage. Fu Changsheng said, the Su family has sent 9 foundation establishment cultivators, but they may not all be gathered at this time. So, Miss Qingru, don't worry too much. Of course. If a fight can be avoided, that would be best. With that, the 4 of them said nothing more. Emerging from the cave, they were immediately carried by the wind-splitting beast, flying at top speed towards Changling Garden. Halfway through, Fu Changsheng exchanged information again. In the bamboo forest less than 20 miles ahead of you, Su family cultivators are resting. There are 8 of them. 8 foundation establishment cultivators? That's almost twice their number. Changling Garden was only 50 miles away. With such a short distance, they had no time to seize the foundation building spiritual herbs in Changling Garden before the Su family. Fu Changsheng raised his hand and said, Molan, stop the wind-splitting beast first. Now was the time to hurry. Fu Molan's face was filled with confusion, but she still obeyed Fu Changsheng's instructions. My spirit pet just sent a message that the 8 foundation building cultivators of the Su family are in the bamboo forest 20 miles ahead. I will delay the Su family from entering Changling Garden. Molan, you go in first and pick the foundation building spiritual herbs as quickly as possible. He had barely finished his words. But Fu Molan shook her head in objection. Master, it's too dangerous for you to go to the Su camp. I'll go. I have a way to delay the Su family. Molan, are you sure? Yes, Fu Molan nodded slightly. She had grown up in a brothel and had seen all kinds of men. Su Changsheng was a pervert. To stop him, it would be safer to use a honey trap rather than a brute force. Time was precious now. Upon hearing this, Fu Changsheng wasted no time. He patted his storage bag and handed the human emperor banner, green python, and soul-devouring insect to Molan. Molan, remember, your safety is paramount. If anything goes wrong, immediately ride the wind-splitting beast and leave. The wind-splitting beast had the fastest flight speed among them. After a few simple instructions, Fu Changsheng led Fu Changli and Yu Qingru through the bamboo forest, quickly flying towards Changling Park. Fu Molan remained where she was. With a pat on the storage bag, a flash of light appeared, revealing her original black robe replaced by a light silk shirt. The thick bangs that usually almost concealed her facial features were lifted, revealing her delicate features. In the bamboo forest. In the Su family tent. Su Changzi was whispering to Su Changsheng, who was sitting upright on the fox recliner. Young clan leader, Changling Garden is less than 40 miles ahead of us. If you want to rest, why not go and get the things inside and then rest? After all, this matter concerns the prosperity and decline of our Su family for 100 years. Before leaving, The Patriarch insisted that we must successfully obtain the things from Changling Garden. Changling Garden is right in front of us. Can it possibly run away? You have served me for so long. Don't you know that I need to take a nap for a while after eating? Su Changking closed his eyes impatiently. After entering the secret realm, he couldn't find Shangguan Hongyu, the woman he'd been thinking about. She was already irritated and exhausted, having just fought a fierce battle with a poisonous python in the ink pool. Under normal circumstances, Su Changzi would certainly not disobey Su Changking, but the foundation-building elixirs in Changling Garden were of such importance that he could only muster up the courage to whisper, "Young clan leader, don't forget, before leaving, you signed a military agreement with the Patriarch. If you don't secure the Changling Garden, you will relinquish the position of young clan leader, and the second young master will inherit." The Patriarch had more than one son. If the young clan leader's mother and Aunt Su weren't close friends, the Su family would have carefully considered the matter and chosen the eldest son as young clan leader after Aunt Su's rise to power in the Shanxi division. But if the young clan leader made a mistake, the elders in the clan would undoubtedly use it to elevate the second young master, who was superior in every way. Su Changking, already impatient, abruptly rose from his seat upon hearing this, glaring angrily. "Su Changzi, you dare threaten me with a position of young clan leader, young clan leader, I dare not, I dare not." In his impatience, Su Changzi had forgotten that the man before him hated threats the most. His impatience was truly ruining him. He was just thinking about how to appease this man. Suddenly, a fragrant scent wafted from the forest. Su Changking looked up, only to see leaves falling and a celestial woman slowly descending from the trees. She wore a light silk gown embroidered with delicate peonies, her figure lightly brushing against her shimmering curves, like the moon in the clouds, radiant and clear. Her face seemed a work of divine craftsmanship, her skin whiter than snow, her lips like cherry blossoms, and a subtle allure between her eyebrows. Her eyes, captivating and captivating, shimmered with a brilliant, profound light that seemed to penetrate the darkness of the human heart and reach the depths of the soul. Her long hair cascaded down like a waterfall, dancing softly in the breeze and emitting a subtle fragrance that captivated the senses. Every step she took, every glance she cast, revealed her extraordinary aura and innate allure. Su Changking was stunned. Where did this fairy come from? Among the female cultivators who had entered the secret realm, he remembered Shangguan Hongyu was the most voluptuous and beautiful, but compared to this fairy before him, she was far inferior. Su Changking hurriedly took a few quick steps and bowed, saying, "I am Su Changking, the young clan leader of a 9th-rank aristocratic family in Huaibei Prefecture. May I know your name?" "Fairy, Lin Yunian, so it's Fairy Lin. Meeting is fate. If you're not in a hurry, would you be willing to share a drink with me?" Su Changzi, watching his own young clan leader's soul being seduced by Fu Molan, thought to himself, "Oh no, he had already angered her once before. If he stepped forward and ruined her plans now, his skin would be in tatters." Su Changzi felt a sense of unease. While Su Changking wasn't paying attention, he signaled to the 3 clan members to proceed to Changling Garden. Elsewhere, Fu Changsheng and his companions raced as fast as they could to the location marked on the map. However, a glance around revealed nothing more than a small hill, no spiritual medicine garden. Fu Changsheng, however, didn't believe the system would provide false information. Miss Kingru, first, set up a magical formation on the hill to block spiritual energy, and then test whether the mountain contains any illusionary formations. "Yes, Patriarch." Yu Kingru immediately waved her sleeves, and the 4 symbols black tortoise formation diagram floated in midair. As spells were cast into it, with a humming sound, the hill was instantly covered by the formation diagram. The inverted light shield flickered slightly and then disappeared, making it impossible to see what was happening inside from the outside. Yu Kingru took out a surveying array disc and quickly cast spells into it. And the surveying array disc instantly rotated rapidly around the hill. Fu Changsheng watched his surroundings with vigilance. At the same time, a thought emerged in his mind. "It seems I need to find time to learn a few formation techniques later. Becoming a talisman formation master requires knowledge of formations." That was secondary. Most importantly, based on his experience of repeatedly entering secret realms, it would be much more convenient if he also understood the principles of formations. After all, he couldn't always travel with a formation master. For them, this was undoubtedly extremely important. Buzz, as Yu Kingru raised the formation flags one by one, the formation disc descended. A cloud of yellow sand suddenly rose from the small hillock. Through the sand, a faint trace of a spiritual medicine garden could be seen within. Fu Changli's eyes lit up. Master, there truly is a spiritual medicine garden hidden within the yellow sand formation. Before he could finish his words, roar, a giant python condensed from the sand formation, roaring furiously at them. Yu Kingru's face paled slightly. Master, to enter the formation, we need to break through the giant python's core. The giant python was a quasi-third-level cultivator. Fu Changsheng's Unitable had been destroyed, and the purple divine light had been depleted. If he used the 9 transformation divine lamp summoning technique now, his mana would be exhausted. If the Su family charged, he would be powerless to resist. Therefore, he barely hesitated. With a flip of his right hand, the Sishi knife appeared in his hand. This was originally Liang Zhidan's quasi-third-tier spiritual weapon, and it would be troublesome if he kept it in his possession. It was perfectly placed for use right now. A spell rang out. A flick of the Sishi blade. Buzz! The Sishi blade trembled slightly, transforming into a streak of rainbow light and darting towards the giant python condensing in midair. Fu Changsheng muttered, "Explode!" A rumble. The next moment, the giant python was instantly engulfed in the terrifying force of the explosion, and a massive mushroom cloud rose into the sky. Yu Kingru's array disc landed on the Tiangan position with lightning speed. The rolling yellow sand instantly ceased, and a spiritual medicine garden filled with spiritual energy came into view. Chapter 206, Beast Tide, Spirit Stone Mine, Second Refining of Foundation Establishment Pill. 40 miles outside Changling Park. Su Changmi, the third son of the Su family, who had been sent ahead to survey the area, glanced back at the bamboo forest that had already settled in the distance and muttered, "We're both members of the Su family, but Su Changking gets to enjoy all the resources just because he was born from the Patriarch's wife. Why, in terms of natural intelligence and comprehension, he was far superior to Su Changking." His companion, Su Changru, glanced around hastily, making sure no one was around. He glared at him, "Third brother, if you think your life is too long, then go ahead and say a few more words." Su Changking was no pushover. If he knew they were slandering him behind his back, he would surely have trouble staying in the Su family. Su Changai, who was following behind them, remained silent. Su Changmi and Su Changru grew up with Su Changking, and it was thanks to his support that they were able to rise to their current positions. However, after advancing to the foundation establishment stage, they felt they were superior to others and could no longer tolerate Su Changking's bossing around. They were also promoted to family elders, and upon learning how much clan resources were being diverted to Su Changking, they became even more indignant. However, as the saying goes, a black eye breeds a black eye. Su Changru and Su Changmi, relying on their status as the young clan leaders' confidants, wielded tyranny in their fiefdoms. Their moral integrity was even inferior to Su Changking's. The number of young women who had died at their hands would have piled up like a mountain. In his youth, Su Changai would have killed such a person without mercy. However, his steady climb from a traitor's son of a family traitor to his current position had smoothed out his edges, and he was often the one stabbing the enemy. This was the only way to gain access to Su Changking and the core of the Su family's power. 50 miles away. For the 3 mid-stage foundation establishment cultivators, it took less than half a cup of tea to reach the foot of Changling Mountain. A white mist shrouded the mountain. No, Su Changai retreated. At that moment, a ray of purple divine light hummed and unexpectedly shot up from the ground, piercing his dantian with lightning speed. With a crackling sound, the purple light pierced through his back. Su Changai's face was filled with disbelief, and his body fell to the ground with a heavy thud. He died without even seeing who had killed him. At the same time, Su Changmi and Su Changru were also pierced through their dantian by the purple divine light, suffocating them. These 3 were only at the 4th level of foundation establishment. With the purple divine light cultivated through the 9 transformations of the rising sun already materialized, they had no chance of fighting back, and this was a surprise attack. With a flick of his sleeve, Fu Changsheng collected the 3 corpses into his storage bag. At the same time, he transferred all the spiritual objects from their storage bags to his own. There weren't many spiritual objects inside, but rather a lot of women's underwear. Su Changai's bag contained a number of things like boys' belly bands, clearly not of good quality. He dropped the empty bag to the ground. Fu Changsheng planned to have Chu Chen and Qing Mang devour the corpse and exterminate the soul without leaving any trace. After all, The Su family had a palace master in this Henshi division. He was worried about Molan. A thought struck Fu Changsheng, and he immediately said, "Exchange the information." Buzz! The panel vibrated. A surge of yellow light surged. Then, lines of text appeared. 1. 300 years ago, the Su family was a 7th-rank family in Jianzhou. After the ancestor of the family, Zifu, passed away, they voluntarily downgraded their rank and settled in Huaibai Prefecture. During this period, several family members who were building their foundation died for no reason, and only 3 remained. After the previous head of the Su family lowered the family's rank again, becoming a 9th-rank family, the clouds of sorrow that had been hanging over the Su family finally dissipated, and the family began to prosper. The Su family's soul tracking technique can trace the death of a direct descendant. 2. Your wife Liu Mizhong has already refined the 7-aperture exquisite fruit and is currently in Moni Mountain. 3. Shangguan Hongyu gained a great fortune in Yaoqi. 4. The Kui family obtained 10 foundation building elixirs in Yangxing Garden. 5. 10 years from now, your fiefdom will be attacked by a tide of beasts from the 100,000 mountains. 6. While inspecting Pingshan County, Fu Yonggai discovered a spirit stone vein at the border with the Liang family. Fu Yonggai has reported this to your eldest son, Fan Gear. Fan Gear asked Fu Yonggai not to inform any third party for the time being and to deal with the matter after you return. 7. Your fiefdom hides a small secret realm. 8. Shangguan Wei's Taoist partner married into the Qingshan tribe and successfully climbed from a concubine to the position of the chief's wife. She has successfully established her foundation. 9. After Elder Liang's granddaughter and your eldest brother Fu Changren consummated their marriage, they successfully gave birth to a baby girl. However, the Liang family forcibly sent the baby to a secret place for upbringing. 10. Fu Changsheng exchanged 20 pieces of information in one go. Because every piece of information refreshed by the system this time was closely related to them. He quickly read through them. His eyes fixed on the first one, and he narrowed his eyes slightly. This Su family actually has such a deep foundation. He originally wanted to kill all the other members of the Su family to eliminate future troubles, but Su Changqing was a direct descendant. If the case was traced back to their Fu family, it would be troublesome. Fortunately, the information was refreshed before this. Fu Changsheng's mind raced. Soon, he came up with a foolproof plan. At this time, Fu Changli, who was gathering spiritual herbs in Changling Garden, flashed out with a look of surprise. Master, the foundation building spiritual herbs in Changling Garden are more than enough to refine 2 furnaces of foundation building pills. After handing them over to the court, we should be able to obtain 3 foundation building pills. This way, our family will have 3 more foundation building members. Especially Sister Runzi. She was just a little short of a breakthrough last time. If she is given another chance, she will definitely break through in one fell swoop. Yu Qingru also put away the formation flag. Upon hearing this, her face was also filled with joy. Perhaps because she and Fu Changsheng had a child, she was sincerely happy to see the Fu family's prosperity. Fu Changsheng accepted the foundation building elixir from Fu Changli and said, "We can't stay here for long. 4th sister, you and Miss Qingru, head north, and hurry." "Master, what about you? If a war breaks out with the Su family, we too can help." "No, I'll go back and fetch Molan, and then we'll meet up at Moni Mountain." "Hurry." Fu Changli and Yu Qingru, neither of whom were fussy, immediately commanded their magical instruments to depart. Fu Changsheng, in turn, cast an invisibility spell and swiftly headed for the bamboo forest behind him. Inside the tent, Su Changqing, who had been so well behaved, now took advantage of his drunken stupor to make advances. A flicker of disgust flashed in Fu Molan's eyes. She calculated the time. By now, the master and the others should have already gathered the elixirs from Changling Garden. A murderous intent welled up in her. At such close range, with him completely off guard, she was 90% sure she could slay the rapist Su Changqing. And then, boom! A tremor erupted from the south of the bamboo forest. The alcohol in Su Changqing's eyes instantly vanished, and he flung his sleeves out. Seeing this, Su Changzi hurriedly bowed and said, "Young clan leader, a precious light has suddenly appeared in the south. It seems a rare treasure has appeared." As he spoke, a multicolored divine light shot up from the south. Su Changqing couldn't care less about the beauty at this moment. Faster than anyone else, he sped southward, controlling his magical instrument. As they left, Fu Molan also flashed out of the tent. With a slap on her spirit beast bag, the wind-splitting beast instantly appeared. With a tap of her toes, she landed lightly on its back. At the same time, deep underground, Fu Changsheng soared into the sky. Seeing this, Fu Molan felt relieved. "Master, how's the situation at Changling Garden?" Molan was so unfamiliar that Fu Changsheng didn't recognize her. After a moment's pause, he quickly nodded and said, "Yes, it's done. Let's go." The wind-splitting beast immediately flapped its wings and sped southward. In a few flashes, it disappeared without a trace. Elsewhere, Su Changking piloted his magical instrument to the southern location of the spiritual light, only to discover that the light was emanating from deep underground. Several cultivators, including Ghost Fairy, had gathered around them. Su Changking coldly declared, "Anyone who dares to compete with my Su family for the treasure will be killed without mercy." "Boy, do you think this is your fiefdom? How arrogant." Many veteran Foundation establishment cultivators sneered and, using their earth escape techniques, rushed underground towards the location of the precious light. Halfway along, several anxious Foundation establishment cultivators took action. A fierce battle ensued. Fu Changsheng and Fu Molan rode the wind-splitting beast towards Mount Moni. Fu Molan had returned to her previous attire, looking at first glance like a delicate woman, seemingly nothing like the stunning beauty she once was. It was akin to disguise. The wind-splitting beast was incredibly fast. After about half a cup of tea, they met up with Fu Changli and Yu Qingru. The four of them traveled together, and after 3 days, they finally reached Mount Moni. Fu Changli asked in confusion, "Master, there aren't any spiritual creatures in the mountains. Why are we staying here?" Before he could finish his words, a familiar voice rang out, "Husband." Then, Liu Mizhen flashed out of a cave midway up Mount Moni. Fu Changsheng took a long, deliberate look at Liu Mizhen. According to the intelligence, Mizhen had already refined the 7-aperture exquisite fruit, but this was the first time he had heard of this heavenly spiritual fruit. However, a quick scan with his spiritual sense revealed that Mizhen had already reached the middle stage of the Foundation establishment stage, thanks to the 7-aperture exquisite fruit. "Mizhen, let's go into the cave first." The 5 of them entered. A simple warning array had been set up within. Seeing this, Fu Changsheng said to Qingru, "Miss Qingru, please reset the array." While Qingru was surveying the cave's terrain, Fu Changsheng asked, "Mizhen, are you confident you can refine the Foundation establishment pill on your own?" Liu Mizhen had previously refined the previous batch of Foundation establishment pills with the assistance of Shi Shutong, which was why Fu Changsheng asked this question. Hearing the string, he understood the meaning. Liu Mizhen immediately understood that Fu Changsheng and his companions had obtained the Foundation building elixir and nodded immediately. "Husband, the Foundation building pill is only a second-grade, low-grade elixir. With my current skills as a second-grade, mid-grade alchemist, I have no problem refining it independently, but I'm not entirely sure of the success rate. As long as I can refine it independently, that's fine." Fu Changsheng patted his storage bag, and in a flash of light, boxes floated towards Liu Mizhen. "Mizhen, here are 2 furnaces of the main ingredients for refining the Foundation building pills." The court officials only mentioned inspecting the main ingredients, but not the pills. This was a loophole. Furthermore, the people from the World Suppression Bureau wouldn't have expected the Foundation building pill recipe to be leaked. After all, it had always been firmly under the court's control. Liu Mizhen opened the boxes one by one, her eyes brightening slightly. "These elixir herbs are of excellent quality, and they're freshly harvested. The chances of success should be significantly higher." "Mizhen, will the lack of earth fire affect your alchemy?" "No." She paused. Liu Mizhen switched to voice transmission and said, "Husband, a few days ago, I figured out another function for the dragon and phoenix Takesu cauldron you gifted me. It contains a strange fire. Without the need for earthly fire, I can freely refine elixirs anytime, anywhere." The dragon and phoenix Takesu cauldron actually contained a strange fire. This was beyond Fu Changsheng's expectations. However, considering that Mizhen had comprehended the ability to activate the strange fire function of the dragon and phoenix Takesu cauldron, it was likely due to the effects of the 7-aperture exquisite fruit. "Mizhen, from now on, just focus on refining the elixir. We will protect you from outside." "Okay." Liu Mizhen turned and entered the newly opened secret chamber. With a rumble, the door of the secret chamber fell. On the other side, Yu Qingru had already set up the magic circle and entered the cave. Seeing her pale face, Fu Changsheng realized she was pregnant. He quickly patted his storage bag, and a flash of light appeared, revealing a bottle of yangang water. Miss Qingru, this yangang water will benefit you. Please take it, thank you, Patriarch. Yu Qingru's eyes flashed with gratitude. Fourth sister Fu Changli said, Patriarch, while the mistress is refining the elixir, there's no need for all four of us to wait here. Why don't I take the double-eyed rat outside and explore? If we can find any high-level spiritual objects, wouldn't that be wonderful? Fu Changsheng shook his head. The 2 furnaces of Foundation Establishment pills refined by Meizhen were a serious matter. They couldn't afford to let their guard down. Furthermore, they feared attracting other cultivators to follow them, which would be counterproductive. We've been in the secret realm for some time now. Most of the spiritual objects have been harvested, and the remaining ones are only low level. It should be the most chaotic time outside right now. Fu Changli blinked, unsure. Fu Molin added, the Patriarch means the hunt outside has only just begun. In the secret realm, life and death are irrelevant. Therefore, high-level cultivators will undoubtedly seek ways to plunder the gains of lower-level cultivators in the secret realm, and they might even have formed groups to launch raids. Upon hearing this, Fu Changli felt a chill run down his spine. Since that's the case, then we'll obey the Patriarch. We'll stay here and wait out the secret realm time. If Liu Meizhen could successfully refine a furnace of Foundation Establishment pills, then they would have profited by entering the secret realm. After all, at the Wanning Chamber of Commerce auction, a single Foundation Establishment pill fetched tens of thousands of spirit stones, and a furnace of Foundation Establishment pills could be worth hundreds of thousands of spirit stones. Furthermore, Foundation Establishment pills weren't something that could be measured in spirit stones. While there was still time, Fu Changsheng arranged the shifts and then carved out a secret room. Entering, he set up the magic array he carried with him. With a thought, he said, "Open, training room." A buzz? The panel vibrated, and a flood of yellow light surged. The next moment, he appeared in the training room. The familiar scent of sandalwood filled the air. He walked over to the cushion and sat down. Fu Changsheng slapped his storage bag. A flash of light appeared, and the box opened. A stone imbued with star power floated before him. As he practiced the 9 transformation star art, strands of pulling force fell on the star stone. Then, strands of star power flowed from the star stone and descended upon him. As the technique progressed, it began to temper the flesh of his left arm. In cultivation, time passes. In the blink of an eye, more than a year passed in the space. It's time to leave, he thought. Fu Changsheng emerged from the training room in an instant. Over a year, he had refined all the star stone. At this moment, the panel trembled slightly. Then, a line of text appeared, flesh refining stage, 70 out of 100, he had the star stone. Progress in the 9 transformation star art was clearly much faster. In just over a year, he had already completed 70% of the flesh refining realm. Unfortunately, the star stones were exhausted. If only I could obtain another star stone, that would be great. With one more star stone, he had enough confidence to enter the muscle refining realm. As long as he could fully refine his meridians, it would undoubtedly be a huge help in his next breakthrough to the Purple Mansion and opening up his 2 dimensions. I wonder how Meizhen's Foundation Establishment pill is going. A series of incantations struck the formation flags surrounding the secret room, which transformed into streams of light and disappeared into the storage bag. He pushed open the secret room's door. Fu Changli was on duty today. Seeing Fu Changsheng emerge from retreat, he quickly saluted. Head of the family, Fu Changsheng nodded slightly. His gaze fell on Meizhen's retreat room. Fu Changli, too, was curious. I wonder if the mistress has refined the Foundation Establishment pill yet. After waiting for several days, the secret realm deadline was approaching. Molin and Yu Qingru both emerged from the secret room, their gaze fixed on Liu Meizhen's retreat. After a moment, the stone door rumbled open. Liu Meizhen emerged, a trace of fatigue on her face. Fu Changsheng stepped forward quickly. Meizhen, you've worked hard. Thankfully, after reaching the middle stage of the Foundation Establishment stage, refining Foundation Establishment pills has become much easier. Liu Meizhen smiled, but she didn't disclose how many she had refined. His gaze fell on Yu Qingru. Months had passed, and although Yu Qingru had deliberately worn loose clothing, Liu Meizhen, an experienced woman, could tell at a glance that she was clearly pregnant. Seeing Liu Meizhen's gaze, Yu Qingru tactfully said, "Master, Madam, I'll keep watch outside. The Fu family held such a profound secret, yet Fu Changsheng hadn't concealed it from her, clearly treating her as one of his own. As for how many Foundation establishment pills Liu Mizhen had refined, she expressed concern, but she didn't dare to speculate. As the months grew older, the child's gestation was fading. She found that her sense of belonging to the Fu family had unconsciously strengthened. After Kingru left, Fu Changli quickly pinched a soundproof spell and couldn't wait to ask, "Madam, how many foundation-building pills have you refined?" Fu Changsheng and Fu Molin were also curious. Liu Mizhen spread out her hands. Fu Changli saw that they were empty, nothing. She blinked, and then realized what Liu Mizhen meant, and almost exclaimed, "Madam, you have refined a total of 10 foundation-building pills." Well, the first furnace made 4 pills, and the second furnace made 6 pills. 5 of them are of high quality, 2 are of low quality, and the rest are of medium quality, 100% success rate. And the quality of the finished pills is almost all above medium. Liu Mizhen's alchemy skills can be said to have made a qualitative leap. At this moment, a familiar mechanical sound rang in Fu Changsheng's mind. Ding. Chapter 207 The Real Winner, Tooth for Tooth. Ding. You have added 10 foundation establishment pills to the family, earning 600 contribution points. The panel vibrated. Immediately, the family's contribution points instantly changed to 4,120. Fu Changsheng's eyes lit up slightly. Liu Mizhen patted her storage bag, and in a flash of light, 2 bottles of foundation establishment pills floated toward Fu Changsheng. "Husband, you keep them." As she spoke, everyone felt a pulling force descend upon them. Fu Changsheng quickly stored the foundation establishment pills in the pagoda, piling them in a corner with the bottles of soul-feeding pills. About half a cup of tea passed. Buzz! The world spun. A flash of light. The surroundings shifted, revealing the entrance to the Kanglin's Secret Realms dojo. A purple mansion master from Jianzhou hovered in midair. Fu Changsheng quietly retreated to a corner, trying not to attract their attention. As rainbow lights descended, the cultivators who had entered the secret realm were ushered out one by one. Among the crowd, Fu Changsheng breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Yu Yangfei emerge intact. However, Yu Yangfei approached with a hint of apology, whispering, "Master, I'm truly sorry. I was delayed by a group of skeleton monsters in the secret realm, so I wasn't able to meet you at the designated location. However, I did find a treasure inside that should be useful to Wronger. Uncle Fei, let's talk about this when we get back." Now that they were surrounded by people, Yu Yangfei nodded with a smile. Fu Changsheng frowned slightly when he saw Shangguan Hongyu still nowhere to be seen in the crowd. The intelligence mentioned that Hongyu had gained an opportunity in the Yaoqi Lake. Could that have delayed her? Shangguan Feng also sent him a message. "Changsheng, have you encountered Hongyu in the secret realm?" Fu Changsheng shook his head. A hint of impatience crossed Shangguan Feng's face, and he was about to ask the pacification envoy for a moment. A buzz. A final ray of rainbow light emerged from the secret realm. Then it faded. It was Shangguan Hongyu. However, Shangguan Hongyu's aura had already reached the peak of the foundation establishment stage. Fu Changsheng murmured to himself, "It seems Hongyu has gained quite a good opportunity in Yaoqi." The pacification envoy then formed a seal with his right hand, and streams of magic power were injected into the barrier. With a bang, the secret realm barrier closed and disappeared. The pacification envoy waved his hand. Palace Master Liu and Palace Master Yu, another from Huaibai Prefecture, immediately stepped forward. "What are your instructions, sir?" The foundation establishment masters who have been released will line up and pass through the Xianlin mirror one by one. With a wave of his sleeve, a 10-foot-tall Xianlin mirror stood in the dojo, its light surging. Palace Master Liu and the other 2 took their orders and left. Turning to address the foundation building cultivators from their respective government offices, they said, "You will all pass through the Xianlin mirror in order, following the names of the families I'll read. Don't worry, the Xianlin mirror won't pry into your privacy. It was specially developed by the Imperial Court's Wanqi Pavilion to detect the aura of the foundation building cultivator. Any foundation building cultivator you carry, whether hidden in a storage bag or stored in your danshan, will be detected." Upon hearing this, Fu Changli almost instinctively turned to look at Fu Changsheng. At this moment, everyone in the Fu family felt a sense of unease. While the Xianlin mirror only detected the foundation building cultivator, it was unknown whether it would also detect the foundation building pill. Turning in the foundation-building pill was one thing. More importantly, if the imperial court learned that the Fu family possessed the foundation-building pill formula, they wondered if they would take action. As the others stepped forward, one by one. When the Kui family arrived, the Kui clan leader strode forward and respectfully handed 9 boxes to Palace Master Liu. Palace Master Liu, these are the foundation-building elixirs our Kui family obtained in the secret realm, 9 foundation-building elixirs. In the crowd, the Yangang clan leader, having received the message from the Liang clan, narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze quickly landing on the ghost fairy, whose arm was broken. Ghost fairy has indeed joined forces with the Kui clan. The Liang clan's elixir garden had clearly fallen into the Kui clan's hands. As the Kui clan leader walked towards the Xianlin mirror, Fu Changsheng's mind raced. The intelligence mentioned that the Kui clan had obtained 10 foundation-building elixirs, but only 9 had been surrendered. Could they have hidden the remaining one? Buzz! The Kui clan leader passed through the Xianlin mirror without a single reaction. Furthermore, when several other members of the Kui clan passed by the Xianlin mirror, the Xianlin mirror still failed to detect the foundation-building elixirs. Fu Changsheng's heart trembled. Could it be that the Kui family also possesses the formula for the foundation establishment pill? He quickly scanned the Kui family's cultivators, none of whom were alchemists. In a flash, Fu Changsheng's gaze fell on the hunched old man from the Hong family. Hong Laosan was a veteran second-level alchemist. His obsession with alchemy had left him, even at an advanced age, still stuck in the early stages of the foundation establishment stage. Furthermore, rumors circulated that Hong Laosan had virtually no combat experience. It was obvious that the Hong family had brought him into the secret realm. The alliance between the Kui, Hong, and Qi families had always been unbreakable, and now he finally understood the reason. It seemed that the 3 families had jointly devised a formula for the foundation establishment pill. With his suspicion, when Hong Laosan passed through the Xianlin mirror, his right hand, hidden within his sleeve, trembled slightly. The foundation establishment pill is with Hong Laosan. Fu Changsheng's heart nearly leaped into his throat with nervousness. If Hong Laosan could safely pass through the Xianlin mirror, then so could he. Buzz! Hong Laosan stepped into the Xianlin mirror. The Xianlin mirror shimmered with spiritual light, revealing nothing unusual. Fu Changsheng quickly glanced at the heads of the Huang, Kui, and Qi families. Although they concealed their presence perfectly, he could sense the relief Hong Laosan felt when he passed through the Xianlin mirror. Next, the Fu family, after receiving confirmation from Hong Laosan, Fu Changsheng confidently passed through the Xianlin mirror, finding nothing unusual. Finally, the Kui family had secured the most foundation-building essential ingredients, receiving 3 additional foundation establishment pills. Adding to the 9 foundation establishment spiritual herbs they had submitted, they were awarded 6 foundation establishment pills, along with a significant amount of imperial merit points. This gave the Kui family 9 foundation establishment pills. Everyone's gaze shifted to the Kui clan leader. At this moment, the cultivators from the Hong and Qi families stepped forward and joined the Kui family. Their faction boasted 7 foundation establishment cultivators. A murderous glint flashed in Su Chang's eyes. Seeing this, Su Changzi quickly whispered, "Young clan leader, we are from Huaibai Prefecture. Any action would inevitably spark conflict between the Huainan and Huaibai prefectures. This must not happen." Their mission had failed. Another mistake would not only cost them their position as young clan leader, but their very lives. Su Changqing felt even more aggrieved upon hearing this. The precious light emanating from the southern bamboo forest was clearly a disguise, and the Su family had lost a foundation establishment cultivator as a result. When they arrived at Changling Garden again, they discovered the main foundation establishment herbs had been harvested. Su Changmi and the other 3 who had been sent there had also disappeared without a trace. Now unable to emerge from the secret realm, they were likely killed by the group that stole the foundation establishment herbs. And the female cultivator who had seduced him. They were likely colluding with the group that stole the foundation building elixir. Their goal was to buy time. All signs undoubtedly pointed to the Kui family, who possessed the largest supply of the main foundation building elixir. However, he hadn't yet found the female cultivator who had seduced him in the crowd. Damn it, the female cultivator had likely used the disguise technique, but it was so advanced that even he, with his experience of countless women, couldn't detect the slightest clue. Su Changqing raged, "Just wait, Kui family. I can't do anything to you, but can't my aunt cure you?" His aunt soon assumed the position of palace master of the Huainan Prefecture's suppression division. Su Changsheng's eyes rolled, and he quickly gave Su Changzi a few instructions, concluding, "When you return to the clan, report this. Do not reveal any details about the female cultivator's appearance. Do you understand?" "Understood." Su Changzi also wanted to find a scapegoat. Moreover, they were all guilty of the mission's failure, and now the task was to minimize that responsibility as much as possible. The cultivators from the two prefectures in Huaibai were teleported out separately. Upon exiting this Henshisi teleportation hall in Wanning Market, they saw several Foundation establishment members from the Kui, Qi, and Hong families already waiting at the government office. Combined, the total number of Foundation establishment members from the three families reached 20. Clearly, the Kui family had anticipated this. They didn't leave the market either, but immediately arrived at a pre-rented cave residence. Inside, Foundation establishment seeds selected from the three families were already in place. After each receiving a Foundation establishment pill, the 9 cultivators entered the cave residence to begin their retreat and breakthrough. 20 Foundation establishment members from the three families served as guardians. Seeing this, the remaining cultivators, having heard of this, reluctantly dispersed. The three family heads were in the cave residence's reception room, along with Hong Lao San. After setting up layers of magic arrays, clan leader Hong nodded slightly to Hong Lao San. Hong Lao San slapped his storage bag, and in a flash of light, a box enshrouded in layers of restrictions slowly flew out. The restrictions on the box were different, clearly not from the same person. After Hong Lao San took out the box, he quietly stepped aside. The three clan leaders formed hand gestures, infusing the box with incantations. The restrictions were lifted, and a pill bottle slowly flew out. Inside, 3 Foundation establishment pills were impressively placed. As the pills flew out, the 3 clan leaders each collected one and placed it in the bottle. Clan leader Hong's face was filled with regret. "Brother Kui, you should have listened to me back in the secret realm and let my uncle refine another batch of Foundation establishment pills. We'd have more than enough time." Clan leader Kui, however, shook his head in disapproval. He solemnly said, "The Imperial Court changes the spiritual instruments used to test Foundation building elixirs every year. We were lucky enough to escape inspection this time, thanks to our ancestors' blessing. If it weren't for your Hong family's unanimous decision, I would never have approved of refining Foundation building pills in the secret realm." Clan leader Qi echoed, "I agree with what Brother Kui said. As long as we hold the formula for the Foundation building pill, our 3 families will remain strong. There's no need to risk the Imperial Court knowing we possess the secret formula just for a few batches of Foundation building pills. Although the Imperial Court hasn't issued an explicit order, the strict prohibition on Foundation building pills tells us they won't allow the formula to be controlled by our family." Clan leader Hong had recently taken over as Patriarch. Clan leaders Kui and Qi exchanged a glance. They tacitly planned to visit the retired old clan leader when they had time. The beast tide was approaching. Clan leader Hong might have to return to the throne again. The new one was still too young. After Fu Changsheng and his group of 5 left Wanning Market, they turned directly back to the fiefdom of Pingshan County. When they arrived at the deserted Yuanyang, Fu Changsheng moved his lips and quickly conveyed a message to Yang Fei. "Uncle Fei, can you please do me a favor?" "What is it?" Yang Fei was feeling guilty for not being able to help in the secret realm. After hearing what Fu Changsheng relayed, he nodded repeatedly. "It's just a small matter, just leave it to me." Fu Changsheng saw that Yang Fei didn't seem to care much, so he was worried and reminded him, "Uncle Fei, remember, put the box in front of the Liang family archway and leave immediately. The most important thing is not to let anyone discover your whereabouts. Go and come back quickly." "Yes, Patriarch." Seeing Fu Changsheng was so serious, Yang Fei put away his lazy temper, nodded solemnly, and used his body skills to leave from the fork in the road. When Fu Changsheng and his companions returned to their fiefdom in Pingshan County, Fan Gear and his 2 siblings had received the message and were already waiting. Even the twins, who had barely learned to walk, were carried out. They were standing in front of the memorial archway. Fu Yongru, his adopted son, who had been in seclusion for years, also came out to greet them, but he was hidden in the crowd, and clad in a black robe, so if you weren't paying attention, you wouldn't have noticed him. From a distance, Fan Gear stepped forward and bowed, saying, "Father, Mother, Aunt Mullen, 4th Aunt, thank you for your hard work." Clan leader Yu, Rongyear, standing behind him, followed suit, glancing behind Fu Changsheng and the others, a look of concern on his face. "Father, where's Grandpa Fei?" "Your Grandpa Fei is fine, he just has some personal matters to attend to, and will be back later." Fu Changsheng rarely saw Rongyear show concern for his clan members. It seemed that after entering the Shiwen Mountains with Yang Fei, their grandfather-grandson bond had blossomed rapidly. Yang Fei had even been thinking about bringing Rongyear a gift after entering the secret realm. They all set off together up the mountain. Yu Kangaroo paused, bowed to Fu Changsheng, and said, "Master, I will not be following you up the mountain." As the head of the Yu family, she had been away for a year and now had chores to attend to. Fu Changsheng observed her bulging belly, guessing she would be due soon. He hesitated for a moment. "Miss Kangaroo, why don't you stay in the Taekyu Mountains and wait for the birth?" The intelligence reported that Yu Kangaroo was pregnant with twins, a boy and a girl. As the biological father, he naturally wanted to be by her side during the birth. Yu Kangaroo shook her head. "Thank you, Master, for your kindness. However, I've already provided a wet nurse, a midwife, and other assistants. I'll send a message to Master once the children are born," she insisted. Fu Changsheng didn't try to persuade her. He pulled out a bottle of elixir that boosted her true essence from his storage bag and handed it to her, along with another for replenishing ki and blood. He concluded, "If you need anything else, please let me know." Yu Kangaroo felt a warm feeling in her heart and nodded slightly. Standing there, watching Fu Changsheng disappear before leaving the Taekyu Mountains, he left. After Fu Changsheng returned to the main peak's meeting hall and took his seat, Fan Gear and Fu Yonggai eagerly joined him. After the two mysteriously double-checked the hall's closed formation, Fan Gear then bowed and said, "Father, Brother Yonggai has discovered a spirit stone vein on Liangayan Mountain, near the northern border of our Yuncheng County fiefdom, right at the border with the Liang family. Because you're not part of the clan, Brother Yonggai and I haven't yet investigated the vein's rank. Please advise." Even though the intelligence provided relevant information, Fu Changsheng was still thrilled to hear it firsthand. Even a small spirit stone vein could yield hundreds of thousands of spirit stones, undoubtedly a significant advantage in their response to the beast tide. Fu Changsheng nodded affirmatively at Fu Yonggai and said, "Yonggai, you've accomplished a great feat this time. Your cultivation has now reached the 9th level of ki training. Retreat for a while and strive to reach peak ki training as soon as possible. Then I will certainly find a way to obtain a foundation establishment pill for you." "Yes, Patriarch." Fu Yonggai was overjoyed upon hearing this and quickly bowed and thanked him. Fan Gear congratulated Fu Yonggai with a hint of envy. He practiced the Dragon Elephant Prajna Sutra and was the only one in the clan to practice it with Fu Changren and Gan Shenglan. The latter two had average talent. Fu Changren was still in the middle stage of ki training, while Gan Shenglan was stuck in the early stages. So he was navigating the journey by feeling his way forward. He had recently broken through to the late stage of ki training, but Rongyear and Yao Iao had both reached peak ki training, the next step up to foundation establishment. Unnoticed, the triplets' cultivation speed had widened. Fan Gear cast aside his turbulent thoughts and bowed. "Father, when do you plan to begin mining the spiritual stone veins on Liangayan Mountain?" "No rush." Fu Changsheng waved his hand. Liangayan Mountain bordered the Liang family's fiefdom. If mining were to cause a leak of spiritual energy, the Liang family wouldn't want to part with this juicy morsel. They might even drag in the 8th-ranked Nanguang family. A fierce battle would be inevitable. Therefore, he had to keep the Liang family busy. By the time they realized what was happening, they would have already set up a large formation. All they needed to do was to keep guard and proceed with the mining in an orderly manner. Seeing this, Fan Gear brought up another important matter. "Father, demonic beasts have been appearing more frequently in the outskirts of the Shiwen Mountains in recent years, even occasionally showing up as level 2 monsters. I'm afraid this beast tide will erupt soon. Our fiefdom is located at the exit of the Shiwen Mountains. Father, I'm afraid we need to prepare countermeasures as soon as possible." They had already spent hundreds of thousands of spirit stones to upgrade this spiritual vein in their fiefdom to level 3, and with the considerable resources cultivated there, a single beast tide that broke through the mountain's protective formation would be a devastating loss. Fu Changsheng raised his hand and drank from his cup of wuling tea. "I will focus on how to resist the beast tide at the upcoming year-end elders meeting. The elders will then propose a corresponding countermeasure." Fu Changsheng already had a rough idea in mind. However, to implement this idea, He would require a large amount of spirit stones, so he was determined to secure the spirit stone vein in Liangayan Mountain. According to his speed, Uncle Fei should have arrived at the Liang family fiefdom by now, in front of the Liang family archway. Liang Yaoshan and Liang Yaoqing, guarding the area, were discussing the recent visit to the Kanglin's secret realm. Third brother, I heard our Liang family lost 6 Foundation establishment members, including our great elder. The beast tide is approaching. What should we do next? Liang Yaoshan felt a sense of crisis, as if Great Sha was about to collapse. Liang Yaoqing cracked a melon seed and said calmly, what are you afraid of? When the beast tide arrives, the Fu family will bear the brunt. If the sky falls, there are taller ones to hold it up. Besides, our clan still has several Foundation establishment elders. We're far superior to the He, Xiao, Lin, and even Fu families. With a clan leader in charge, you can relax. Third brother, your temper is, he couldn't imitate it. As they chatted, suddenly, a box rolled over beneath their feet. A note was taped to the box, inscribed with the words personally from clan leader Liang. Chapter 208, Challenge, Marriage, and Killing. Liang Yaoshan instinctively took a step back. Third brother, this isn't a trick, is it? They were only in the late key training stage. Their spiritual consciousness hadn't yet emerged. Yet, the box clearly contained a restriction for Foundation building spiritual consciousness. Liang Yaoqing didn't even bother to crack some sunflower seeds. He stuffed the box into his pocket and, without a word, produced a communication talisman. He spoke a few words quickly. A moment later, the 12 elders of the law enforcement hall descended from the mountain. A sweep of their spiritual sense revealed no traps on the box. With a flick of their hand, the box slipped into their sleeves. Turning back, they instructed, you two must not tell anyone else about what happened today. Understand? Liang Yaoshan and the other two nodded rapidly. After the 12 elders left, Liang Yaoshan said with a mournful face, Third brother, what was I saying? Look, the first elder just died, and right after, someone's already issuing a challenge. I'm afraid our Liang family will never be able to live in peace again. You're such a scoundrel. What nonsense. The 12 elders ascended from the archway at the foot of the mountain and quickly reached Kingsong Hall, where the clan leader resided in the back of the mountain. Clan leader Liang was frowning, and upon seeing the 12 elders enter with such enthusiasm, he felt a vague sense of unease. 12th brother, why are you so anxious, Patriarch? Someone just sent a box down the mountain, specifically asking you to open it. With a flick of his wrist, a box floated towards clan leader Liang. Clan leader Liang glanced at it, his face filled with confusion. A spell was cast into the box, and it opened, revealing a photopod within. What is this? The two looked suspicious. The 12 elders, however, had a thought, Patriarch, could this be related to the Kanglin's secret realm? Clan leader Liang's eyes narrowed slightly at this. He had already learned that the Kui family had obtained 9 Foundation establishment great herbs within the Kanglin's secret realm, indirectly confirming his earlier suspicions. However, the Kui family was currently at its peak, allied with the Qi and Hong families. They would undoubtedly be unable to harm them for a while. Clan leader Liang immediately cast a spell into the image pod. Soon, on Termite Hill, the scene of second elder Liang's hidden being ambushed by the ghost fairy was clearly displayed. Clan leader Liang struck the coffee table with a palm. With a bang, it shattered. A humble 9th rank cultivator, just starting out, dares to challenge our Liang family. This Lin family must be getting tired of living. They couldn't touch the Kui family right now. However, with only 3 Foundation establishment cultivators in the Lin family, they had 100 ways to annihilate them. If a tiger doesn't show its might, they'll think we, the Liang family, are sick cats. He wanted to show the other clans that even with the loss of 6 Foundation establishment cultivators, the Liang family was no match for the other 9th rank clans. Clan leader Liang's murderous intent surged. The 12th elder couldn't help but remind him, Master, while the Lin family is despicable, what's the motive behind the person who sent the shadow bean pod? As soon as these words were spoken, clan leader Liang's rage cooled slightly, and he hesitated. 12th brother, are you saying someone is deliberately provoking a war between us and the Lin family? That's right, the 12th elder nodded solemnly. Master, I'm afraid this person wants to use us to eliminate the Lin family, so they can reap the benefits. Clan leader Liang's mind raced. Neighboring the Lin family's fiefdom were the Fu and Shangguan families. The Shangguan family had already been promoted to the 8th rank, And the Lin family was also under his control, so it was logically impossible to attack them. The Fu family had just annexed the Ping family's fiefdom, and their number of Foundation establishment practitioners was extremely small. Furthermore, according to the intelligence he received during his trip to the Kanglin's secret realm, the Fu family hadn't found a single Foundation establishment elixir. Therefore, they wouldn't be able to produce any new Foundation establishment practitioners in the coming years. Even if they seized the Lin family's fiefdom, they wouldn't have the military force to maintain it. This analysis was in place. The informant certainly wasn't the Shangguan or Fu family. Clan leader Liang examined the eye box again and discovered a hidden mark on its bottom. Upon closer inspection, a flash of realization crossed his eyes. The Su family of Huibai Prefecture. Since the Su family had delivered the message, there was no hidden interest in their own Huainan Prefecture. It was clearly a personal vendetta. A Su family woman would soon succeed Xiao Xianzhe as palace master. If the Liang family eliminated the Lin family, allowing the Su family to vent their anger, it would be a favor to the Su family. If there were any issues in the future, they would need to visit the Zhenxi division. With Palace Master Su present, it would be easier to negotiate. Thinking this, clan leader Liang smiled. 12th brother, gather all the elders and come to the council hall immediately to discuss matters. Seeing clan leader Liang's excitement, the 12th elder felt a vague sense of unease. He had given a subtle warning, but the clan leader seemed determined to declare war on the Lin family. After the elders had gathered, when the 12th elder heard the clan leader was planning to attack the Lin family, he immediately advised, Patriarch, the beast tide is approaching. Furthermore, half of our Liang family's foundation building members have been lost in the Kanglin's secret realm. It's not wise to start a war with the Lin family now. The Liang clan leader quickly glanced at the 13th elder. The 13th elder immediately understood and shook his head, saying, 12th brother, the beast tide is approaching. Don't we need spirit stones to purchase wartime supplies? Furthermore, if we raid the Lin family's assets, we might be able to snag a few Foundation establishment pails at the Wanning Chamber of Commerce Foundation establishment pail auction. Would that give our Liang family a few more Foundation establishment members to fill the vacancies left by the Great Elder and his companions? Besides, our Liang family ancestors were bandits themselves. We, in our generation, must not let our ancestors' fine traditions be broken. A moment later, within the meeting hall, the pro-war and pro-peace factions engaged in a chaotic argument. However, in the end, it was Patriarch Liang who made the final decision, instantly dispatching troops to the Lin clan, catching them off guard while they still believed the Lion clan was an ally. The Shangguan clan. Shangguan Feng returned from the meeting hall to his own secret chamber. After chatting with Shangguan Hongyu for half a cup of tea, a rapid buzzing sound came from his waist. A spell was cast into it. Fu Changsheng's voice emanated from it. After listening to Fu Changsheng's retelling, Shangguan Feng's face fell into deep thought. Shangguan Hongyu was also puzzled. Father, the Lin clan first overthrew the Kui clan, then the Liang clan, and they don't even take our Shangguan clan seriously. Changsheng is clearly aware of this situation, so why is he seeking help for the Lin clan? Shangguan Feng subconsciously tapped the table with his right index finger and muttered, if I'm not mistaken, Changsheng is probably trying to use us to eliminate the Lion clan's core strength. In return, he'll receive the Lin clan's legacy. Father, what do you mean by that? Shangguan Hongyu frowned. But then he thought, suddenly realizing, our Shangguan family can't interfere in the 9-rank aristocratic family's struggle. However, since it involves the family's survival, and the Lin family has sent a message, our Shangguan family has a pretext for sending troops. With the 3 Lin family members achieving Foundation establishment, we only need to leave one as a puppet. Then we can use the Emperor to control the other princes and completely control the Lin family. Changsheng's idea is brilliant, but, as far as I know, the Liang and Fu families have no conflicts of interest, and no enmity between them. Why is Changsheng suddenly trying to eliminate the Liang family's core members? Is it to compete for the position of 9th-rank aristocratic family supremacy? Then he should target the Kui family. Shangguan Feng smiled faintly. We'll know the outcome by waiting for Changguan's next move. Lin family fiefdom. Ghost Fairy rested in Wanning Market before returning to her fiefdom. Lin Xianfu, who had received the message, and Lin Yunshen, another recent Foundation establishment member of the Lin family, had been waiting in front of the Mountain Gate's aristocratic family archway since morning. They waited until they saw Ghost Fairy appear with a broken arm. Lin Xianfu felt both distressed and remorseful. If he had known the secret realm was so dangerous, he should have insisted on going alone. The three of them sat down in the meeting hall. Lin Xianfu then spoke, "Madam, I heard that 6 foundation-building cultivators of the Liang family perished in the secret realm. What happened there? In the past, he would have allowed his wife to recover first. But his wife had teamed up with the Liang family, and the entire Liang family was annihilated, leaving only his wife alive. He feared that someone from the Liang family would soon come to question him. He needed to know the whole story beforehand so he could prepare a response plan." Ghost Fairy lowered her head and drank a sip of Wuling tea. Her eyes flickered as she went over the speech she had prepared in her mind before she spoke softly. "My husband, I don't know how the rest of the Liang family died. However, Liang's hidden, the second elder of the Liang family, was tragically killed by Fu Changsheng while competing with him for a starstone. My broken arm was also caused by Fu Changsheng. If I hadn't been just a lookout and had run fast, I'm afraid I would have become a dead soul under Fu Changsheng's sword long ago." Fu Changsheng, Lin Xianfu frowned slightly, puzzled. "We have no conflicts of interest with the Fu family, and we are all under the jurisdiction of the 8th-rank Shangguan family. Logically, he has no reason to attack you." Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Ghost Fairy's cold voice. "Husband, you think too highly of Fu Changsheng. When the Fu family was in Nanyang County, they successively exterminated the Li and Zhang families. When they were promoted to the 9th rank, they also exterminated the Ping family. This Fu Changsheng is no good. This time he wanted to kill me. It's nothing more than afraid that I would leak the story of him killing Liang's hidden, and wanted to kill him to silence him. Moreover, we previously asked him for a place to enter the secret realm, and I am afraid he still holds a grudge. We absolutely cannot have any contact with this Fu family from now on. Husband, we must contact the Liang family as soon as possible and inform the Liang clan leader of this news. Otherwise, I am afraid that Fu Changsheng will complain first and turn the tables on the Liang family, which will be very bad for our Lin family." Lin Xianfu was a henpecked man. Although he had doubts in his heart, seeing that his wife's words were firm, he did not ask any further questions. Lin Yunshen, who was sitting below, could not help but say, "Master, we are originally under the jurisdiction of the Shangguan family. If we frequently contact the Liang family, I am afraid it will not be appropriate. Moreover, the Fu family has always been protected by Shangguan Feng and his daughter since they were a key refining family. If we really turn against the Fu family, I am afraid that the Shangguan family will definitely make things difficult for us in the future. After all, people are under the eaves." Lin Xianfu, hearing this, agreed. "Madam, how about we just let go of the story of Fu Changsheng killing Liang Zidong? After all, your cultivation is only at the middle stage of foundation establishment. Even if Fu Changsheng tries to distort the truth and claim you killed Liang Zidong, the Liang family won't believe it." A flicker of annoyance crossed Ghost Fairy's brow. "Then if the Liang family comes to ask why I'm the only one who survived, how will I explain it to them?" "Madam, that's easy to explain. Just say you were teleported to a dangerous area in the secret realm and barely escaped. By the time you arrived at the designated meeting point, the Liang family and their men had already departed." Yes, that's what I'll say," Lin Xianfu nodded repeatedly. "That way, neither the Liang family nor the Fu family would be offended." Ghost Fairy wanted to say more. Outside the meeting hall, a guard ran in breathlessly, pointing outside and saying, "Master, the Liang family has brought a matchmaker and a considerable amount of betrothal gifts, and has stopped at our mountain gate. Or is it Patriarch Liang himself who has come?" The Liang family wasn't coming to demand an explanation, but rather to arrange a marriage? Lin Xianfu and the other 2% were clearly confused, unsure of what the Liang family was up to. Ghost Fairy's eyes rolled, but her face was filled with joy as she said, "Husband, now that half of the Liang family's foundation-building members have perished, we are the only 9th-rank member left under the Nangguang family's rule. We can't stand alone. Furthermore, if the beast tide breaks out, the Liang family will be even more isolated and helpless. Throughout Huainan Prefecture, only our Lin family has extended an olive branch to them. The Liang family must be hoping to achieve an alliance through marriage. This." Lin Xianfu still found it a bit unrealistic. After all, before this, the Liang family had been a preeminent 9th-rank family in Huainan Prefecture, and now, suddenly, they were arranging a marriage with their own Lin family. He felt something was amiss. However, before he could even react, Ghost Fairy dodged and sped down the mountain. Lin Xianfu, upon seeing this, hurried to follow. Lin Yansheng frowned slightly. He had a feeling the Liang family's actions were malicious. However, Ghost Fairy likely had the final say in the Lin family. He had already retorted, and if he stepped forward to stop her now, he feared his future would be difficult. Lin Yansheng thought for a moment, then turned and flew towards the central hall controlling the mountain protection formation. A spell struck the central core, instantly revealing the scene at the foot of the mountain. Seeing that it was clan leader Liang and 3 key cultivating servants, he felt a sense of relief. However, clan leader Liang was a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator, so just in case, he decided to remain in the central hall. At the foot of the mountain, by the time Lin Xianfu caught up with Ghost Fairy, she had already opened the formation and warmly welcomed clan leader Liang in. Several Liang family servants, carrying gifts, followed him through the mountain gate. The Ghost Fairy said with a smile, "Chief Liang, I was just thinking of visiting your Liang family, but I didn't expect you to arrive first." She smiled and ushered them into the reception room. Chief Liang took a seat at the lower left. The 3 servants accompanying him remained outside the room, their heads bowed and their hands folded. Lin Xianfu and his wife sat at the head. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Chief Liang sighed and bowed, saying, "My 2 fellow Daoists, I'm sure you're aware of our Liang family's current predicament. The beast tide is approaching, and with our current strength, we're unlikely to survive it safely. Therefore, we, the Liang family's genie, have come here in the hope of forging an alliance between the Liang and Lin families. As a token of our sincerity, I am willing to marry my beloved daughter, Yunpei, to your Lin family." At these words, Lin Xianfu, who had been indifferent, immediately straightened his posture. Everyone in Huainan Prefecture knew that Liang Yunpei was the lifeblood of clan leader Liang. Clan leader Liang and his wife were deeply in love, but his wife died during childbirth. Since then, clan leader Liang has never remarried, doting on his one daughter. Clan leader Liang paused. "You 2 Daoists understand how important Yunpei is to me. I also hope that Yunpei will find someone who loves her dearly in the future. Therefore, I require no betrothal gifts. I have only one condition, that she marry Taoist fellow Yansheng, the second elder of your clan. If you are interested, could Taoist fellow Yansheng come out and meet me?" "Why not?" Ghost Fairy beamed. Firstly, the Liang family had remained silent about the secret realm, clearly harboring no suspicions. Secondly, clan leader Liang's willingness to marry off such a precious daughter showed genuine sincerity. He immediately instructed the servant to fetch Lin Yansheng. By the time the servant had left the living room, the 3 Liang family servants who had been waiting outside were nowhere to be seen. The servant arrived at the central hall. The hall door was sealed. He could only allow Lin Xianfu's exact words from outside. Lin Yansheng, guarding the formation's core, had no intention of opening the central hall's gate. After listening to the servant's retelling, he simply asked, "Did the Liang family inquire about the secret realm?" "No." Lin Yansheng shuddered at this. The trust between the 2 families was far from enough to keep the matter a secret. "No, you must quickly go to the reception room and report to the master. Tell him that the spiritual spring well in the back mountain has suddenly collapsed. I'm handling it, and ask him to come and help. Go." The servant was confused. However, he obeyed the order and left. When he reached the source of the strange cry, he felt a chill on his neck as a sword energy pierced through it. Lin Yansheng sat cross-legged in the central hall. A stream of magic power struck the formation's core, and a curtain of light surged, revealing the reception room. However, the entire room was now shrouded in white mist, and he could not see what was inside. Lin Yansheng's face paled. A formation had been set up in the reception room. No wonder his repeated messages to the head of the family and the mistress went unanswered. This truly is inviting a wolf into the house. Lin Yansheng's mind raced. With his second-level foundation establishment cultivation, the mountain protection formation couldn't be fully activated. He could, however, simply trap clan leader Liang for a while. However, although clan leader Liang was in the late foundation establishment stage, he certainly wouldn't enter their fiefdom alone. He might have a backup plan. The images of the 3 Liang family servants flashed through Lin Yansheng's mind. Oh no, he feared they were also at foundation establishment level, merely employing key condensation and disguise techniques. He quickly tapped the spare mid-grade spirit stone placed at the center of the formation. With a bang, the spirit stone sank into the groove. The entire light shield of the mountain protection formation hummed and illuminated completely. Then, 9 rapid bells chimed from above the fiefdom. The faces of all the Lin family cultivators changed drastically upon hearing the bells, and they all fled towards the underground passage. The 3 Liang family servants outside the central hall glanced at the illuminated light shield in the air and snorted coldly. I didn't expect the Lin family to have such a clever person. According to the plan, the 3 of them followed the Lin family servant to kill Lin Yansheng first and take control of the Lin family's mountain protection formation. However, they unexpectedly let Lin Yansheng seize the initiative. However, the opponent was only at the second level of the foundation establishment stage. It would take time to truly activate the mountain protection formation. As long as they killed Lin Xianfu and his wife before they could react, they would only have 1 second-level foundation establishment cultivator left, which was not worth mentioning. The 3 of them flashed and quickly fled to the reception room. Chapter 209, The Power of Purple Mansion, Imperial Prohibition, and City Construction. In the central hall, after seeing the 3 Liang family members leave, Lin Rinchen quickly produced a communication jade talisman with trembling hands, cast a spell into it, and quickly said, "Fellow Taoist Shangguan, our clan is in danger. Please come to our aid." He retracted the spell. Meanwhile, the late-stage key training clansman, having heard the bell, had already arrived at the central hall. After Lin Rinchen double-checked that no Liang family members had infiltrated, he cast a spell into the central formation. A crack appeared in the outer formation's light curtain, and the key training clansmen immediately rushed in. Lin Rinchen solemnly said, "Quickly, take your positions." "Yes, Elder." The key training clansmen took their places at the formation's cores behind Lin Rinchen. As their magic power was injected, each core illuminated. In the reception room, seeing Lin Yansheng's delay, Ghost Fairy, fearing she might upset clan leader Liang, said with a smile, "I think Yansheng was delayed by something. Brother Liang, please wait a moment." "No problem, fellow Taoists. This is my new Yunling tea. Please try it." He then personally brewed 3 cups, which he slowly flew towards Lin Xianfu and his wife. The aroma of tea filled the air. Ghost Fairy took a sniff and felt instantly refreshed. Clan leader Liang, great tea. She immediately raised her hand and took a sip. Lin Xianfu took it but didn't taste it. He felt a strange unease in his heart. Clan leader Liang raised his cup and said, "Brother Lin, why don't you drink? Do you think I'm not a good tea lover?" No, I'll go see what's holding Yansheng back." Lin Xianfu stood up and passed clan leader Liang. A flash of light flashed across his sleeves, and a strange smile appeared on his face. A gust of wind shot out from Patriarch Liang's hand, striking the back of Lin Xianfu's head like lightning. Lin Xianfu was startled, and with incredible speed, he dodged, attempting to flee for the door. Simultaneously, 3 magical weapons from the main gate whirled towards him at 3 different angles. A pincer attack from both sides. The suddenness of the attack left Lin Xianfu with no escape. Boom! 4 spells blasted at him, ripping his protective vestments apart and sending him flying, slamming hard against the wall to his left. "Husband," Ghost Fairy was startled. She had never expected to invite a wolf into the house. Her right palm struck a mechanism beneath the center. With a rumbling sound, the ground beneath Lin Xianfu's body instantly cracked. With a loud bang, the ground healed as Lin Xianfu fell. Patriarch Liang narrowed his eyes. "Do you think your husband can survive by entering the underground secret chamber? Vicious woman, today the entire Lin family will perish because of your foolish decision in the Kanglan secret realm." Her words were barely finished. Clan leader Liang swung his sword, and a flash of sword energy shot towards Ghost Fairy at lightning speed. Ghost Fairy sneered, dodging the attack with a flick of her body. The token in her hand hummed and sank into a hidden recess in the reception room. Clan leader Liang was stunned. "You've clearly been poisoned by the 1 key chime I inflicted. Those poisoned by this poison couldn't even move a finger, let alone use their magic power. Why is this?" Before he could finish his words, a boom. A golden light shield suddenly descended from the reception room. Clan leader Liang was startled. If they were trapped, and Ghost Fairy escaped, and the 2 Foundation establishment cultivators activated the mountain protection formation, they wouldn't be able to leave this world alive. "Bitch!" Clan leader Liang raised his hand in agony and summoned a forbidden breaking pearl. Bang! The light shield exploded the moment it descended. The 4 rushed out. Unaware that Patriarch Liang still possessed the forbidden breaking pearl, Ghost Fairy retreated hastily, attempting to flee the reception room. However, Patriarch Liang and his 4 companions had already advanced. Suffering a setback, Patriarch Liang immediately activated the Liang family's treasured Hunyuan pearl. A beam of precious light shot towards Ghost Fairy's brow at breakneck speed. Ghost Fairy raised her hand and cast a talisman to create a wall of green light, but the wall was instantly pierced, the beam's momentum undiminished. However, with this opportunity to turn things around, Ghost Fairy narrowly avoided the impact at an odd angle. With a bang, the beam landed on the reception room's light shield, piercing it with a crackling sound. Ghost Fairy seized the opportunity and charged towards the gap in the light barrier, but the other 3 Liang Family Foundation establishment cultivators were no pushovers. Their magical weapons flew at once, leaving Ghost Fairy with no escape. Her protective talisman was pierced, and she was cut in half. Let's go to the central hall first. Clan leader Liang didn't have time to question the 3 clan members for not taking the central hall. Without a moment's hesitation, he rushed out of the reception room. If the Lin family activated the mountain protection formation, they would be in trouble. However, just as the 4 of them rushed out of the reception room, a thick fog suddenly rose from the entire mountain top. In an instant, visibility was less than 100 feet, and his spiritual sense could only reach a distance of 3 feet. Oh no! The Lin family has activated the mountain protection formation. Lin Rinsheng was only at the 2nd level of foundation establishment, so it was impossible for him to activate such a formation. Clan leader Liang looked back and found that none of his clan members had disappeared. Illusion formation. Clan leader Liang suddenly realized that things were getting tricky. Roar! At this moment, the thick fog rolled in. A green dragon materialized, surprisingly already possessing the strength of a quasi 3rd level cultivator. Damn it, clan leader Liang knew the longer they dragged on, the worse it would be for him. Xianlong City, another Shangguan clan stronghold, was nearby. If the Shangguans arrived to reinforce them, they would be in danger. He didn't spare any effort at this point. He slammed his palm against his chest. A mouthful of blood spurted onto the Hunyuan orb. The orb absorbed the essence and blood, then with a humming sound, a brilliant, 30-foot-long blade light shot out, slashing through the air at the charging green dragon. Roar! The green dragon's tail lashed out. It collided with the blade light, and with a sizzling sound, the dragon instantly disintegrated. The ethereal power was no match for the Hunyuan orb. Clan leader Liang flipped his right hand, and another forbidden breaking orb appeared in his hand. He raised it into the air, muttering, "Explode!" Boom! The thick fog before him instantly dissipated. Not far away, he saw the body of a clan member lying dead. Lin family, clan leader Liang's eyes suddenly blazed with raging fury. He activated the Hunyuan orb, flashed, and charged towards the central hall. Inside the hall, the formation had been broken. Key cultivating clan members, who had been struggling to operate the formation, fell to the ground, their lives unknown. Even Lin Rinsheng was now bleeding from the backlash of the formation. With a sweep of his spiritual sense, he detected clan leader Liang charging towards him. Turning to glance at the fallen clan members behind him, a flicker of determination flashed in his eyes. With a bang, his magical power poured into the formation's core, and a light shield instantly rose, protecting the clan members. He flashed, dashing out of the central hall. The Tangho fan in his hand spun, and a cloud of Tangho blossoms rose from the sky. As his incantation shifted, the Cheyenne Tangho blossoms trembled slightly, transforming into arrows that shot towards clan leader Liang in all directions. Clan leader Liang snorted, a trifle, and activated the Hunyuan orb. Boom! The precious light transformed into a shield. Ding, ding, ding. Arrows pierced through it, finally falling powerlessly to the ground. Clan leader Liang raised the Zhonggiant spear high in his hand, slicing a streak through the air, unexpectedly leaping past Lin Rinsheng at a strange angle. Lin Rinsheng dodged, but it was too late. With a bang, the Zhonggiant spear pierced through his back, one end firmly embedded in the ground, while the other, Lin Rinsheng, with his eyes wide open, was lifted up in midair. Thus, of the 3 Lin family foundation establishment cultivators, 2 were dead, and 1 was seriously injured. Clan leader Liang coldly shouted, "Quick, capture the central hall." He continuously activated the Hunyuan orb. Clan leader Liang's magic power was already waning. However, after he finished speaking, he heard no response from the clan members behind him. Clan leader Liang frowned. Now was the critical moment. Only by taking down the mountain protection formation could they truly seize the Lin family's legacy. No, clan leader Liang's pupils shrank. Without a second thought, he spun his body and fled to the side, only to find his surroundings transformed. The next moment, he found himself standing amidst a mountain of swords, condensed from countless sword energies. Here, every breath seemed to be formed by the condensed sword energy. Thinking this, he looked down and saw that his black turtle spirit armor had cracked without him noticing. The next moment, with a thud, his entire body disintegrated into 1,000 pieces of flesh, falling to the ground. The sword energy dissipated. Shangguan Feng slowly emerged from the mountain. Shangguan Hongyu followed behind him. At her feet, 2 Liang family foundation establishment cultivators lay unconscious. Shangguan Hongyu glanced at the falling flesh and blood, smiled, and congratulated him. Father, your power has undoubtedly improved greatly since you opened up your 2 dungeons. If you take it a step further and awaken your soul and relocate it, you will truly achieve the great cultivation of the Purple Mansion. Shangguan Feng waved his hand and said, awakening the soul and transforming it into a divine soul is easier said than done, but in reality, it is fraught with difficulty. The great cultivation of the Purple Mansion. I'm afraid, Shangguan Feng's eyes darkened. If he had a soul pill, he would have already reached the Purple Mansion cultivation stage by now. However, compared to the Foundation Establishment pill, the Imperial Court's control over the soul pill is even stricter. Not only does it consider your Imperial merit points, but also your potential loyalty to the court. Obtaining a soul pill is incredibly difficult. Otherwise, Huainan Prefecture wouldn't have been without a single 7th-rank family after all these years. Seeing her father's discouragement, Shangguan Hongyu hurriedly said, Father, back then, our Shangguan family didn't expect to be promoted to the 8th rank so quickly. Everything is unpredictable, and who can say for sure? That's true. Shangguan Feng smiled and nodded. I'm old, but I'm not as insightful as you, Hongyu. Shangguan Feng looked toward Pingshan County. It's unknown what he was thinking at this moment. From underground, a bloody figure burst out. It was the awakened Lin Xianfu. Although he had saved his life, his 8 extraordinary meridians were severely damaged, and it would take forever to repair them. Lin Xianfu was stunned when he saw Shangguan Feng and his daughter. Then, he caught a glimpse of Lin Yuncheng's corpse, impaled in mid-air by the Zhuanggiant spear. His legs suddenly felt weak. Without even saying hello, he stumbled to the reception room. Soon, Lin Xianfu's mournful sobs could be heard from inside. Liang family. 12th elder Liang Zhishan was unable to convince the Liang clan leader, so he and another foundation establishment elder, Liang Zhiking, stayed behind to guard the fiefdom. However, Liang Zhishan was always uneasy. So he simply stood up and walked towards the Soul Palace. Upon arriving at the Soul Hall, a clan member immediately stumbled out. Seeing Liang Zhishan, he slumped to his knees, banging his head on the ground. 12th elder, the Liang family's heavens have collapsed. Liang Zhishan shuddered. As expected, what he feared came true. He hurried into the Soul Hall and saw the soul tablets of clan leader Liang and the other 3 foundation establishment elders extinguished. His face paled. He closed his eyes in agony. When he opened them again, clarity returned. Taking a deep breath, Liang Zhishan immediately activated the mountain protection formation and ordered all clan members outside to return to their fiefdoms as soon as possible unless absolutely necessary. Warning Market. The Suppression Division. After hearing the news from the Intelligence Division, the newly appointed Palace Master soon narrowed his eyes slightly. How foolish, the beast tide is coming, and instead of preparing for war, these aristocratic families in Huainan Prefecture are actually starting a civil war. Truly foolish. Palace Master Su pondered the matter and submitted a memorial to the court. Soon, the major aristocratic families received a message: the beast tide is approaching. All aristocratic families within Huainan Prefecture must not stir up rebellion. Any disobedience will be treated as treason. Within the Fu family's meeting hall, Fu Changsheng's lips curled slightly after receiving the imperial order from the suppression department. This was excellent. For the next 10 years, the Fu family could peacefully and rapidly develop. Inside the meeting hall, the Fu family elders, having received Fu Changsheng's orders, gathered again. The foundation establishment elders sat in a row on the left: Molan, Fu Changli, Yang Fei, and Grandmaster Yu. To the right were second-level technicians Liu Runzi, Gan Shenglan, Ke Xianggu, Yuan Wei, Yao, who had just been promoted to second-level lower-grade formation master, and second-level spirit seeker Yangang. Of course, Fan Gear, the chief steward of the fiefdom, was also present. Fu Changsheng and Liu Mizhong sat at the head, flanking him. Fu Changsheng raised his hand and took a sip of Wuling tea before speaking. I've gathered everyone here today to discuss two important matters. The first is our Fu family's advancement to an 8th grade family. Over the years, our family has been united. Now, our family has met the requirements for advancement, a 2nd grade technician, foundation building combat power, and a 3rd grade spiritual vein. The only things left are the imperial merit points and the birth of 2 9th grade families within the fiefdom. After a pause, Fu Changsheng glanced at Fan Gear. Brother Fan stepped out and said in a loud voice, at present, the imperial merit value of our Fu family is 6,866, which is more than 13,000 away from being promoted to the 8th rank. Fu Changli has been obsessed with studying winemaking for many years. When he heard this number, he clicked his tongue and said, Master, according to the imperial law, killing a 2nd-level ghost general is only 10 imperial merit points. According to this calculation, we have to kill more than 1,000 2nd-level ghost generals. I am afraid that even if the entire Wangian is swept clean by us, we still cannot make up this number. Third brother is right, Liu Mizhan at the head said with a smile. If it were according to the peaceful years, it would undoubtedly take our Fu family decades or even hundreds of years to make up this number. However, there is a great opportunity coming now. Madam, what are you referring to? Beast tide? Beast tide? Madam, are you kidding? The beast tide is undoubtedly a catastrophe for everyone. How can it become a great opportunity to earn imperial merit points? Fu Changsheng, at the head of the table, put down his teacup. Mei Zhen is right. According to the Shangguan family, the Imperial Court's Suppression Division has already entered the 100,000 mountains for an investigation. This beast tide will be the largest and most sustained in hundreds of years. The Imperial Court is already drafting a plan. It's said that every demon beast slain will earn corresponding merit points. This presents an opportunity for our Fu family, but it's also a double-edged sword. So, to better prepare for this beast tide, I plan to use the next 10 years to build an impenetrable city within our fiefdom. Building a city to resist demon beasts is a good idea. However, to withstand the attacks of a beast tide, the construction of this city would require countless manpower and resources. Fu Molan frowned and said, Patriarch, your suggestion is a good one, but if we truly want to build a city capable of withstanding a beast tide, I'm afraid our Fu family's current financial resources are far from sufficient. Everything depends on spirit stones. With spirit stones, building the imperial capital is a piece of cake. Fu Changsheng looked at Fu Yonggai, who stepped forward and bowed, saying, Aunt Molan, uncles, I've discovered a spirit stone vein at the border of Pingshan County and the Liang family's fiefdom, in Liangayan Mountain. Even if it's a small vein, combined with the clan's output, it should barely support our Fu family in building a city to defend against monsters. Yonggai, what did you say? A spirit stone vein? You actually discovered a spirit stone vein. Oh my god. Fu Changli was so shocked that his tongue curled. In his early years, Fu Changsheng had also discovered a spirit stone vein in the eastern wilderness, but his strength was limited at the time, so he could only sell the information to the Shangguan family. Even though they only took a small share of the profits, it helped the impoverished Fu family prosper step by step. Now, they are a 9th rank family, capable of defending a spirit stone vein. The more Fu Changli thought about it, the more excited he became. Master, this is truly God's blessing on our Fu family. Now that the Liang family has been defeated, only 2 foundation establishment cultivators remain. I heard that the Liang family has secluded themselves, and they wouldn't dare set their sights on the spirit stone vein in Liangayan Mountain. Otherwise, we, the Fu family, would have to fight the Liang family if we wanted to mine it. The Liang family previously had 6 foundation establishment cultivators. Fu Changli was simple-minded. But many of the people present looked up at Fu Changsheng, who was sitting at the head of the table. Not long ago, the Lin and Liang families clashed fiercely, resulting in 2 deaths and 1 injury for the Lin family, and 4 deaths for the Liang family. I'm afraid the master's planning was behind this. Otherwise, how could it be so coincidental that the master would call for the mining of the spirit stone vein as soon as the Liang family was defeated? Fu Changsheng swept his gaze over everyone present and said solemnly, although the imperial court has expressly prohibited infighting among aristocratic families, wealth can be a powerful lure, and some might get carried away. Therefore, the mining of the Liangayan Mountain Spirit Stone Mine must be conducted in secrecy. No word of it can be leaked. Remember this. Yes, clan leader, everyone responded. At this moment, a familiar mechanical sound echoed through Fu Changsheng's consciousness. Ling. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 210, Martial Arts Hall, Children's Marriage, Gift of Treasures. Ding. Your clansmen have successfully discovered a spirit stone vein within the fiefdom, earning 880 contribution points. The panel trembled slightly. Immediately afterwards, the clan's contribution value increased from 4,120 to 5,000. Fu Changsheng was delighted. Everyone discussed how to develop the spirit stone vein. The clan had previous experience with this, but this time, given its own unique location, they took more time to consider. The selection of the right personnel for the mine was particularly crucial. Fangir presented Fu Changsheng with a long list. Father, after Brother Yangai discovered the spirit stone vein, I contacted the head of the martial arts hall and asked him to provide a list of Fu clan members with clean backgrounds and well-known backgrounds. These individuals can be deployed to Liangayan Mountain to mine at any time. Shortly after Fu Changsheng took over as head of the clan, he established a martial arts hall among the mortals, specifically to train clan members without spiritual roots but possessing a natural talent for martial arts. Nearly 30 years later, the hall now boasts nearly 10,008 masters. Fu Changsheng took the list, glanced at it, and nodded slightly. The manpower was already there. However, the specialized equipment required to mine the spirit stone veins couldn't be made of ordinary iron. Fu Changsheng looked at Runzi, who sat in the shadows to his right. Runzi, I'm afraid you guys in the weapon refining hall will have to rush and make some equipment. Yes, Patriarch, Runzi replied silently. She seemed a little weak, her entire spirit and energy seemingly drained by her failure in foundation building, a stark contrast to her usual high-spirited demeanor. After all, considering the Fu family's talent development, it would be unrealistic for her to obtain another foundation building pill after already failing once. And earning one on her own would be impossible. Fu Changsheng observed this and continued, the mining of the spirit stone veins will be under the full responsibility of Yangai. Furthermore, the mining area will definitely need a foundation building expert to oversee it. He hadn't finished his words. Yang Fei, yawning constantly, interrupted him. I'll take it. Ranger's in seclusion, and I don't want to go into the mountains alone. I'll guard the mines. I can use this time to hone my newfound secrets. On any other day, Yang Fei naturally wouldn't want to go. But last time in the Kanglin's secret realm, Yang Fei felt guilty about having gained entry to the secret realm for nothing and not being able to help at all, so he volunteered. Otherwise, with his typically laid-back nature, how could he be willing to go to the boring mining area? Then I'll have to trouble you, Uncle Fei. Fu Changsheng turned to look at Grandmaster Yu. Uncle Yu, I'll have to trouble you to go to Liangayan Mountain later. After all, it's on the edge of the Liang family's fiefdom. If we want to mine, we'll have to set up a concealed formation. Well, that's easy. Just move the formation we used at the Hanlingjiang mining area there, Grandmaster Yu said calmly. Yao looked at him expectantly. Grandmaster Yu smiled indulgently. Yao, come with me later. Yao's eyes curved with a smile. The group discussed the city's construction for a while. The most crucial issue was the site selection. Opinions were divided. Ultimately, it was decided that the Grandmaster would personally survey the terrain before making a final decision. Fu Changsheng instructed Fangir, before the beast tide arrives, contact the shopkeepers in the family's Nanyang, Wanning, and Filong markets and ask them to procure as many spiritual materials as possible for the city's construction. Otherwise, once the other aristocratic families start moving, I'm afraid the prices will skyrocket. Yes, Father, Fangir replied. Fu Molan, standing to his left, then spoke up, Patriarch, I'm afraid the Conquest Hall will need to find someone to take over my leadership for a while. I plan to retreat and refine a second-level puppet, striving to successfully add a second-level combatant to the clan before the beast tide arrives. This was a good idea, and Fu Changsheng naturally agreed. Fu Changli volunteered, "Master, if that's the case, I'll lead the disciples of the Conquest Hall into the 100,000 mountains. This will give me a chance to hone my beast-taming skills and perhaps even bring back a few guardian beasts." Seeing everyone preparing for the beast tide, Yuan Wei of the Weaving Hall paused, then offered, "Master, I'll go back and research the construction of the robes and see how we can mass-produce a batch. Even if our clan can't use them all, we can sell them during wartime." Everyone was racking their brains, eager to contribute their share of the effort in the face of the impending beast tide. After the meeting, Fu Changsheng slapped his storage bag and handed the second-grade, mid-grade cloud rain tree he'd harvested from the Kanglin's secret realm to Kei Xianggu and her husband. With their departure, Fu Changsheng and Liu Mizhen were the only ones left in the meeting room. Liu Mizhen frowned and said, "Husband, you suggested giving Runzi another foundation establishment pill earlier. Judging from Runzi's condition today, I'm afraid she's not suitable for another foundation establishment attempt in the near future." Fu Changsheng sighed softly. He understood Runzi's frustration after failing at foundation establishment. "Mizhen, find a time to talk her through it and remind her that the family will find a way to get her another foundation establishment pill. With motivation, she'll be able to adjust her mindset more quickly." Liu Mizhen replied. As if she had thought of something, she raised her hand to her forehead, feeling a headache. "Husband, do you know that Fangir already has someone in his heart?" Fangir was already in his early 20s. At his age, already a father, he smiled and said, "Fener has acted like a little adult since he was young. He matured earlier than his siblings. Which girl has he taken a fancy to? If she's from a clean family, we can choose an auspicious day, find a matchmaker, and arrange the marriage." Fu Changsheng spoke calmly. But a dark undercurrent welled up in Liu Mizhen's eyes. From her husband's words, it was easy to discern his feelings. It was likely that Fener wouldn't be the heir of the Fu family in the future. Otherwise, why would they handle Fener's marriage so hastily? After all, the marriage of a family's heir is the most crucial aspect of a family alliance. A flicker of disappointment crossed Liu Mizhen's heart, and she suppressed her myriad thoughts. She said, "Fangir has his eye on none other than Yulian, the girl Yao Yao used to hang around with when they were little." Yulian. Fu Changsheng was stunned. Yulian is several years older than Fangir. When did they get together? For several years, they've been hiding it, asking Yao Yao to cover up for them. Yulian is a good child, but how can she handle Fangir's backyard affairs in the future with her shy personality? If she really marries, I'm afraid she'll have to entertain all kinds of people. Apart from other things, she'll always have to deal with the relatives and clansmen, and, after a pause, Liu Mizhen said irritably, "Yulian's father is Chen Dazhu. Ever since he divorced Kei Xianggu, he's taken in dozens of concubines. Over the years, they've had at least 50 or 60 children. And Chen Dazhu is now an alcoholic. With his family around, I'm afraid it'll be hard for Yulian not to help children get married and start their own families." It seemed like a matter between two people, but in reality, it involved two families. Fu Changsheng patted Mizhen's hand and said comfortingly, "We two also came together under great pressure. Compared to us, Yulian's situation is nothing. If they really care about each other, then they should find time to have a good chat with Kei Xianggu." Liu Mizhen was a little unwilling. Even if Fangir couldn't become the crown prince, as the eldest son of a ninth-rank family, it would not be difficult for him to find a good marriage. Yulian's marriage would not help Fangir in the slightest. Fangir's spiritual roots were not good enough to begin with. If there were another burden like this, even if she wanted to help, she'd be helpless. "Husband, Fangir is, Mizhen, I know what you're worried about. Our Fu family started from humble beginnings. My husband and I worked so hard to build this family business. Why? To ensure a more peaceful and comfortable life for ourselves and our family. Whether it's Fangir, Rongir, or Yao Yao, whatever they want to do in the future, I, as their father, will fully support them. The family's burden is enough for the two of us. Let the children live a more relaxed life. If one day, we really have no choice, then that's another matter." These words were spoken from the heart by Fu Changsheng. Liu Mizhen's eyes welled up as she listened, and she glared at Fu Changsheng. "Okay, you're the head of the family, so of course I'll listen to you." This was a rare moment since Liu Mizhen gave birth, when she acted like this in front of Fu Changsheng. Fu Changsheng was tempted, and the two of them returned to the master bedroom for a night of intense lovemaking. The next morning, Fu Changsheng woke up refreshed. Master Yu, Yao, and Fu Yonggai were already waiting at his gate. Seeing her father's cheerful face, Yao hurriedly asked, "Father, is there some happy event in the clan?" Master Yu, an experienced man, nearly choked at this. Fu Changsheng coughed solemnly and nodded slightly. "Yes, your eldest brother is getting married soon." "Really? Is your eldest brother getting married to Sister Yulian? Then I'll have to call Sister Yulian my sister-in-law from now on. This is fantastic news. I'll go tell your eldest brother and Sister Yulian right away." Hey, come back. Why are you in such a hurry? Your mother will take care of it soon. It's getting late, and we still have to go to Liangayan Mountain. Let's go." Fu Changsheng grabbed Yao's toes and landed on Zhao Qing's back. Master Yu and Fu Yonggai also jumped up. Yao's voice was quite loud just now. As the current chief steward of the fiefdom, Fangir was the first to receive the news. Overjoyed, he almost rushed out of the courtyard to inform Yulian. But he quickly calmed down. Although his father had agreed, his mother hadn't received any definitive news yet. He couldn't let Yulian down for nothing. However, since his father already knew about his and Yulian's relationship, he presumably knew about it as well. He planned to find a time to test her opinion. However, at this moment, Fangir still produced a communication jade talisman, quickly inscribed a spell, and quickly said, "Uncle, my father agrees to my marriage to Yulian. I think he's also convinced my mother, but I haven't confirmed it myself yet." Fangir had been with Fu Changren since childhood, learning to manage family affairs. Moreover, the two of them practiced the clan's unique Dragon Elephant Prajna Sutra. In Fangir's heart, Fu Changren was both a teacher and a father in his childhood, and as an adult, a mentor and a friend. Whenever he encountered a difficult problem in the fiefdom, he subconsciously sought Fu Changren's advice. He had just finished his message when another clan member reported back, "Young master, the mistress left the main courtyard and went straight to the water curtain cave in the back mountain. I guess she's going to see Hall Master Liang, so soon?" Was his mother calling for censure, forcing Yulian to retreat or to fulfill his marriage? The usually calm Fangir, now faced with his own lifelong event, lost his composure. After a moment's hesitation, he headed for the water curtain cave in the back mountain. When Liu Mizhan arrived, Xianggu and Gan Shenglin were watering the newly planted, second-grade, mid-grade cloud rain tree, using spiritual rain. In the small building behind them, Yulian was playing with Xianggu's youngest son. This was Liu Mizhan's first time in the water curtain cave. Xianggu's heart skipped a beat. After bowing to Liu Mizhan, she quickly turned to Yulian and said, "Yulian, your brother should have breakfast. Take him back to his room first." Leading Liu Mizhan into the small building's reception room, Liu Mizhan's brow furrowed slightly as she watched Yulian expertly carry the child into the small kitchen. Apparently, Xianggu often ordered her to do such things. After entering the reception room, Xianggu didn't even sit down, but stood in the hall, like a prisoner on trial. Liu Mizhan pointed to a nearby chair and said, "Master K, why are you so reserved? Sit down." "Yes, madam." Despite this, Xianggu only sat halfway. After all, Liu Mizhan was not only the madam of the Fu family, but also a identified foundation establishment cultivator. Liu Mizhan raised her hand to take the teacup offered by Gan Shenglin and took a sip. After Gan Shenglin withdrew, she cast a soundproofing spell and said, "Let's be frank. Master K, I'm sure you've known about Yulian and Fangir for a long time. I already mentioned this to the Patriarch yesterday." Upon hearing this, Xianggu tensed. She stared at Liu Mizhan intently, feeling both anticipation and a touch of trepidation. Liu Mizhan didn't hold back. She laid it on the table. "You know the master's personality. Whether it's work or hiring, he's always unfussy about small details. I just mentioned it, and he sent me to propose marriage to you." The master agreed. Xianggu was so excited she was about to stand up and salute. She wasn't happy about marrying into the Fu family, but rather that her daughter could finally marry the man she loved. But, just as she stood up. But then Liu Mizhan changed the subject. "But, Master K, you and I are both mothers. You understand that with Fangir's status as the eldest son of the head of a 9th-rank family, he could afford to marry even a noblewoman from an 8th-rank family. But since the two children have already fallen in love with each other, I can't be the evil one who breaks up the couple. I can agree to Yulian's marriage, but I have one condition. If you agree, I will immediately and grandly arrange the marriage between Fangir and Yulian, madam, no matter what the conditions are, as long as they don't affect Yulian's happiness. I agree, Xianggu blurted out without thinking. When Fangir heard the news and rushed to the water curtain cave in the back mountain, Changsheng spotted him and quickly pointed toward the living room, whispering, "Your mother and Aunt K are talking inside." Fangir nodded slightly, glancing around until he spotted Yulian, who was holding his younger brother in a small kitchen. Their eyes met, each clearly agitated, but they quickly looked away. Fangir thought for a moment. He whispered to Changsheng, "Uncle Gan, don't tell my mother I was here." If his mother knew how impatient he was, she might develop a negative impression of Yulian. When the same thing happened to him, he realized he still wasn't calm enough. After exiting the water curtain cave, a long moment passed before the light curtain of the formation in the living room finally opened. Fairy K respectfully escorted Liu Mizhen out of the reception room with a smile on her face. After Liu Mizhen stopped, she waved to Yulian, who was still in the small kitchen. "Yulian, come here." Yulian, holding her younger brother, approached with a hint of trepidation. After bowing, Liu Mizhen smiled and put a white jade bracelet on her. "Although this bracelet isn't a high-level spiritual artifact, it was passed down from my mother. Now I'm handing it over to you for safekeeping, madam. This gift held so much meaning." Yulian tried to remove it, but Fairy K stopped her, smiling brightly. "A gift from an elder cannot be refused. Madam, it's given to you, so you should keep it." Clearly, the marriage was a done deal. After Fairy K escorted them out of the courtyard, Changsheng couldn't wait to ask, "Why? I've always said that children and grandchildren will have their own blessings. Look, Yulian and the eldest son's marriage is a done deal." Yes, thanks to your blessed mouth," Fairy K said with a smile. Yet, a hint of loneliness lingered deep within his eyes. Leaving the fiefdom and flying towards Liangayan Mountain, Fu Changsheng, sitting cross-legged on the back of the green python, suddenly heard a familiar mechanical voice in his mind. "Ling, your eldest son has been engaged to Yulian. You have gained a gifted daughter-in-law. You have received 300 contribution points." Then, the family contribution value on the dashboard changed to 50300. Fu Changsheng was stunned. "Even my son's marriage, I can get a reward?" This was completely unexpected. If so, he hoped his children would quickly have children. That way, he could earn a lot of contribution points without doing anything. I wonder what kind of special physique Yulian has. Before they knew it, they had arrived at Liangayan Mountain. Forget spiritual energy, the entire mountain was made of sharp rocks, with a few stubborn plants occasionally growing in the fallen soil. From a distance, it looked like a mountain of stone. No one could have imagined that this mountain actually contained a vein of spiritual stone. Grandmaster Yu and Yao Yao were responsible for surveying the terrain and figuring out how to set up the formation. Fu Yonggai said, "Master, while we have time, I'll take you down there to have a look. I'll also accurately survey the yield." "Yes," Fu Changsheng nodded slightly. With a flick of his right hand, a box flew out of his sleeve and slowly floated towards Fu Yonggai. "Yonggai, please accept this treasure. It will be much easier for you to survey spiritual veins in the future." Chapter 211, Active Show of Goodwill, Misty Phantom, Purple Mansion Secret Room. Fu Yonggai opened the box and discovered a spiritual artifact within. He hastily handed it back, as if it were a hot potato. "Master, this treasure is far too valuable. I cannot accept it." The master had 5 children and an adopted son, who would soon be marrying off his daughter-in-law. Such an important treasure should be bestowed upon the master's sons and daughters. If he accepted it, it would be too conspicuous. Fu Changsheng pushed the treasure-hunting instrument back. "An elder's gift cannot be declined. You've repeatedly discovered precious minerals for the family. You deserve more treasures, let alone a spiritual artifact," he said firmly. Fu Yonggai was deeply touched. He took it with both hands and said excitedly, "Thank you, Patriarch, for your gift. Please rest assured, I will definitely find more mineral veins for the Fu family in the future to repay you for your gift today." "You, child, that's a bit too polite. By the way, you're much older than Fangir, and you're also of marriageable age. Do you have a girl you're interested in? No matter which family, just tell me her name, and I'll definitely find a way for you to marry her off with honor, Patriarch," I haven't thought about that. Fu Yonggai shook his head like a rattle. Perhaps the trauma of his stepmother's abuse still lingered, so Fu Yonggai instinctively resisted the idea of starting a family. Alright, I won't force you. Let everything go with the flow. Fu Yonggai breathed a sigh of relief. Fearing Fu Changsheng would bring it up again, he quickly said, Patriarch, let's go down. With that, he slapped a ground escape talisman on himself and rushed underground at incredible speed. Fu Changsheng followed closely behind. At that moment, a familiar mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ling, you gifted a third-tier spiritual weapon to a clan member, earning their absolute loyalty and 90 family contribution points. The next moment, the family contribution points displayed on the dashboard changed to 5,390. A little north of Liangayan Mountain lies the Liang family's fiefdom. Although the Liang family has closed the mountain, their spies remain, particularly along the borders of the fiefdom. With the Fu family members appearing at Liangayan Mountain, especially with Fu Changsheng himself, the spies dared not delay. They quickly produced a communication jade talisman, cast a spell into it, and briefly reported on the situation at Liangayan Mountain. The message was relayed back to the Liang family. Liang Zhishan, the new patriarch of the Liang family, frowned upon hearing the news. That rocky mountain at Liangayan Mountain is barren. How could the Fu family's patriarch be there? Clearly, something must be hidden within Liangayan Mountain. Liang's Hiking, the Liang family's only remaining foundation establishment elder, was also in the meeting hall. Upon hearing the news, he hesitated and said, Master, how about I go out and investigate Liangayan Mountain? No, Liang Zhishan waved his hand without hesitation. There are only 2 foundation establishment masters left in our Liang family. If Fu Changsheng deliberately lured us there, hoping to catch us in a trap and reduce our foundation establishment masters before encroaching on our fiefdom, then the consequences would be greater than the gains. Master, the imperial court has issued a ban. No matter how bold the Fu family is, they wouldn't dare to provoke a war at this time. Liang Zhiking was tempted. After all, if there were truly any treasures in Liangayan Mountain, perhaps their Liang family could make a comeback. Liang Zhishan sighed softly. Brother Qing, you're overthinking things. Although the imperial court has issued a ban, it applies to aristocratic families. If the Fu family truly sets a trap, they have 100 ways to evade the imperial court's punishment. Right now, we should prioritize stability and avoid any unorthodox tactics. The Wanning Chamber of Commerce's foundation establishment pale auction is about to begin, and we should focus our efforts on it. This time, no matter what, our Liang family must bid for at least 1 foundation establishment pill. The Wanning Chamber of Commerce had already announced that the auction would see an unprecedented number of foundation establishment pills. Rumors had even spread that the Wanning Chamber of Commerce would be bidding for 40 or 50 foundation establishment pills. Consequently, recent business in various supply stores had been booming. Key cultivating families, independent cultivators, and aristocratic families alike were selling off all sorts of supplies to raise spirit stones for the auction. Previously, only 1 or 2 foundation establishment pills had appeared. Everyone felt their chances were slim. But now that 40 or 50 pills had appeared, everyone vaguely felt that if they tightened their belts and gritted their teeth, they could always buy one. When this matter was brought up, Liang Zhiking became slightly indignant. Master, the Wanning Chamber of Commerce clearly knew about the impending beast tide, so they refined a batch of foundation establishment pills in advance, waiting for us to fight over them. They're giving us disaster relief. The imperial court doesn't care about such profiteers. Brother Qing, be careful with your words. Liang Zhishan glared at Liang Zhiking. Even in private, they didn't dare to speak ill of the imperial court. In fact, everyone vaguely suspected that the Wanning Chamber of Commerce was definitely backed by the imperial court. Otherwise, they would have obtained so many foundation-building elixirs from the Kanglin's secret realm, and then the Wanning Chamber of Commerce would announce the auction for the foundation establishment pills. However, everyone only dared to speculate in their minds. The two discussed participating in the foundation establishment pill auction for a while. At this time, outside, an elderly woman burst into tears and ran toward the meeting hall. The guards stopped her from a distance, saying, Madam Liang, this is a clan sanctuary, not your place. Leave immediately. Madam Liang was the personal nurse of the deceased Grand Elder's granddaughter. Liang Qianqian was imprisoned. Distressed, Madam Liang pleaded for her life day and night at the Grand Elder's compound. This was known to the entire Manchu clan. Because Madame Liang's grandmother had been the Grand Elder's wet nurse, everyone in the Liang family still held Madame Liang in some respect for the Grand Elder. However, with the Grand Elder now deceased and the Liang family having undergone a new dynasty, Madame Liang no longer held any seniority. The guards pushed Madame Liang vigorously. Nanny Liang raised her voice, yelling at the top of her lungs, "Master, master, please save our young lady. Our daughter has not eaten or drunk for months, and her inner magical power is exhausted. If this continues, our young lady will truly. Master, please, for the sake of the deceased great elder, save our young lady. Master, save our young lady." Inside the hall, Liang Ziqing glanced at Nanny Liang, who was being dragged away, then at Liang Zhishan, who sat at the upper table, and whispered softly, "Master, this Nanny Liang serves Kyankian. Kyankian. I heard Kyankian got pregnant out of wedlock and secretly gave birth to a child from the Fu family. The deceased great elder secretly gave the child up for adoption, but after the great elder's death, no one knew where the child was taken." Liang Zhishan had been in seclusion. He had never heard of this matter. His eyes shifted, and he hurriedly asked, "Whose child in the Fu family did Kyankian give birth to?" Faintly, Liang Zhishan had some hope that it was Fu Changsheng's. "It belongs to Fu Changren, the chief steward of the Fu family's Luifang mountain clan." Liang Ziqing slowly recounted the great elder's strategic plans. Liang Zhishan, upon hearing this, frowned and said, "As expected of the great elder, he's so ruthless as to even take his own granddaughter's life." After a moment's reflection, Liang Zhishan said, "Since Kyankian has already committed suicide, even if we save her this time, she'll find a way to end her life the next time. Brother Qing, send a clan member with a matchmaker to go directly to Fu Changsheng and explain Kyankian's situation. If Fu Changsheng is still willing to accept Kyankian as a bride, marry her off with great fanfare as a favor to the Fu family." The Fu family was flourishing. If they could truly forge an alliance between the two families, it would be a great opportunity. While the dispute over the Wanning market shop seemed like a trap set by the Fu family, it was the Liang family who had been wrong in the first place. He didn't consider it an insurmountable obstacle. "Master, you're truly magnanimous," Liang Ziqing praised. As he was about to leave, Liang Zhishan added, "Send someone to look for Kyankian's child. It would be even better if we could send the child to the Fu family on the wedding day." "Yes, master," Liang Yunshan said. Fu Changsheng followed Fu Yonggai as they continued to sink. After reaching nearly 1,000 feet underground, Fu Yonggai finally stopped. He formed a hand seal with his right hand, and a strange light suddenly flashed in his eyes. A moment later, he fled several hundred feet to the northwest. A surge of abundant spiritual energy suddenly washed over him. Fu Changsheng looked closely and saw that within the boulder, there were clearly tiny glimmers of spiritual light emanating from the spirit stones. Fu Yonggai flipped his right hand. He scooped up a piece with a small mining shovel and handed it to Fu Changsheng. "Master, this spirit stone mine is mostly exposed. Mining it shouldn't be difficult. However, for a mortal to work this deep underground, a magic array will need to be set up to mitigate the pressure of the space." Not bad. Although it's a low-grade spirit stone, it's of premium quality. It contains very few impurities and can be used directly without any refining. Fu Changsheng asked Fu Yonggai to continue examining it. Meanwhile, a cloud surrounded the purple immortal pagoda. The second floor of the pagoda door opened, and a flash of white light appeared. A green-faced white fox flashed out. The fox held its head high and landed on Fu Changsheng's shoulders. The little creature had been cultivating in the pagoda, making rapid progress and had already broken through to the late first stage. Its green and white fox tail swayed slightly. Fu Changsheng nodded its raised head. "Xiao Bei, go search the mountains to see if there are any spiritual creatures." Ever since taming the green-faced white fox, this little fellow hadn't yet accomplished anything, so he wanted to see if his treasure hunting talent was truly that impressive. It was precisely because of the green-faced white fox that Fu Changsheng had gifted Fu Yonggai with a treasure hunting instrument. After all, compared to the fixed rank of a third-tier spiritual artifact, the green-faced white fox's potential was limitless. "Chirp," the green-faced white fox chirped reluctantly. However, after so long in seclusion within the pagoda, it felt it needed to do something, or else its conscience would be etched in its face. Its tail trembled slightly as it raised its head high. Then, two streaks of blue and white spiritual light emanated from it, accompanied by the swaying of its tail. Chirp, the green-faced white fox flew southwest. Huh? There really is a spiritual object hidden here. Fu Changsheng's eyes lit up. He had been planning to exchange it for information. But since the green-faced white fox had already discovered it, he could save his family contribution points. He followed it all the way. Wherever the green-faced white fox passed, the spiritual energy grew increasingly dense, and the number of spiritual stones appearing increased noticeably. After escaping another 100 feet to the west, the green-faced white fox stopped dead in its tracks. Before it, a shimmering, five-colored light shield loomed. Fu Changsheng swept his spiritual sense across the area, only to discover that it was impenetrable. Strange. Could this be an ancient cultivator's cave? Fu Changsheng didn't stir the formation, making no rash moves. He rubbed the green-faced white fox's tail. Well done, Xiao Bei. Next time I come across red fox fruit, I'll definitely pick it for you. Red fox fruit was the green-faced white fox's favorite. Consuming it could improve the green-faced white fox's cultivation. However, Fu Changsheng had posted a bounty on the family store in the 3 markets, but hadn't been able to find it, so he could only leave it to chance. Chirp, the green-faced white fox twitched its tail and re-entered the pagoda, closing its eyes to cultivate. Of all Fu Changsheng's pets, it was the most diligent. The green python was also currently ensconced within the 2nd floor of the pagoda, having devoured so many Foundation establishment corpses. It was slowly refining the energy, predicting that once it had digested it, it would be able to break through to the peak of the 2nd stage. Fu Changsheng produced a communication jade talisman, infused a spell, and spoke a few words. About half a cup of tea later, Yao and Master Yu arrived. Master Yu glanced at the 5-colored halo. A flicker of surprise flashed in his eyes. Changsheng, if I'm not mistaken, this 5-colored halo is most likely the product of a mirage firefly spirit. You've found a treasure, a mirage firefly spirit. Fu Changsheng's eyes lit up. This was essential for cultivating the mist and cloud illusion, a spiritual art. If it truly was a mirage firefly spirit within, then he could begin cultivating the mist and cloud illusion. Grandmaster Yu slapped his storage bag, and a flash of light appeared. Instantly, a pill bottle appeared in his hand. As he composed a spell, the 5-colored light shield within shattered with a humming sound. Then, a stream of phantom smoke and fire spirits appeared, accompanied by a gentle tremor in Grandmaster Yu's jade bottle. All the phantom smoke and fire spirits were collected into the bottle. Grandmaster Yu tossed the bottle to Fu Changsheng, saying, "There might be something in there that you might be interested in." Without looking back, he took Yao, who looked reluctant, and left the underground. Grandmaster Yu showed no sign of being tempted by the phantom smoke and fire spirits that could aid in spiritual cultivation. Fu Changsheng watched him retreat and muttered, "It seems Uncle Yu's cultivation is far beyond the foundation building stage." If he remembered correctly, even if you refine the phantom smoke and fire spirits, once the host dies, they will slowly detach from the host over time. In other words, perhaps there's an ancient cave just ahead where practitioners of smoke and fire phantoms once practiced. Generally speaking, only those of Great Purple Mansion cultivation can cultivate spiritual arts. Of course, another possibility couldn't be ruled out: someone with exceptional talent, with a sufficiently powerful spiritual sense, could also attempt to cultivate the smoke and mist illusion technique. The illusion fire fairy disappeared ahead. A collapsed cave dwelling came into view. Fu Changsheng waved his sleeve, and the rebel instantly tucked into his storage bag. A stone path came into view, and beyond it, a stone door. The door showed signs of age, evidently no one had visited this place in a long time. The array patterns engraved on it had also been eroded by time. Fu Changsheng flicked his index finger, and a stream of magical power fell upon the stone door. With a rumble, the stone door swung open, revealing a cave dwelling. Within the cave dwelling, moonstones inlaid on both sides made the entire cave dwelling as bright as daylight. He could sense no trace of life within. Entering, he saw a small, withered medicinal field. The cave consisted of 5 stone chambers, 2 of which were open. One was a spirit beast pen, though no spirit beasts were visible there. Another was decorated with a fire-repelling array, suggesting an alchemy or weapon refining room. The stone doors to the remaining 3 rooms were tightly sealed. It was unknown what material these 3 stone chambers were made of, yet they were surprisingly able to block his spiritual sense. This is a good thing. Fu Changsheng planned to dismantle them and reinforce his own secret room after returning. That way, even without setting up an array, he wouldn't be afraid of being spied on. Especially once he entered the system's training room. Generally speaking, the center was the master's living room. To the left and right, one was a quiet room, and the other was used for practicing magic. Fu Changsheng hesitated, then cast a spell on the right stone door. Boom! The stone door opened. As expected, this was the stone chamber for practicing magic. Fu Changsheng entered and took a closer look, noticing the many marks of practice on the wall. Huh? This technique? This stone chamber was also forged from special spiritual materials. The footprints left there bore striking resemblances to the illustrations in the book on mist and cloud illusion he had obtained. He patted his storage bag, pulled out the jade slip, and compared them. Sure enough, it's mist and cloud illusion. The owner of this cave truly had practiced the spiritual art of mist and cloud illusion. Fu Changsheng simply sat on the ground, observing for a moment. A vision of someone cultivating day and night seemed to appear in his mind. A long moment passed before he stood up. It's truly a spiritual art. Just seeing the traces left by others' cultivation gives me a splitting headache. If I truly practiced, he vaguely felt that even if he obtained the phantom fire spirit, practicing this spiritual art wouldn't be possible in the near future. Perhaps it would be wiser to practice the great evolution art and significantly enhance my spiritual consciousness before commencing cultivation. However, he had yet to purchase the soul-nourishing pill required to practice the great evolution art, and there was no information on the key ingredients involved. If he hadn't, he would have been able to begin cultivation. After all, he had separated his spiritual consciousness. He could then sacrifice the human puppet to create a clone. The human puppet possessed a thunder spirit root and was at the peak of key training. With a foundation establishment pill already in his possession, breaking through to the foundation establishment stage wouldn't be a problem at all. It seems I need to sacrifice and refine the clone before the beast tide arrives. He currently possessed over 5,000 family contribution points. If he used them in the training room, and simply practiced the great evolution art, he should be able to reach the second level and separate his spiritual consciousness. Thinking this way, Fu Changsheng produced a jade slip and transcribed the footprints in the stone chamber. Judging from this training room, the owner of this cave is most likely a purple mansion cultivator. An ordinary foundation establishment cultivator couldn't possibly cause such destructive power, and even after all these years, such clear marks remained. Chapter 212 Amethyst Bamboo, Incomplete Picture, Lovers finally get married. After leaving the training room, Fu Changsheng struck the stone door to the quiet room on the left side of the living room with a palm strike. The door opened with a rumble, and a refreshing fragrance filled the air. He looked closely and saw a 6-meter-tall bamboo planted in the quiet room. Atop the bamboo, like spiritual rice, drooped a handful of rice ears, each round grain shrouded in tiny specks of purple light. This is, if he remembered correctly, this must be the legendary purple crystal bamboo. Purple crystal bamboo grows for 1,000 years, then blooms and bears fruit every 50 years. The rice grains on it, resembling rice ears, are the legendary purple crystal rice. Purple crystal rice can help the soul concentrate. In other words, refining purple crystal rice can greatly enhance spiritual awareness. Fu Changsheng was excited. What a relief! He had been searching in vain for the recipe for the soul yuan grass pill, which had delayed his practice of the great evolution art. Now, with this purple crystal rice, it could completely replace the soul yuan pill, and even surpass it. In other words, next, he could begin practicing the great evolution art. Once he reached the second level, he could begin practicing the smoke and mist illusion spiritual art and refining clones. The purple crystal rice on the purple crystal bamboo was clearly ripe. Fu Changsheng glanced at the soil at the bamboo's base, noticing a number of corroded grains scattered. What a shame, after all, it takes 50 years for the purple crystal rice to bloom and bear fruit. Fu Changsheng immediately cast a spell to pluck the purple crystal rice, sealed it in a box, and then performed the 5 spirits transporting technique to transplant the purple crystal bamboo to the Huangshi medicine garden. Now, in addition to the 4th-rank azure lotus and the spirit eye tree, the Huangshi medicine garden also boasted a purple gold bamboo. Emerging from the quiet room, Fu Changsheng paused at the last unopened stone chamber, the master's living room. I wonder what treasures lie within, he said with a hint of anticipation. A spell struck the stone door. With a rumble, the door swung open. What came into view was a cross-legged, withered skeleton. Beyond that, there was nothing else. The entire stone chamber was completely empty. Fu Changsheng bowed to the withered bones. After all, he had obtained the phantom fire spirit and the purple crystal bamboo from them. He scanned the area with his spiritual sense. Fu Changsheng exclaimed, "Strange. Where's this person's storage bag?" The cave owner was completely bare. He repeatedly scanned the entire secret room with his spiritual sense, but found nothing surprising. Could it be that someone has been to this cave before? Otherwise, how could it have been looted so thoroughly? After confirming the absence of any treasures, Fu Changsheng stood before the withered bones, sighing. Even the most revered of purple mansion masters eventually pass away. Without descendants, without even a body to collect. Fu Changsheng clasped his hands together in greeting. He tapped the storage bag, and a flash of light appeared. Ancient sandalwood emerged. As he flexed his magic, a coffin was quickly forged. With his index finger, he tapped the withered bones, and, drawn by his magical power, they instantly fell into the coffin, the lid closing. Fu Changsheng planned to find a feng shui-rich burial site. As he turned to leave, he suddenly stopped dead in his tracks. He turned around, looking at the ground where the withered bones had sat. He saw a remnant of a forbidden pattern etched on it. Fu Changsheng's mind stirred, and he cast a spell into it. With a bang, the stone slab was pried open. Then, an ancient jade slip came into view. After double-checking that it wasn't a trap, he stretched out his hand and instantly the jade slip fell into his hand. He cast a spell into it, and a spiritual light surged on the jade slip, revealing a topographical map. A closer look revealed that the landscape bore some resemblance to that of the Eastern Wasteland. Deep within the Eastern Wasteland, on a mountain called Donghuang Mountain, there was a striking red dot marking it. Could there be some treasure hidden within Donghuang Mountain? After so many years, the landscape of the Eastern Wasteland must have changed. Even if it hadn't, this place was deep within the Eastern Wasteland tribe, far from where he could set foot. He placed the jade slip in his storage bag. If the imperial court truly resolved to reclaim the Eastern Wilderness, perhaps he would have the opportunity to enter Donghuang Mountain. Fu Changsheng checked once more. Finding nothing else, he immediately exited the secret room. Then, he formed a seal with his right hand, and his magical power surged. With a resounding roar, the stones used to forge the 5 chambers collapsed, each one being stored in his storage bag. This stone was extremely special. Even with spiritual sense, comparable to that of a peak foundation establishment cultivator, could be blocked, making it perfect for constructing his retreat chamber. Hearing the commotion, Fu Yonggai, who had been surveying spirit stone veins in the distance, also rushed over. Seeing the collapsed chambers, he was stunned for a moment. "Master, is there a cave hidden here?" "Yes," Fu Changsheng nodded, but after a moment's thought, he warned, "The matter of this cave should not be disclosed to outsiders." "Yes, Master." Fu Changsheng immediately mobilized his magical power, completely destroying the cave, leaving no trace behind. Only then did he feel relieved. More than half a month later, Grandmaster Yu had already set up a magic circle on Liangayan Mountain. Elsewhere, Fu Yonggai had also completed his exploration of the entire spirit stone vein and said happily, "Master, if this spirit stone vein is fully mined, after deducting the costs of materials and labor, we should be able to make a profit of 600,000 to 700,000 spirit stones." This was a considerable amount of spirit stones. Fu Changsheng was very satisfied. With this amount of spirit stones, they had the initial capital to build a city. Yang Fei had also arrived from the fiefdom. After a few words of communication, Fu Changsheng, Grandmaster Yu, and Yao Yao boarded the Green Python and returned to the fiefdom. On the way back, Fu Changsheng told Grandmaster Yu about his idea of building a city. After listening to this, Grandmaster Yu stroked his beard and said, "Changsheng, from what I hear, you want to build a city that can sustainably grow." "That's right, Uncle Yu. Our fiefdom already borders the Eastern Wasteland. Now that the beast tide is approaching, the Eastern Wasteland and the Imperial Court have reached a truce. But once the beast tide ends, I'm afraid war with the Eastern Wasteland will immediately begin. The Eastern Wasteland tribes are human, unlike monsters. At that time, we will definitely need a more solid city to withstand their attacks. It's good to plan ahead. Your idea is not bad. I'll think about it when I get back, then I'll have to trouble you, Uncle Yu, to build the city." Yao Yao, who was standing by, heard this and pouted unhappily. "Dad, there's still me. I'm a second-level formation master now, so I can be of great help." After hearing this, Fu Changsheng hadn't spoken yet. Grandmaster Yu solemnly said, Yao, you will be in seclusion for the next period of time. You cannot emerge until you have reached the peak of key training, but, Grandpa Yu, your health is not good to begin with. How can you forge a city alone? My training can be postponed. Slowly, he didn't finish his words. He was stunned by Grandmaster Yu's sudden solemnity and muttered, not continuing. However, after arriving at the fiefdom and separating from Grandmaster Yu, Yao specifically pulled Fu Changsheng aside and said, Dad, Grandpa Yu's injury seems to have flared up again. When we were setting up the formation at Liangang Mountain, I saw him lose his strength several times, even though he concealed it very well. Dad, could you please let Mother refine another batch of Wuxian Snow Lotus pills for Grandpa Yu? Having practiced alongside Grandmaster Yu for many years, Yao clearly regarded Grandmaster Yu as a family member. Upon hearing this, Fu Changsheng felt a sense of remorse. After Master Yu consumed a furnace of Wuxian Snow Lotus, he had assumed his injuries had healed. But now it seemed to be merely a temporary fix, suppressing the symptoms for a while. However, spiritual materials like Wuxian Snow Lotus were extremely rare in the market. Fu Changsheng could only promise, Yao, focus on your cultivation and strive to reach the foundation establishment stage before the beast tide arrives. Your mother and I will handle the rest. Yes, Yao nodded obediently. But then something occurred to her. She blinked and said, Daddy, can't I attend big brother and sister Yulian's wedding before I go into seclusion? Ever since she was born, Yao had loved being around Yulian, forming a close bond with her. Naturally, she didn't want to miss her wedding. That depends on what date your mother chooses. If it's in the near future, then it's fine, then I'll go ask Mother now. With that, Yao impatiently transformed into a fleeting shadow and sped towards the Patriarch's residence. Fu Changsheng smiled and shook his head. Of the triplets, Fangir was steady and Rongir was lazy. Neither of them was clingy. Only Yao was more lively. When he returned to the Patriarch's residence, Yao had already rushed out of the main room like a gust of wind and was out of the Patriarch's residence in a blink of an eye. When he entered the room, he saw Mizhan writing the guest list for a Fangir's wedding banquet. Fu Changsheng asked in surprise, Mizhan, has the date been set? Well, the 15th of this month has been a good date in recent years. Xiangguan I discussed it and decided to set it on this day. Although there are only less than 10 days left, there are many people in the clan, and there are plenty of people to help with the preparations for the wedding, so there is still time. Fu Changsheng had originally planned to retreat and practice the Dianju. Since Fangir's wedding date was just around the corner, he could wait a little longer. Liu Mizhan seemed to recall something. She put down the roster in her hand, cast a soundproofing spell, and then spoke. Husband, I've heard rumors that the Wanning Chamber of Commerce will soon hold a grand auction, where 50 or 60 foundation establishment pills will be auctioned. Unlike the past, this auction will be anonymous, but if none of us show up in the Wanning market, and there are frequent foundation establishment cultivators in our clan, it will inevitably arouse suspicion from other families, especially. Liu Mizhan paused. Pointing in the direction of the imperial capital, she continued, this foundation establishment pill auction can reasonably conceal the existence of our batch of foundation establishment pills. It's a good idea. Fu Changsheng thought of Master Yu's injury. He hurriedly asked, Mizhan, besides the foundation establishment pill, are there any spiritual materials like the Wuxian Snow Lotus for sale at the auction? I haven't received any information yet, but I heard that this auction will be the largest in 100 years, so many noble families are busy gathering spirit stones. Has the specific auction date been set? Yes, it's 3 days after Fangir's wedding. The dates were close. Fu Changsheng nodded and said, Mizhan, have Fangir and my eldest brother check how many spirit stones the clan can currently move. After Fangir's wedding, I will attend in person. This way, the other noble families' concerns about their clan possessing the foundation establishment pill will be dispelled. As the couple spoke, a maid rang the doorbell. Liu Mizhan then removed the formation and motioned the maid forward. The maid respectfully said, reporting to the Patriarch, Madam, the eldest son just sent a message saying someone from the Liang family down the mountain is here, specifically requesting to see the Patriarch. Someone from the Liang family. After the dispute over the Wanning marketplace shops, the Liang and Fu families had a strained relationship. Fu Changsheng asked, who is coming? It's the head of the Liang family's General Affairs Hall, According to the rules of the ninth-rank aristocratic family, the head is usually a cultivator at the peak of key training. Liu Mizhan said calmly, "It seems the Liang family has been bullied and afraid to send a foundation establishment elder to discuss matters." In a flash, Fu Changsheng vaguely suspected a possibility and immediately said, "Have Brother Fan bring the person to the meeting hall." Half a cup of tea later, in the meeting hall, Brother Fan personally received Liang's hero. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Brother Fan's speech and demeanor exuded a sense of ease and warmth. Liang's hero sighed inwardly, "This Fu family truly is full of talented people. This young man, at just a few years old, is already independently managing the general affairs of his fiefdom, in their Liang family." Each of the clan members, in their early 20s, still held a childish air. After all, they had spent their first 18 years cultivating in the mountains, only beginning to descend to undertake various clan tasks. After waiting for a moment, he heard footsteps outside. Liang's hero instinctively straightened his clothes and turned to look outside. He saw a young man in a wide-sleeved robe, the hem of which fluttered with his steps. Liang's hero glanced up at the man's face. He saw a handsome face, his golden brows framing a kingly demeanor. Beneath his sword-like brows were phoenix eyes, his gaze blazing with a gaze that shone with a majesty that made one dare not look directly at him. It was clear that this was Fu Changsheng, the patriarch of the Fu family. Liang's hero quickly rose and saluted. "Greetings, clan leader Fu." Fu Changsheng sat down, noticing the man's tense posture, and raised his hand. "No need for formalities. Sit down. You asked to see me, but your patriarch has something important to convey." Fan Gear, standing nearby, was about to withdraw upon hearing this. Liang's hero immediately responded, reporting to clan leader Fu, "Our patriarch is considering a marriage with a noble. The great elder once arranged a marriage between Kyankian and the noble's chief steward, Changren. However, due to the busy clan affairs, the matter was repeatedly delayed. I wonder if the noble's chief steward, Changren, is married." Fan Gear, standing nearby, paused upon hearing this. His uncle had been depressed since his marriage to the Liang family's daughter fell through, and he hadn't even attended the last elders' council. He had specifically asked the clan members to inquire, and the news was that his uncle was even busier than before, handling various matters day and night, even when he wasn't required to personally take care of them. This state of affairs had been going on for a long time. He wanted to offer some advice, but as a junior, it was difficult to bring up many matters, and he had no experience, so he didn't know how to persuade them. Therefore, he could only occasionally send messages to his uncle, hoping to distract him with other matters. Now, hearing that it was the Liang family who had initiated the marriage again, his heart beat rapidly. The Liang family had been at odds with his own family over the Wanning market shop. While they weren't mortal enemies, they certainly wouldn't initiate a marriage alliance. However, on second thought, the Liang family was already on the decline, so it made sense for them to take the initiative and make overtures. Therefore, Fan Gear looked at Fu Changsheng with some nervousness. He naturally hoped that his father would agree to the marriage, so that his uncle could break free from his depression, and his uncle and the Liang family girl could finally be together. Liang's hero was just as nervous as Fan Gear. "Clan leader Fu, we come here with great sincerity." Fu Changsheng knocked on the table. If he remembered correctly, the intelligence mentioned that Liang Kyankian and his eldest brother had conceived a child, who was later secretly sent away by the great elder Liang to be raised elsewhere. Liang Kyankian's feelings for his eldest brother were undoubtedly genuine. However, he wondered if the new Liang family patriarch had inherited the elder Liang's wish to steal the Fu family's secrets through Liang Kyankian. As he pondered this, he caught a glimpse of Fan Gear looking at him expectantly. Fu Changsheng didn't refuse outright. "I'll consult the original owner before I give you a reply." He had already served tea and sent the guests away. As Liang's hero departed, Fu Changsheng spoke. "Fan Gear, you sounded like you had something to say." "Father, I hope the Liang daughter can rekindle her old relationship with my uncle." "Oh, please explain why." Seeing Fan Gear's rare excitement, Fu Changsheng felt a lingering sense of hidden meaning. Fan Gear stood up and reported Fu Changren's recent situation. Finally, he whispered, "Father, out of selfish motives, I hope my uncle can get what he wants." Fu Changsheng listened, feeling a surge of remorse. Having initially learned from intelligence that Elder Liang intended to use the Liang daughter to infiltrate the Fu family, he instinctively rejected the marriage proposal. After the dispute over the shop in Wanning Market, He naturally shelved the marriage. It was his eldest brother who had taken the initiative to cancel the engagement. However, he hadn't anticipated his brother's deep affection. It was he who had been negligent. Given this, there was no reason to hesitate about the marriage. Of the 4 sons of the Fu family, only the eldest brother had yet to establish his foundation. However, in terms of his contributions to the family, his eldest brother had always been diligent and uncomplaining in handling clan affairs. His contributions were undoubtedly remarkable. Regardless of the Liang family's motives, his eldest brother's wish must be fulfilled. After all, the Liang daughter's heart was with him. Feiner, send a message to your uncle and tell him to prepare well as a groom. Yes, father, Feiner replied with delight. He quickly produced the summons jade talisman and immediately announced the Liang family's arrival, as well as Fu Changsheng's agreement to the marriage. Finally, he said, Uncle, the 15th of this month is an auspicious day for the wedding. The Fu family's territory, Luofang Mountain. Fu Changren, spinning like a top, looked haggard, like an old man. After hearing Fan Gear's message, he waved his hand, signaling the stewards to withdraw and closing the magic circle. Tears streamed down his face. Qianqian, Liang family fiefdom. Upon hearing the good news from the clan leader, Madame Liang burst into tears of joy. She hurried from her boudoir, tripping several times along the way, unaware of her progress. When she reached Liang Qianqian's bedside, she sobbed, Miss, the head of the family has approved your marriage to the son-in-law of the Fu family. Miss, you will soon be a bride. Liang Qianqian lay in bed, her eyelids trembling beneath her tightly closed eyes. Wishing everyone a happy Mid-Autumn festival, a happy reunion, and may all lovers find true love. Chapter 213, Rising Star, Family Reform, and the Last Spot. Brother Fanwei's getting married. Liu Qingmin, the patriarch of the Liu family and his grandfather, was stunned for a moment upon hearing the news. His grandson, Liu Yunshan, was beside him, playing Go. Liu Yunshan murmured, Grandfather, I remember the girl cousin Fan married was just the daughter of a wandering cultivator. Before they entered the Fu family, they were desperately poor. Why did Aunt choose this marriage for cousin Fan? If I had known this would happen, I would have let Sister Qi marry her. Liu Qingmin glared at his grandson and scolded him, You're so disrespectful. How dare you question the mistress's decision? Let's stop playing Go today. You can go back now. He waited for Liu Yunshan to leave. The old butler stepped forward and whispered, Master, young Master Yunshan's words just now were both profound and true. Miss Qi has been trained by you since she was young. It's time to take her out to see the world. Well, have care get ready. Brother Feiner's wedding is being held in Yunshan County. We must leave this afternoon. If we're delayed, we won't be able to make it. Yes, Master. The old butler took his orders and left. A short while later, Kier, then 28, was brought over. Liu Qingmin glanced at her attire and shook his head. Your aunt has always liked the color blue. Go back and change into something else. I'll meet you at the foot of the mountain. Liu Qingmin descended the mountain and reached the mountain gate. He saw 2 cranes galloping in from the distance. Aboard the cranes were none other than the Wu clan leader and a beautiful female cultivator. The Wu clan leader tapped the crane on his toes, lightly descending from it. He smiled and bowed to Liu Qingmin. Brother Liu, are you going to Yunshan County for a wedding? If you don't mind, how about riding on my crane together? The Wu family is skilled in beast control. The Lei and Wu families had been intermarried for generations, and the Wu family had always obeyed the Lei family. However, with the death of the previous clan leader Lei and the opening of the resources of Changsheng Mountain, the Wu family learned that the Lei family had been secretly cultivating numerous spiritual flowers and herbs in Changsheng Mountain and transporting them through a hidden second entrance. For years, the Lei family had treated the Wu family like fools. And from various indications, it seems their ancestor discovered this secret and was murdered by the Lei family to silence them. Since then, the alliance between the Lei and Wu families has been broken. As a relative of the Fu family, the Liu family naturally became the leader of the 3 major key cultivating families in Anyang County, and the Wu clan has long followed the Liu family's lead. Liu Qingmin was Fu Changsheng's father-in-law. Regardless of which Qigong family they belong to, they are highly respected. Liu Qingmin smiled and bowed, saying, In that case, thank you very much, Brother Wu. As he spoke, Kidder also changed into a long green dress and came down. Kidder and the Wu family female cultivators rode on a crane together, while Liu Qingmin and the Wu clan leader rode on another crane together, heading towards Yunshan County. Sensing that the atmosphere was about right, the Wu clan leader glanced back at his little granddaughter and said to Liu Kingman with a touch of flattery, "Brother Liu, I heard that your eldest grandson's legal wife is the daughter of the former wandering cultivator Xianggu. You see, I don't ask my daughter Yingying to be on equal terms with her. Now that we're at the Fu family's fiefdom, could you please help communicate with your children so that my granddaughter Yingying can marry Brother Fan as a concubine?" He was being courteous for no reason. As expected, he had a request. Liu Kingman was frank and shook his head, saying, "Brother Wu, Mei Zhen swore an oath back then, severing all ties with the Liu family. The fact that our Liu family can still maintain contact with the Fu family is all thanks to the Fu family's magnanimity, forsaking past grudges. I wouldn't be able to say a word to Mei Zhen. Otherwise, at this point, Liu Kingman's refusal was clear. Clan leader Wu had come today for another important matter, and seeing this, he didn't hesitate. Instead, his face solemn, he brought up another important matter. "Brother Liu, the Wanning Chamber of Commerce is about to hold an auction for the Foundation Establishment Pill. Are you aware of this?" The auction had already been widely publicized. Liu Kingman certainly knew about it. He nodded slightly. Clan leader Wu transmitted a message, "Brother Liu, your Liu family has been recuperating for 20 years. You should have gathered enough spirit stones for a Foundation Establishment Pill. Don't you want to take this opportunity to try your luck?" Liu Kingman was in his early 60s. Having lived a life of luxury these past few years, he's never engaged in combat, so his ki and blood are still abundant. Furthermore, he reached the peak of ki training 5 years ago. If he had a Foundation Establishment Pill, he'd naturally have a chance of successfully building his foundation. Liu Kingman's eyes narrowed. "Brother Wu, do you want the Fu family to take you to the auction?" Clan leader Wu blinked. Unexpectedly, Liu Kingman's quick thinking led him to nod quickly. "Indeed, I heard that this Wanning Chamber of Commerce auction is the grandest in 100 years. Not only will our Huainan Prefecture cultivators be gathering, but even Huaibai Prefecture will be flocking. By then, even with this Henshi division guarding the Wanning market, I'm afraid it won't be safe. If we can stay close to the Fu family, no one else, no matter how daring, will dare to touch the Fu family. Above the Fu family, they still have the protection of the 8th-rank Shangguan family. And I heard that Xiao Xianger, the recently promoted Purple Mansion Master, is a good friend of your daughter. With these two connections, we'll have absolutely no worries if we stay with the Fu family. Brother Liu, I don't ask for anything else. When we arrive in the fiefdom, please help me introduce the Fu family's patriarch." Clan leader Wu understood this well. The Liu family couldn't offer much help, but they could certainly act as an intermediary. As he spoke, Clan leader Wu pressed a box into Liu Kingman's hands. Liu Kingman glanced at the cracked lid of the box, his eyes brightening slightly. He discreetly placed the box in his pocket, nodding slightly. "Okay, I'll pass on your message when I see Mizhen. But as for whether Patriarch Fu will see you, I can't guarantee it." Clan leader Wu felt relieved upon hearing this. They had arrived 4 days before the wedding, and they had assumed they were the first to arrive. However, the Lei family, also from Anyang County, had arrived even earlier. However, clan leader Lei had been reassigned to Hu Garden at the foot of the mountain. And it seemed he hadn't yet met Patriarch Fu. Since Liu Qingyan had just descended from Xi'an, clan leader Lei eagerly approached, offering a gift and asking him to pass on his message to Liu Mizhen. Liu Qingyan flatly declined. The Wu family had been truly kind to the Liu family over the past 20 years, and it was a favor he had to help out of both moral and practical reasons. However, the Lei family was different. Mei Zhen had said to him after he took over the Liu family, "Keep your distance from the Lei family." His life depended on his daughter, so he naturally didn't dare disobey. Liu Kingman straightened his clothes and brought Kier to the Patriarch's residence. They waited at the door for about a cup of tea before being led by guards into the outer courtyard. They drank another half cup of tea in the reception room. Familiar footsteps were heard outside. Liu Kingman quickly waved to Kier, who was sitting there, almost dozing off. "Your aunt is coming," she said, instantly waking up from sleep. The two of them stood at the door. The door opened. Liu Mizhen walked in from outside, looking a bit tired. After taking a seat at the head of the table, she glanced at Kier, who was bowing her head. A hint of reminiscence seemed to flicker in her eyes. Then she pointed to a seat nearby and said, "Father, please sit down. I've been busy with Feiner's wedding these past few days. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting." No, Kier and I just arrived. Kier, quickly pay your respects to your aunt. Liu Kingman's body tensed slightly. He felt as if he wasn't meeting his own daughter, more in awe than warmth. Kier greets your aunt. Kier bowed gracefully to Liu Mizhen, even quickly looking up at this legendary aunt, written in the annals of the Liu family. After just a glance, she quickly lowered her head again. Well, you're a good child. Liu Mizhen raised her hand and took a sip of tea. Liu Kingman immediately understood what she meant and whispered to Kier, your aunt and I have something to discuss. Kier, please leave first. Yes, grandfather. Kier bowed. After leaving the reception room, she saw a light curtain of a formation rising in the hall. Inside the hall, Liu Kingman swallowed and said, Mizhen, I brought Kier here to you. I've been teaching her according to the guidebook you gave me since she was little. Are you satisfied? Whether you're satisfied or not, you'll know after she stays with me for a while. Mizhen, what do you mean? After the banquet, I'll tell everyone that Kier and I are destined to be together, and I want her to stay in my fiefdom for a while. With Kier, your mission will be accomplished. Yes, Liu Kingman felt a sense of emptiness at hearing this. Ever since Kier was born, he had received Mizhen's instructions to bring her to his side and raise her. After all these years, how could he not have feelings for her? He only felt a moment of loneliness and reluctance. Liu Kingman, quick-witted, saw Liu Mizhen about to serve tea and send them off, but he quickly brought up the main reason for their visit. Mizhen, could you do me a small favor? Liu Mizhen's eyes flickered. She immediately guessed what it was, and said calmly, Father, are you planning to participate in the Wanning Chamber of Commerce auction with Changsheng? Exactly. Liu Kingman looked at Liu Mizhen nervously, a mixture of anticipation and trepidation, fearing she might say no. Liu Mizhen knocked on the table. Father, what do you think your chances of advancing to the foundation establishment stage are? Liu Kingman was puzzled, but he remained honest. I'm over 60, so my vitality isn't as strong as that of a young person. Fortunately, I don't have any hidden injuries. With a foundation establishment pill, I should have a 30% chance of success. Then, Father, do you know why the Wanning Chamber of Commerce has suddenly launched such a large-scale bidding war for foundation establishment pills? Because everyone wants to. Liu Kingman's face paled mid-sentence. A bit absent-minded, she asked, Mizhen, you mean I won't succeed in building my foundation? Father, I really don't know if you can succeed, but Yunshin's success rate should be higher than yours. If I remember correctly, Yunshin possesses a rare earth spirit root, rarely seen in the Liu family in hundreds of years. At these words, Liu Kingman's pupils shrank. He subconsciously took a step back. Because the true nature of Liu Yunshin's spirit root was unknown to the entire family, not even Yunshin himself. Only Liu Kingman knew, naturally to protect his growth. But, how did Mizhen know this? Liu Mizhen said calmly, the Liu family painstakingly accumulated spirit stones for 20 years to create a foundation building pill. Father, think carefully. If you were to bid on the next foundation building pill, would you wait a few years and leave it to Yunshin, or take it yourself? The choice is yours. As she spoke, Liu Mizhen stood up and walked out. Clearly, the other party had already agreed to Liu Kingman's request. Recovering from his trance, Liu Kingman remembered another important matter and hurriedly said, Mizhen, clan leader Wu wishes to see the Patriarch. He then pulled out a box that clan leader had handed him from his sleeve and handed it to Liu Mizhen. Clan leader Wu's request is the same as mine. He also wishes to accompany the Patriarch to Wanning Market. Liu Mizhen nodded slightly, but she didn't accept the box. When Liu Mizhen entered the inner courtyard from the outer courtyard, she found that Fu Changsheng was making Qingguang wall talismans. After waiting for the other party to put down the talisman pen, Liu Mizhen smiled and shook her head and said, as a father, you are really calm. You still have the mood to draw talismans here at this time. There is no way. I am thinking of accumulating more bidding capital before the auction starts. Fu Changsheng smiled and sat down on a chair beside him. After taking a sip of Wuling tea, he asked, this time, we have to organize the weddings of eldest brother and Fangir at the same time, and on the same day. It's really hard for you, Mizhen. Is there anything I can help with outside? Everything has been arranged, but my husband, I'm afraid you will have to start receiving guests next. In the past few days, the Lei family, Wu family and Liu family of Anyang County have arrived one after another. By the way, my father met with me just now. They have accumulated a lot of spirit stones over the years. They want to follow you to Wanning Market after the banquet. Do you think it is convenient? What's inconvenient about this? The Liu family has been waiting for the guests since the father-in-law took hands. The Fu family was always willing to meet any requests, having never made any demands over the years. After all, this was the maternal home of Fan Gear and his friends. So he was naturally happy to lend a hand. Liu Mizhan's eyes lit up with a smile, and after a pause, she continued, "By the way, my husband, the head of the Wu family, wants to see you. Most likely, he's asking for a favor and wants you to take him to Wanning Market. After all, during this period, the various robber cultivators must have heard the news and were lying in ambush along the essential routes through Wanning Market. If a key cultivator went there with a large sum of money, they would most likely lose everything." Fu Changsheng said, "I've disappeared. Mizhan, please tell him that if he wants to follow me, the condition is that he leave behind the 2 first-level cranes, one male and one female. With the cranes, travel would be much easier for the key cultivators in the future." The two exchanged a few more words, and after Liu Mizhan emerged from the room, Fu Changsheng resumed his talisman crafting. Only on the day of the wedding did Fu Changsheng stop. To the west of Yunqian County's fiefdom, clan leader Xiao and clan leader He arrived together, their pace steady. Clan leader He whispered, "Brother Xiao, have you heard? A few days ago, someone at the suppression department leaked news that the imperial court seems to have made changes to the way aristocratic families are granted titles. I heard that in places like our Weinan prefecture, no more than 5/8 rank aristocratic families can be appointed. Now, besides the Shangguan, Nanguang, Guangsan, and Shi families, we only have one remaining spot in Weinan prefecture." Clan leader Xiao had heard this, too. He had been recuperating from his injuries, but to ascertain the truth of this rumor, he braved his illness to attend the Fu family's wedding banquet. After all, by then, he expected the 8th-rank Shangguans to arrive, and by eavesdropping, he could gather some useful intelligence. Clan leader Xiao coughed lightly inside. "If this policy is true, I'm afraid the final spot won't be ours." Clan leader He, however, took it easy. After all, the He family's promotion to the 8th rank was a distant prospect. Clan leader He was even more concerned about who would receive the final spot. "Brother Xiao, which of the remaining families do you think is most likely to secure this spot?" Clan leader Xiao replied without hesitation. Before the Liang family's decline, the Liang and Kui families naturally competed for this spot. But now that the Liang family has fallen on hard times, it's clear that the spot belongs to the Kui family. "Brother He, you?" Clan leader Xiao was halfway through his sentence when he suddenly recalled the He family's key reading technique. The last time the Liang family decided to sue for peace with the Fu family, clan leader He had used it and determined that the Fu family had the potential to advance to the 8th rank. Clan leader Xiao was excited. "Brother He, could it be that you see the Fu family's luck surpassing the Kui families? If so, then befriending an 8th rank family would undoubtedly be the best investment." Clan leader He hurriedly shook his head. "Brother Xiao, what are you thinking about? With my level of cultivation, this key gazing technique isn't something I can perform casually. It's only been a short time since my last use." Upon hearing this, clan leader Xiao let out a faint sigh of relief. He acknowledged the Fu family's potential for growth. But he doubted the Fu family would overtake the Kui family and secure the final spot in a short period of time. After all, family development is a slow and arduous process. However, clan leader He clearly disagreed. Since he asked this question, it was obvious that he believed the Fu family had at least the strength to compete with the Kui family. When the two arrived at the Fu family's fiefdom, they saw that the Liang family had already arrived in the reception room. Liang Zhishan himself. The Lin family, due to Lin Shai and Fu's severe injury and seclusion, had only sent a hallmaster. The trio of the Kui, Qi, and Hong families had yet to arrive. After taking his seat, clan leader He glanced at Fu Changsheng. He saw that compared to their last meeting, Fu Changsheng seemed to have gained significantly more luck. As the head of the family, it's the most direct indicator of the family's overall luck. After taking their seats, a few people mentioned the Wanning Chamber of Commerce auction. A greeting rang out from outside the door. It was the Kui, Hong, and Qi families, all coming together. The heads of the Hong and Qi families lagged behind the Kui head by half a step. Clan leader He glanced back and forth between clan leader Kui and Fu Changsheng, and for a moment, they were practically on par. Clan leader He was deeply shocked. The Fu family's luck was growing incredibly fast. The last time he compared it, it was clearly lagging far behind the Kui family, but now it was seemingly on par. However, he had just heard that the Kui family had been rewarded with several Foundation establishment pills in the Kingland secret realm. Logically, the Kui family's luck should be significantly higher than the Fu family's. Strange, is this? Am I mistaken? Clan leader, he hesitated, wondering whether to risk using the key reading technique. At this moment, I heard a noise coming from outside the door. Chapter 214, a strange phenomenon descends from the sky, business is booming, and meeting quotas are available. Fu Changsheng, who was at the head of the group, stood up and walked out quickly. Seeing this, clan leader, he was puzzled. What kind of distinguished guest could Fu Changsheng personally greet him? Clan leader, he couldn't help but probe outside with his spiritual sense. He saw two beautiful figures walking together outside. One was Shangguan Hongyu, who always liked to wear red, and the other was the newly appointed palace master Su. Clan leader, he was shocked. Could it be that this Fu family has a relationship with the newly appointed palace master Su? He was not mistaken. Rumor has it that Xiao Xianger, who had broken through to the level of Purple Mansion Great Cultivator, was friends with Liu Mizhen, but this new palace master Su was from the 9th rank Su family in Huaibei Prefecture. As far as he knew, Fu Changsheng had never even left Huainan Prefecture, so how could he be related to palace master Su? Even clan leader Kui, who was standing opposite him, was visibly stunned. He had never expected the Fu family to have such strong connections. It's surprising that they could be connected to 2 generations of palace masters of the suppression division. After all, there's only one remaining aristocratic family in Huainan Prefecture eligible for promotion to the 8th rank. If the Fu family has connections to the suppression division, they'd undoubtedly have a head start. At least they'd be the first to know about various policy announcements. Patriarch Qui, standing beside Patriarch Kui, observed this and whispered, "Brother Kui, even if the Fu family has connections within the suppression division, they're far inferior to yours. Furthermore, our 3 families, working together, are far more powerful than the Fu family. Brother Kui, don't worry too much." Patriarch Kui reflected. The Fu family's rise was impressive, but their foundation was weak. Furthermore, with their fiefdom at the entrance to the Shangguan Mountains, it was unclear whether they could withstand the coming beast tide. Patriarch Kui's worries instantly dissipated. Meanwhile, on the other side, Fu Changsheng hadn't expected Palace Master Su to come in person. As he stepped forward to welcome them into the room, he heard his voice. "Lord Xiao, the governor, before his promotion, specifically asked me to take good care of your Fu family." Fu Changsheng was shocked. He had thought Xiao Xianger had cut ties with the family, but it seemed that even after the birth of the child, out of consideration for the child's future, she couldn't live up to her claim of being ruthless. Everyone was a little surprised by Palace Master Su's arrival. Liu Mizhen, however, was the calmest of the group. She turned to glance at the twins being carried out, then glanced at Fu Gear, who had a 7-star mole on the palm of his left hand. With the entrance of the newlyweds, the atmosphere reached a climax. After dinner ended and the guests dispersed, Fu Changsheng didn't see Yu Qingru at the wedding banquet. He inquired and learned that Yu Qingru had begun labor that morning and was about to give birth. As the biological father, upon hearing this news, Fu Changsheng made up an excuse and immediately rushed to the Yu family's fiefdom. It was different from what he had expected. Although the Yu family's main residence was busy, everything was in perfect order. Yu Qingru, who was giving birth inside, heard that Fu Changsheng had arrived and asked the maid to prepare tea. About a cup of tea had passed. Fu Changsheng, sitting upright in the courtyard, suddenly looked up. He saw that above the Yu family's sky, which had previously been devoid of moon and stars, a rainbow of auspicious clouds had suddenly appeared. The auspicious clouds gathered together, and he could vaguely see fairies playing music and dancing. In the center of the auspicious clouds, he seemed to vaguely see the index finger of an enshrined statue gently tapping the delivery room below. Then, buzz! All the strange phenomena disappeared. Fu Changsheng, sitting upright in the armchair, suddenly opened his eyes. Did I fall asleep? Was the strange vision just now a fantasy? Just as he was wondering, suddenly, the sound of a baby crying was heard in the delivery room. Then, the midwife smiled and carried a baby girl out. Fu Changsheng skillfully took the little creature. Its face flushed red, its eyes still etched, yet Fu Changsheng's heart melted. However, if he remembered correctly, the intelligence mentioned Qingru was carrying twins, a boy and a girl, and there should be another in her belly. The next moment, The midwife's surprised and delighted voice echoed from the delivery room, "There's another one, there's another in her belly." The second one went even more smoothly. Within a dozen breaths, the baby's cry was heard as it landed. At the same time, a familiar mechanical sound echoed through Fu Changsheng's mind, "Ling, you've added a gifted heir to the family," gaining 610 contribution points. Immediately, the contribution value on the dashboard instantly changed to 6,000. Fu Changsheng suddenly realized, if that's the case, then was that vision I dreamt about true? The intelligence only mentioned that only one child was gifted, but he didn't know which one it was. After the delivery room was cleaned up, a maid stepped forward and knelt before Fu Changsheng, saying, "Patriarch Fu, our patriarch invites you in." They arrived at the delivery room. Yu Qingru was half leaning on the bed, looking slightly pale. She looked away from her children and smiled weakly, saying, "Please, master, choose names for the two children." Fu Changsheng paused. His 4 previous children had been named after homophones for prosperity and strength. He simply hoped Qingru's 2 children would grow up safely, so he said, "How about naming your daughter Anan and your son Ningning?" Yu Qingru muttered softly. She nodded slightly. Fu Changsheng then pulled 2 bracelets from his storage bag and placed them on the children. Each of their brothers will receive one. Wearing them will strengthen their souls and temper their bodies. Yu Qingru didn't refuse. Instead, he said, "Master, I'd like to participate in the Wanning Chamber of Commerce auction in 3 days. How can you travel so far after giving birth?" Fu Changsheng declined without a second thought. According to the schedule, they had to leave tomorrow. Otherwise, arriving too late might mean they wouldn't even get a spot on the auction. Fu Changsheng said, "Just let me know what you want to bid on." Yu Qingru had been waiting for these words. Pulling a treasure bag from under her pillow, she handed it to Fu Changsheng. "Patriarch, our Yu family needs to advance to the 9th rank within 10 years. Besides me, we're still short of a foundation establishment cultivator. Could you please help me bid for a foundation establishment pill at the auction?" While there were supposedly dozens of foundation establishment pills at the auction, with so many people coming, the price would likely be higher than usual. Fu Changsheng took the treasure bag and nodded slightly. "Okay, I'll bid for the foundation establishment pill you want. You can rest and recuperate." The Yu family's advancement to the 9th rank meant half of the other requirement for the Fu family's advancement to the 8th rank had been met. Fu Changsheng wouldn't refuse, whether for public or private reasons. He spent some time with the child and Qingru. Yu Qingru, feeling exhausted herself, said, "Master, please return. You have to travel early tomorrow morning." They returned to the family home from the Yu family's fiefdom. Fu Changsheng expected Mizhen to come and confront him, but when they were about to leave for Wanning Market the next day, Mizhen's face remained perfectly calm, as if she hadn't even noticed his visit to the Yu family the previous night. She didn't mention it at all. Fu Changsheng was both moved and vaguely guilty. "So," he offered, "Mizhen, do you have anything you want to auction or purchase? Make a list for me." Mizhen smiled and shook her head. The more she spoke, the more Fu Changsheng felt the odor. Also heading to Wanning Market were Liu Qingmin and clan leader Wu. Clan leader Wu's pair of cranes had been left at the Fu family, so the two of them rode Fu Changsheng's green python. They arrived at the market gate, only to find a long queue already forming. The 3 men landed on the ground from the green python and saw the bustling crowd. Clan leader Wu immediately flattered, "Clan leader Fu, please rest over there. I'll go get in line. You can come back when it's your turn." "No need, just follow me." Fu Changsheng skirted the long line and arrived at a small western gate. Compared to the bustling main gate, this one was remarkably quiet. The gatekeeper was a member of the Kui family. Upon seeing Fu Changsheng, he quickly bowed, "Greetings, clan leader Fu." After Fu Changsheng presented his token and passed through the spirit mirror, the gates were immediately opened. Clan leader Wu and Liu Qingmin exchanged a glance. As expected, the treatment after becoming a member of an aristocratic family was different. Entering the market town, a bustle of activity reached them. The market town was teeming with people, many of them cultivators from Huaibei Prefecture. Wanning Market Town was celebrating its largest event in a century. Teams of cultivators, adorned with the attire of the Suppressing World Division, patrolled the market town. Clan leader Wu and Liu Qingmin followed Fu Changsheng closely, showing no sign of wandering around. Seeing this, Fu Changsheng arrived at the inn, intending to book a room for them. However, upon inquiry, he discovered it was fully booked. Fu Changsheng frowned and said, "In that case, Why don't you stay in the backyard of our Fu family shop for a few days? Clan leader Wu and Liu Kingman were deeply moved. Otherwise, they would have to stay out until the auction began. But the market outside was a hive of activity. They carried with them the wealth accumulated by their families over decades, so they dared not stay out there. If they weren't careful, their storage bags would be snatched away by a powerful opponent. Arriving at the Fu family's Wandan pavilion, they saw it was packed with people, and business was booming. Above the doorway, a prominent banner read, "Centennial Event, 12% off all elixirs in the shop." The Fu family's elixirs were always clearly marked, so this discount was clearly a genuine offer, not simply a price hike with a 12% discount. As a result, the regular customers flocked to the shop. As the crowds grew, new customers, especially those visiting for the first time from Huaibei Prefecture, would also come forward to take a look. Seeing the genuine bargains, they bought without hesitation. Business was booming, the best on the entire street. The pills were practically sold out the moment they were put on the shelves. Clan leader Wu, observing this scene, was filled with envy and whispered to Liu Kingman, "Brother Liu, your in-laws must have already become incredibly wealthy. With this level of customer traffic, they must have already made a killing." Liu Kingman, too, felt envious inside. Mei Zhen went so far as to turn against the Liu clan to marry Changsheng. Now it seems like a wise decision. If Mei Zhen were still around, their Liu family would have long since been lost to the tide of history, just like the Zhang and Li families before them. Fu Changsheng led them into the courtyard through the back door. "You stay here. I'll go to the Wanning Chamber of Commerce to find out about the auction." "Thank you, Clan leader Fu." Clan leader Wu bowed. They didn't dare go outside. The commotion would inevitably lead to friction and collisions. Fu Changsheng left the Wandan pavilion and headed straight for the Wanning Chamber of Commerce. Although they had arrived 3 days early, this year's auction seemed even more popular than he had expected. The Wanning Chamber of Commerce was also crowded. After Fu Changsheng presented his VIP token, the shopkeeper led him upstairs, where Elder Qin personally greeted him. Fu Changsheng bowed and said, "Elder Qin, it's been a long time since we last met." The last time, Fu Changsheng had come to the Wanning Chamber of Commerce to request his help in refining an elixir. Elder Qin smiled and stroked his beard. His spiritual sense landed on Fu Changsheng, and he shuddered, a little incredulous. "Clan leader Fu, have you reached the 8th level of Foundation establishment?" If he remembered correctly, he said. It had only been about 20 years since the other party reached the Foundation establishment stage. This cultivation speed was comparable to that of some of the most gifted individuals. Elder Qin was filled with emotion. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Fu Changsheng asked, "Elder Qin, I heard that entry to the auction venue is anonymous. Are there any restrictions on the number of people who can enter?" "Of course there are. Look at the crowd outside. Even if they're not here to bid, they're still here to see the world. Our auction venue is so small, so first, to enter, you need to verify your capital. You must pay a deposit of 10,000 spirit stones. Of course, these spirit stones aren't your entry ticket, but simply your stake in the auction. Second, because the number of places available is limited, candidates must submit an item for bidding. This item must be of at least rank 2 and must be relatively scarce." These two conditions eliminated a large number of people. This made sense. Otherwise, Fu Changsheng wouldn't have come to the Wanning Chamber of Commerce the moment he arrived at the market. Fu Changsheng asked, "Elder Qin, is it possible to bring a subordinate into the auction? According to the rules, you're not allowed to. However, Clan leader Fu, you're a VIP. Under my authority, I can allow you to bring one person." This was Fu Changsheng's first time at an auction. This was quite unexpected. After all, he had already promised Clan leader Wu and Liu Kingman. Fu Changsheng discreetly handed Elder Qin a box. "Elder Qin, please be flexible. I need one more spot." Elder Qin glanced at the contents of the box with his spiritual sense. After a moment's hesitation, he sighed and said, Well, it's a rare opportunity to meet Clan leader Fu." Elder Qin pushed the box back, not even accepting it. In this way, he owed Elder Qin a favor. However, favors are the way they are, exchanges strengthen relationships. Fu Changsheng asked if the auction list had been leaked. Elder Qin shook his head and smiled without saying anything, clearly trying to maintain a sense of secrecy. Of course, those 50 or 60 Foundation establishment pills alone were the biggest lure. Elder Qin handed Fu Changsheng a token granting entry to the auction and said, Clan leader Fu, according to the rules, you must bring in a spiritual object for the auction. Fu Changsheng searched his storage bag. Naturally, he was reluctant to put up a truly rare item. He tapped the bag, and a flash of light appeared, revealing a box that floated toward Elder Qin. He opened it and raised an eyebrow. The wings of a two-headed duck, a rare, second-tier spiritual material for refining a flying instrument. However, since it hasn't been refined yet, we'll start the auction at 300 spirit stones. What do you think, clan leader Fu? The starting price wasn't the final price. The lower the price, the more bids there were. Fu Changsheng nodded slightly. Then I'll have to trouble you, Elder Qin. Fu Changsheng left the Wanning Chamber of Commerce. At that moment, a graceful figure emerged from the cabin behind Elder Qin. Qin Ruai looked puzzled. Grandfather, according to the rules, one spot on the auction costs 2,000 spirit stones. Since you're trying to do Chief Fu a favor, you should have told him the truth. Silly girl, if I told him directly, wouldn't a favor have been just 2,000 spirit stones? Elder Qin raised his hand and took a sip of Wuling tea. The 2,000 spirit stones were just a token of appreciation from the Wanning Chamber of Commerce. The true favor lay elsewhere. Qin Ruai's eyes flickered, and she understood instantly. However, there was another thing she couldn't figure out. Grandfather, when the Kui family came before, you only gave them one spot. Did you think the final 8th rank spot in Huainan Prefecture would go to the Fu family? Now the Kui family has everything they need, except for the imperial merit points and the presence of 2 9th rank families in their fiefdom. They undoubtedly have a clear advantage over the Fu family. Elder Qin put down his teacup. His eyes narrowed slightly. Ruai, do you know how many years it took for the Fu family to grow from just 4 cultivators to a formidable 9th grade family, with Fu Changsheng, from the 2nd level of key training, transforming it into one of the most prestigious 9th grade families today? Less than 30 years. Yes, less than 30 years. People say things change over time, but the Fu family has grown to this size in less than 30 years. Even when they were penniless, they were able to achieve such rapid growth. Now, not only do they have the protection of the 8th grade Shangguan family, but they also have support from those higher up in the World Suppression Division. Do you think in another 10 years, the Kui family will be able to match their current size? It had taken generations of the Kui family hundreds of years to reach this size. The Fu family had achieved this in less than 30 years. Qin Ruai suddenly realized. Grandfather, you're still so far-sighted. Qin Ruai glanced around and whispered, Grandfather, I heard that the Fu family's mistress launched an operation immediately after entering the World Suppression Division. Someone up there is spreading rumors, but it's actually, Ruai. He hadn't finished. Elder Qin interrupted her. Be careful with your words. Xiao Xianger was no longer a useless pawn of the 5th rank Xiao clan. Her opponent, already a Grand Master of the Purple Mansion and a pacification envoy, held considerable influence even within the 5th rank Xiao clan. No matter what the higher-ups said, they couldn't criticize her. Elder Qin, his face sullen, warned, Ruai, words can cause trouble. Remember this. Yes, Grandfather, I was reckless for a moment. Fu Changsheng had just finished his work and returned to the London pavilion. Fu Yongsheng, having just finished a task, entered without a trace. Seeing Fu Changsheng accompanied by clan leader Wu and Liu Qingmin, he immediately said, Patriarch, rumors are circulating that spots at this auction are incredibly hard to come by. And unlike in the past, where attendants could enter with their companions, I've heard that only one person can enter per token. Clan leader Wu and Liu Qingmin's expressions changed slightly upon hearing this. Fu Changsheng had just returned. They hadn't yet inquired about the outcome. Everyone looked at Fu Changsheng with concern. Fu Changsheng took a sip of Wuling tea and said, Patriarch Wu, father-in-law, rest assured. Since I've agreed to take you into the auction, I'll naturally find a way. This was true. Liu Qingmin gritted his teeth and said, Patriarch Fu, if you really can't bring anyone in, please bring my spirit stones. If possible, help me bid for a foundation establishment pill. His life was in someone else's hands. Liu Qingmin trusted Fu Changsheng and immediately untied the storage bag from his waist and handed it to Fu Changsheng. Chapter 215, The Secret of the Purple Mansion, Important Information, and the Finale Treasure. Seeing this, clan leader Wu, standing nearby, gritted his teeth and offered the spirit stones he had brought. Fu Changsheng smiled. Clan leader Wu, father-in-law, since you trust me, please take the spirit stones back. Since I've promised you, I will naturally take you to the auction. The implication was that a solution had already been found. Clan leader Wu and Liu Qingman's eyes lit up, and they thanked him profusely. As they spoke, a servant came forward from outside the door, delivering a message. Master, the waiter at Lai Fu Inn has delivered a secret letter. The servant then presented a sealed envelope. Fu Changsheng took it, opened it, and saw that it was Uncle Feng who had asked him to go to Lai Fu Inn. The reason he hadn't used the Jade Talisman to send the message was likely because he feared the news would leak. After leaving the Wandan Pavilion and entering Lai Fu Inn, he went straight to the top floor and reached Room Zhuan. He knocked on the door, and the light curtain of the formation surged, revealing a gap. Inside the room, Shangguan Feng was the only one present. After the formation closed, Fu Changsheng asked curiously, Uncle Feng, didn't Hongyu come with you? Hongyu was in seclusion. Shangguan Feng handed Fu Changsheng a cup of brewed Layan tea from the tea table. Fu Changsheng felt a little lost in the taste. The last time they met, Hongyu had already reached the peak of the foundation establishment stage, ahead of him. Could she be practicing some secret technique in seclusion now? Shangguan Feng, noticing his absent-mindedness, glared at him. This is top-quality Layan tea. I managed to get it for less than a penny from that old man from the Xu family. Enjoy it. Fu Changsheng smiled awkwardly and took a careful sip. He found that the Layan tea didn't make a difference at first, but after it entered his stomach, it calmed his restless heart and left a lingering fragrance in his mouth. Uncle Feng, good tea. Fu Changsheng smiled and refilled Shangguan Feng's cup. After a few pleasantries, Shangguan Feng cast a spell into the light curtain of the formation, and a soundproof shield was formed. Fu Changsheng saw the scene and thought he had something important to say. Shangguan Feng's face was solemn. Changsheng, since you entered the Wanning market, you must have seen quite a few foundation establishment cultivators, even from Huibai Prefecture. Do you know why they've come? Hearing the sound of the string, he understood the meaning. Fu Changsheng's mind fluttered. Uncle Feng, could it be that the Wanning Chamber of Commerce's auction will feature other high-level spiritual materials and treasures besides the foundation establishment pill? Shangguan Feng put down his teacup. He quickly transmitted his message. I've heard from the Wanning Chamber of Commerce that this auction will feature 3 grand prizes, one of which is the well-known foundation establishment pill. Of course, since it's the grand prize, there won't be just one. It's said that the last foundation establishment pill auction will be held in groups of 10 pills in a group. Based on the auction prices in previous years, that would probably be around 300,000 spirit stones. Fu Changsheng suddenly realized. It seemed that this final group of foundation establishment pills was for the aristocratic families. How could a casual cultivator have such financial resources? Their Fu family already had 10 foundation establishment pills. If they truly had that many spirit stones, they wouldn't use them for beading, but rather for city construction. After all, they now held the recipe. As long as they could find the foundation establishment elixir, they could refine it. There was no need to be a sucker and pay someone else's money. Changsheng, if your Fu family can't afford the spirit stones, you'll have to make a move before this. Single elixirs will likely be auctioned off by key training families and casual cultivators. You should then focus on bundles of foundation establishment pills, which offer the best value. This was Fu Changsheng's first time attending an auction. He hadn't anticipated many details. After receiving Shangguan Feng's guidance, he gratefully said, Thank you, Uncle Feng, for your guidance. However, he was even more curious about the other 2 treasures that would be the finale. Shangguan Feng paused. He continued, as for the second treasure, it's said to be a first-grade Zhuan level technique. This technique can be cultivated to the golden core stage, just a fraction below the earth level. The 8th-grade aristocratic families of Huibai Prefecture have also come here after hearing about it. Their purpose is simple. The foundation establishment pill is secondary. The most important thing is this first-grade Zhuan level technique. As he spoke, Shangguan Feng's eyes flashed with eagerness. Clearly, Shangguan Feng was also very excited about this technique. Fu Changsheng, however, felt a pang of anxiety. He hadn't expected that a mere first-grade Zhuan level technique would spark such enthusiasm from the 8th-grade aristocratic families of Huainan and Huibai prefectures. If others learned that the Fu family possessed not only an earth-level technique, but also a heaven-level one, the Fu family would be doomed. Fortunately, the family's high-level techniques only retain the key training chapters in the library. Fu Changsheng's face matched his surprise and eagerness. Then he asked, Uncle Feng, What's the final treasure, the last one? I asked that old man from the Xu family, but he doesn't know either. Upon hearing this, Fu Changsheng felt that the Wanning Chamber of Commerce's marketing tactics were truly remarkable, fully capturing everyone's curiosity and enthusiasm. Furthermore, the leak of the first-grade Zhuan-level technique was likely leaked by the Chamber of Commerce itself, and their target audience was 8th-grade families. 9th-grade families like theirs, in the eyes of the Wanning Chamber of Commerce, could only fight tooth and nail to get a chance to obtain the Foundation Establishment pill. After discussing the auction, Shangguan Feng shifted the conversation, returning to the original topic. Changsheng, were you wondering why Hongai was in seclusion even though she had already reached the peak of the Foundation Establishment stage? Uncle Feng, isn't Hongai practicing a secret technique? Of course not. Shangguan Feng shook his head. He spread out his right hand, and a wisp of true energy emanated from his fingertips. Look at this true energy. How is it different from yours? Shangguan Feng was a sword cultivator with a gold-attributed spiritual root, and his cultivation method was similar. Therefore, his true energy possessed an edge that was unbearable to look at directly. However, upon closer inspection, he discovered that the true energy, a hair's worth of it, swirled around Shangguan Feng's fingertips, yet it contained a power 10 times greater than his own, even more terrifying. Uncle Feng, your true energy seems to have been refined to perfection, flawless and extremely pure. Shangguan Feng saw that Fu Changsheng understood everything at once. Satisfied, he retracted the incantation. He absorbed the true energy and said, now, do you understand why Hongai was in seclusion? Fu Changsheng nodded slightly, moved. If he was right, Shangguan Hongai was preparing to open the acupoints in the 2 dimensions. Shangguan Feng didn't hold back, saying directly, Changsheng, regarding the secrets of the Purple Mansion, I can't reveal much, as they involve imperial secrets. But remember this, if you wish to advance further in cultivation, during the Foundation Establishment stage, you must be willing to put in the effort and not rush for success. You're only in your early 40s, and you still have over 100 years before your final day. If you trust Uncle Feng, use this time to exhaust all available resources and refine your body and true essence to the utmost. These were heartfelt words. Fu Changsheng, who knew the secrets of the Purple Mansion, especially understood Shangguan Feng's well-intentioned intentions. If he was right, Shangguan Feng must have already opened up his 2 dimensions. It was precisely because of this personal experience that he was so admonishing. As for why he hadn't yet taken that step beyond the Purple Mansion, Fu Changsheng didn't know, but he was genuinely moved by Shangguan Feng's words. Standing up and bowing, he said, Changsheng, remember Uncle Feng's teachings, just remember my words. Please sit down. There's no need for such formalities between you and me. After Fu Changsheng took his seat, Shangguan Feng brought up another important matter. Rumor has it that there's only one spot left for an 8th-rank family in Huainan Prefecture. I'm sure you've heard that, Changsheng. What do you think, Uncle Feng? I don't think much about anything else. Our fiefdom is at the entrance to the 100,000 mountains, so right now, the Fu family is focused on resisting the beast tide. As for which family will take that spot, that's a matter for the future. After all, the court hasn't actually issued a public announcement yet. You're quite insightful. Shangguan Feng smiled. He had originally expected Fu Changsheng to clash with the Kui family over this. Now that this was the case, he felt relieved. However, he still gave a warning. The Kui family is under the rule of the Shi family. As long as that old man is in charge of the Shi family, he will never allow the aristocratic families under his rule to fight each other. So as long as you don't provoke the Kui, Qi, and Hong families, no matter how fierce the rumors spread, the 3 Kui families will not be the first to attack your Fu family. Yes, Uncle Feng, under the rule of the Shangguan family, the 9th-rank aristocratic family, the Lin family is considered ruined. Shangguan Feng naturally does not want the Fu family to repeat the same mistakes. The two chatted for a few more words. After a pot of tea, Fu Changsheng got up and left. Coming down from the 3rd floor, he heard a familiar complaint from the 2nd floor. I am the eldest son of the Su family. Why does he, Su Laoer, get to live on the top floor, while I, Su Changking, can only live on the 2nd floor? Humph. I'm going to find my aunt now. Su Changking ran towards the Zhenshi division like a gust of wind. Su Changzi, following behind him, wanted to persuade him but didn't dare. Su Changking arrived at the Zhenshi division. Meeting with Palace Master Su went quite smoothly. Palace Master Su was unmarried and had been close friends with Su Changking's mother since childhood. Su Changsheng's mother had even saved Palace Master Su's life, and it was Palace Master Su who had facilitated Su Changsheng's marriage into the Su family. Therefore, Palace Master Su treated Su Changsheng like his own child. Seeing him in a hurry, she waved her hand and motioned the steward to go down. After closing the magic circle, she patted the storage bag, and a box of snacks made of yangang crab floated towards Su Changsheng. You are almost 30 years old, but you are still like a child, and you lose your temper at every turn. This is the yangang crab cakes I brought back for you from Jingzhou. Try it and calm down, and I am not in the mood to eat snacks right now. You don't know, last time in the Kanglin's secret realm, Dad saw that I returned empty-handed and lost 3 foundation building cultivators. In a rage, he and the elders abolished my identity as the young patriarch. Now he is supporting Su Leor, the son of Aunt Qiao, to take the position. This time, the Wanning Chamber of Commerce auction is such a big event, and Dad directly let Su Leor take full responsibility. Su Leor and the eldest elder live directly on the top floor of Liaonin, and I, the eldest son, could only condescend to him and live on the second floor. Aunt, help me plead with Daddy. If this continues, won't the second Su be bullying me? Su Changsheng's little mouth chattered non-stop. He was clearly feeling grievances at home, and finally found someone to vent to. Palace Master Su simply listened, but didn't reply. After Su Changsheng finished, he felt thirsty and gulped down his teacup. Only then did he realize that Palace Master Su hadn't said a single word, and the Kui family's fault for my mission failure in the Kanglin's secret realm. You know that. The evidence is right before your eyes. Otherwise, how could the Kui family have provided 9 portions of the Foundation establishment elixir? And all this is the Kui family's fault, but Daddy is taking it out on me. I'm like a dumb person swallowing bitter herbs, feeling utterly wronged. Palace Master Su knew his nephew was naturally lustful. The failure of this mission was likely due to this. Otherwise, it would be otherwise. The other party wouldn't have started clamoring for Miss Lin the moment they left the Kanglin's secret realm. Although Palace Master Su doted on Su Changsheng, she also knew his temper. If the clan didn't discipline him, he'd be in danger once he went outside and someone else took action. So, when clan leader Su pushed second Su to power, she didn't stop him. She had intended to teach Su Changsheng a lesson and make him reflect, but it seemed he hadn't changed a bit. Depriving him of his position as young clan leader was too light a punishment. Palace Master Su said solemnly, Changsheng, if the opportunity arises, your aunt will help you deal with the Kui family's grievances. However, I have something important that I need you to return to the clan immediately and personally deliver to your father. Su Changsheng had never seen his aunt look so serious before. He was stunned for a moment. Although he still wanted to join in the fun in the Wanning market, he curled his lips and muttered, all right. He put the box handed to him by Palace Master Su into his storage bag. As he turned to leave, he suddenly remembered something he had forgotten and turned to take the yangang crab cakes from the table. Fu Changsheng hadn't left the Wanden Pavilion since returning from Liaonin. On the day of the auction, while sitting cross-legged in his secret room, he suddenly had a thought: exchange for information. The auction was about to begin. Naturally, he would exchange information to see if he could gain any useful information. Buzz! The panel vibrated. A large amount of yellow light surged. Then, lines of text appeared. 1. Su Changsheng complained to Palace Master Su and asked Palace Master Su to help him take revenge on the Kui family. After returning to the clan with a secret box entrusted to him by Palace Master Su, he was imprisoned on the Cliff of Repentance for a full 10 years until the beast tide broke out, and he was not released until then. 2. In order to bid for more foundation-building pills, the Liang family did not hesitate to auction a box that was taken out of the blood-colored forbidden area. This box was obtained by their ancestor of the Liang family. Until Liang Zhishan's generation, no one has been able to open it. 3. At today's auction, 3 soul-nourishing grass seeds with only half of their vitality left will be auctioned. Soul-nourishing grass is the main ingredient for refining soul-nourishing pills. 4. The auction will feature 3 finale treasures. 5. Your wife Liu Rumi's family is from the Liu family. The father of the Liu family's ancestor is actually a direct descendant of the Liu family, one of the 5 major key training families in Taiyuan County, Jingzhou. The Liu family in Taiyuan County is a family of talisman masters. 6. A total of 10 pieces of information were exchanged. Fu Changsheng's eyes swept over the pieces of information. There was not much information related to the auction, and the only most specific information was given about the 3 soul-nourishing grass seeds. It seems that if you want to get more specific information, you have to enter the auction site to find out. Fu Changsheng immediately stood up. After coming out of the secret room, he saw that clan leader Wu and Liu Kingman had already been waiting for a long time. Fu Yongshang handed a treasure bag to Fu Changsheng with both hands. "Master, this is the spirit stone collected by our Wandan pavilion." He took the treasure bag. Fu Changsheng asked, "Yongshang, have you heard any news from the market during my days of seclusion?" He had only exchanged 10 pieces of information. There were bound to be omissions. Furthermore, the information provided by the system was random. Fu Yongsheng organized his words and spoke methodically, reporting to the Patriarch. "Rumor has it that one of the 3 grand prizes of the Wanning Chamber of Commerce auction this time is a first-grade Zhuan level technique. This is the most reliable information, and it's been spread with great detail. Also, there are various theories about the other 2 grand prizes. Some say they were elixirs for breaking through the Purple Mansion, others say they were elixirs for cleansing the essence and marrow, and even more say they're spiritual fruits that can increase lifespan." Because of this rumor, I heard that 1 or 2 Purple Mansion cultivators who were originally in seclusion have also arrived. I don't know whether they're true or not, but someone is secretly selling Wanning Chamber of Commerce admission tokens. One of them is said to have sold for 3,000 spirit stones. Fu Changsheng's eyebrows jumped after hearing this. Even the system couldn't provide specific information about the final treasure. Could it truly be the elixir that could break through the Purple Mansion barrier? As for the idea that even the great Purple Mansion cultivators had been alerted to attend the meeting, he found it unlikely. After all, he had only seen one such cultivator once before, during the opening of the Kanglan secret realm. But then, something occurred to him. Before leaving, Fu Changsheng gave a warning. "Yongshang, the Wandan Pavilion's protective formations should be running at full speed as much as possible. The cultivators entering Wanning Market are a mixed bag, so be prepared." "Yes, Patriarch," Fu Yongsheng nodded hurriedly. As soon as Fu Changsheng left the Wandan Pavilion, he immediately instructed his servants to fill the formation's core with spirit stones and activate the protective formation at full speed. Fu Changsheng, along with clan leader Wu and Liu Kingman, arrived at the Wanning Chamber of Commerce, only to find a long line already forming at the entrance. Ahead of him were clan leaders Yi and Xiao. Even the heads of 9th-rank aristocratic families had to wait in line. Fu Changsheng was about to step forward when he saw a young woman standing at the front door of the Wanning Chamber of Commerce quickly descend. She bowed slightly to him and said, "Patriarch Fu, I am Qin Ruai, granddaughter of Elder Qin. Patriarch Fu, please follow me." Qin Ruai's cultivation had already reached the late foundation establishment stage. Fu Changsheng followed her around the main gate and arrived at the corner gate. Not far from the corner gate, he spotted a familiar face, Sita Feng, from Huabai Prefecture, whom he had encountered briefly during his previous foray into the Kanglan secret realm. Sita Feng gave Fu Changsheng a barely perceptible nod and was the first to enter through the corner gate. Qin Ruai slapped her storage bag, and instantly 3 boxes floated towards Fu Changsheng. "Patriarch Fu, these are 3 robes that block spiritual perception. Once you put them on, even a master cultivator from the Purple Mansion won't be able to see your true face. Enter through the corner door, and a maid will lead you up to the 3rd floor. Once you see an empty private room, you can enter directly." Chapter 216 Blood Relics, Purple Cloud Flowers, City Construction Map. Following Fu Changsheng, clan leader Wu and Liu Kingman exchanged a glance. They hadn't expected Fu Changsheng to possess such power and prestige, even receiving a VIP token from the Wanning Chamber of Commerce. The Lei family, also from Anyang County, couldn't even enter the auction hall, while they were able to sit in a private room. This was truly due to Fu Changsheng's influence. The 3 of them donned their robes and chanted a spell. A white mist rose from the robes, enveloping their faces. Fu Changsheng scanned them with his spiritual sense. Sure enough, he couldn't decipher clan leader Wu and the other 2's faces. Entering through the corner door, they were led up to the 3rd floor by a maid. A closer look revealed the entire auction hall was circular, with a bidding platform standing in the center. Benches were set up on the 1st floor, where people sat side by side. The 2nd floor had individual chairs, though there were no screens separating the 1st and 2nd floors. Only the 3rd floor contained a series of private rooms. The rooms with numbers fluttering on the curtains were likely occupied. Fu Changsheng took a quick look and chose a room near the exit. After entering, the curtain instantly lit up with the number 68. Inside, a tea table was set up. However, there was only one armchair, which could accommodate 2 people standing on either side, but it certainly wouldn't accommodate chairs. Patriarch Wu and Liu Kingman stood obediently on either side. They were able to enter the room thanks to Fu Changsheng, so they naturally wouldn't dream of sitting on the armchair. After Fu Changsheng took his seat, the crowd poured in, and the entire auction hall suddenly became noisy and buzzing, especially on the first and second floors. However, the curtains on the third floor were able to block out the noise. When the number of the last room on the third floor also lit up, a powerful aura suddenly descended from the sky. He took a closer look. Suddenly, a middle-aged cultivator in a green robe appeared, striding across the air, stepping up to the sky above the auction area. He then sat cross-legged, his entire body as immovable as a mountain, seemingly imbued with the majesty of heaven and earth, making it difficult for anyone to look directly at him. Fu Changsheng's throat rolled. Purple Mansion Master, this auction actually required such a prominent figure from the Wanning Chamber of Commerce to oversee it. Fu Changsheng's thoughts raced. Could it be that the final treasure, the grand prize, is something even the Purple Mansion covets? If not, why would a Purple Mansion Master be necessary? Fu Changsheng frowned. He had made up his mind, once he had secured the soul-nourishing grass seeds, he would depart early. As for the grand prize, he had no interest in it at all. He knew his own limitations, and how could he dare compete with a Purple Mansion Master for such a valuable treasure? With the appearance of the Purple Mansion Master, the previously bustling auction venue suddenly quieted down. Elderkin brought Kinru-ai, followed by a dozen people holding boxes covered with red cloth curtains, to the auction site. Elderkin looked around at everyone, smiled and bowed, saying, "My surname is Qin, and I am honored to host today's auction for you. I believe everyone has heard of the auction of our Wanning Chamber of Commerce. Fighting is strictly prohibited in the auction site. No matter who violates the rules, they will be immediately kicked out of the auction site and put on the blacklist. They will never set foot in our Wanning Chamber of Commerce again, that's all. I hope everyone can abide by it." Okay, without further ado, I believe everyone is waiting anxiously. Now let me announce the first auction item for you, Ling. The hammer knocked lightly on the auction table. The first mate immediately presented the treasure. The red curtain parted, and a demonic aura suddenly emerged. This is a pair of second-level 2-headed duck wings, an excellent material for refining flying instruments. Starting at 300, bidding begins now. Fu Changsheng, seated in a private room, was surprised to find his first bid. Because it was the first item to be auctioned, everyone present was waiting to see what would happen next, so initially, no one bid. Fu Changsheng cast a spell on the curtain. A changed voice echoed through the auction hall. "I bid 400, number 68 on the third floor bids 400. Any other bidders?" The third floor was inhabited by the wealthy and powerful. Those on the first and second floors assumed that something the third floor had set its sights on must be good. Everyone was enthusiastic, and some were eager to get a good start. As soon as Elderkin finished speaking, bids kept coming in. "I'll offer 500, 530, 600, I'll take it. Hey, fellow Taoist, these are double-headed duck wings. 600 is a bit low. I'll offer 700, 720, 740, 790. 790. Deal. This pair of double-headed duck wings goes to guest number 34 on the second floor. The market price for double-headed duck wings should be just over 600, but at this auction, they sold for 700. After deducting the Wanning Chamber of Commerce's commission, they still pocketed 700 spirit stones. Fu Changsheng was very satisfied with the price. The next lot is lapis lazuli. Also known as the soul-absorbing stone, it's a very rare refining material. Besides being destructible with sheer force, it's invulnerable to the spiritual energy of any spell or magical weapon. The starting price is 400 spirit stones, and each bid must be no less than 50 spirit stones. The bidding begins. I bid 500, 600, 650. As soon as the lapis lazuli was revealed, even the private rooms on the third floor saw a number of bids. The entire auction hall was ablaze from the outset. Fu Changsheng's target was clear, the soul-nourishing grass. Therefore, even with over a dozen items on the auction block, he held off bidding, remaining calm. Clan leader Wu and Liu Kingman, however, were tempted to bid several times, but realizing their target was the Foundation Establishment pill, they stopped in time. The next lot is a nameless flower plucked from the blood-forbidden land. Elderkin waved his sleeve, and the red cloth was removed. A nameless flower, contained in a box on a tray, suddenly appeared. The flower, the size of a bowl, had 7 petals, each a dreamlike hue, a dazzling rainbow of colors, shimmering with a strange light. The stamens, like purple gemstones, blossomed with a brilliant brilliance. This unnamed flower, according to the picker, grows in a land of colorful clouds. Its specific benefits are unknown, but judging by the spiritual energy it emanates, it's somewhere between lower and middle grade 3rd grade. Items from the blood-forbidden land are incredibly hard to come by, especially for alchemists, who find them to be precious research materials. Perhaps this is an ancient spiritual flower, extinguished elsewhere, a once-in-a-lifetime treasure. Starting price, 1,000 spirit stones. Each bid must be no less than 100 spirit stones. Bidding begins now, 1,000 spirit stones for a spiritual flower of unknown use. Aside from 2nd grade, superior alchemists or those with deep pockets, almost no one present showed interest. Fu Changsheng took a closer look. He couldn't discern the flower's purpose himself. But to avoid missing out on the treasure, he thought, exchange for information, buzz. The panel trembled. A large amount of yellow light surged. Then, lines of text appeared. 1. The 176th auction item is a relic of the Gongsun family's ancestors. This item contains a secret, a city plan that could withstand the attack of the Purple Mansion overhaul in ancient times. 2. Presented before you as a purple cloud flower. Pluck the petals of this flower and make a scented tea. It will be of great help in recovering from Master Yu's injuries. 3. Fu Changsheng's eyes fell on the first and second pieces of information. He appeared calm on the surface, but inside he was thrilled. This time, he had only wanted to bid on the soul-nourishing grass. He had never imagined that a city plan that could withstand the Purple Mansion overhaul would also appear. In addition, there was also the purple cloud flower that could heal Uncle Yu. No matter what means, he would win both of these items. Elder Kin called out the bids for a long time, but no one bid. A guest on the 2nd floor could no longer sit still. He suddenly stood up and said in a buzzing voice, "This nameless flower was obtained by me in the blood-forbidden land. It's genuine and worth its price. If I weren't bidding for a foundation establishment pill for my granddaughter, I would never have put it up for auction." This was the first time the seller's identity had been revealed. Everyone was buzzing. 1,000 spirit stones was certainly not something a key cultivator would be willing to part with for a nameless flower of unknown medicinal value. Just as Fu Changsheng was contemplating his bid, number 12 on the 3rd floor slowly said, "In consideration of this fellow Taoist's deep love for his grandson, I'll offer 1,100. However, once the 3rd floor bid, the foundation establishment cultivators on the 2nd floor, who had some spare cash, couldn't help but bid, fearing they would miss out on a treasure. Bids rose and fell incessantly. I'll bid 1,200, 1,300, 1,400, 1,500. Fu Changsheng saw the trend and feared that the price would continue to rise if they continued to raise the price. Knowing that this was the right time to make a move, he immediately said, 2,500. The final bid was only 1,700. This increase was 800 spirit stones. Everyone was stunned for a moment. After pondering it, they felt that spending nearly 3,000 spirit stones on a spiritual flower of unknown efficacy was not worth it. After all, the best was yet to come. Seeing that everyone was silent, the old seller hurriedly said, "I've used this flower before." Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Elder Kin. "Sir, you can't take my job away from me." Originally, the auction site was not allowed to publicly disclose the owner of the competing items. This was a gentle warning. The old man was reluctant, but he swallowed his words. If he broke the rules, he would not be eligible to bid for the next foundation establishment pill. 2,500 for one time, 2,500 for 2 times, 2,500 for 3 times. Ling. The hammer struck the bidding table. Elderkin gestured. "This nameless flower belongs to guest number 68 on the 3rd floor. The next bid is," Elderkin continued. A maid carried the purple cloud flower into private room number 68. After Fu Changsheng inspected it, the spirit stones on his token were deducted. After the maid left, clan leader Wu and Liu Kingman glanced at the purple cloud flower, which Fu Changsheng had carefully put away. They both felt that Fu Changsheng had been taken advantage of. Fu Changsheng, however, was delighted. As long as he could find a tea connoisseur to make scented tea from the purple cloud flower, Uncle Yu's recurring injury would be suppressed. As he thought about this, a familiar mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ling, you purchased a top grade purple cloud flower for your clan's formation master, earning 360 clan contribution points. Huh? Fu Changsheng was delighted. The grade of this purple cloud flower was clearly much higher than Elder King had anticipated. If it were sold in the market, it would fetch at least 4,000 or 5,000 spirit stones, and it would be priceless. Fu Changsheng glanced at the contribution value on the screen. It had now changed to 6,300. Fu Changsheng didn't bid again. As everyone grew tired, Elder Kin took the lead in putting up a foundation establishment pill for auction, reigniting their enthusiasm. The price of this foundation establishment pill was bid up to 38,000 spirit stones, significantly higher than in previous years. The winner was customer number 99 on the first floor. After receiving the pill from the maid, he left the auction room without a moment's delay. Clan leader Wu and Liu Kingman from number 68 watched enviously as they retreated. They had also bid earlier, but their finances were limited, and they simply couldn't afford the nearly 40,000 spirit stones. Seeing their dejected expressions, Fu Changsheng asked, "How many spirit stones do you two have combined?" Clan leader Wu and Liu Kingman exchanged a glance. Liu Kingman replied without hesitation, "My 33,000, my 37,500, clan leader Wu also gave his own number. That totaled 70,000 spirit stones. Fu Changsheng paused for a moment before saying, "The Chamber of Commerce will definitely auction off the foundation establishment pills in a bundle. You might consider combining your spirit stones and bidding together." The two men's eyes lit up at this. Sure enough, a group of 3 foundation establishment pills appeared on the auction floor. However, clan leader Wu and Liu Kingman's combined spirit stones couldn't outbid the others. Their palms were sweating. The further the foundation establishment pills went, the higher the bids became. The initial bidder had, in fact, the lowest price per unit. The auction was nearing its end. One customer had come for the foundation establishment pills, and now, unable to bid on any, he grew somewhat impatient. He muttered, "Elder Kin, please give us, the casual cultivators, a heads up. Are there any more single foundation establishment pills left to bid on? If not, we can give up and leave early." Elder Kin bowed apologetically. "Everyone, there are only 2 sets of foundation establishment pills left, one of 5 and one of 10. It's the Chamber of Commerce's established rules, so I can't split them up for bidding. I'm truly sorry. First, to clear the area, as the main event was about to begin. Second, to warn the aristocratic families that only 2 sets of foundation establishment pills remained, and it was time to act." As soon as these words were spoken, many cultivators on the first and second floors turned and left, cursing. In private room 68 on the 3rd floor, clan leader Wu and Liu Kingman both paled upon hearing this. They'd heard there were dozens of foundation establishment pills available, and they'd thought they'd be able to bid for one with over 30,000 spirit stones. But to their surprise, their efforts were in vain. Clan leader Wu was already old. If he lost this opportunity, he'd probably never be able to build his foundation again. Liu Kingman was similarly distraught. Both of them were somewhat distraught, no longer willing to listen in. They planned to leave early to avoid being ambushed as fat sheep. Clan leader Wu bowed and said, "Thank you, clan leader Fu, for bringing us in to see the world. Brother Liu and I have other things to attend to, so we won't be accompanying clan leader Fu any longer. I hope you can win the item you want." As they spoke, they were about to lift the curtain and leave. Fu Changsheng paused, then stopped them. "Could you lend me some of your spirit stones?" The spirit stones they held were the product of decades of thrift and frugality from both families. Liu Kingman hesitated for a moment before offering the treasure bag, containing over 30,000 spirit stones, with both hands. Clan leader Wu blinked, but then followed Liu Kingman's lead and handed over the spirit stones. Fu Changsheng nodded slightly. "Don't worry, I won't owe you these spirit stones for too long." He was going to bid on the city plan later. He only had the 60,000 spirit stones given by the clan, and he was worried it wouldn't be enough. With Wu Liu's 70,000 spirit stones, he would have a better idea. After the two of them left, a thought flashed through Fu Changsheng's mind. Perhaps, Mei Zhen had refined 2 furnaces of foundation establishment pills, totaling 10. The candidates needed by the clan for the next 10 years were Runzi, Yulian, Yao Io, Ranger, and Fu Yuangai. If he could successfully refine a human puppet clone, he would need 6 pills in total. 4 remained. And even if foundation establishment pills were well preserved, their effectiveness would inevitably diminish after more than 10 years. Originally, the Fu family's foundation establishment pills were strictly forbidden from being released. But if they could use the foundation establishment pill auction as a cover-up, claiming the pill was auctioned and then reselling it to the Wu and Liu families for 70,000 spirit stones, it would undoubtedly be a good deal. It's a deal. A foundation establishment pill could fetch 35,000 spirit stones, a staggering sum. Meanwhile, Elder Qin, seated at the auction table, had a solemn expression. With a flick of his sleeve, the red cloth covering the auction table parted, revealing an antique box. The box was instantly recognizable as an antique. Fu Changsheng, seated in a private room, saw the item and his eyes lit up. Here it is. Elder Qin displayed the box around him. Urged on by the crowd, he said, "Here it is." Then he slowly said, "Everyone, this ancient box, as you've all guessed, is definitely not an ordinary object. To be honest, this box was taken from the blood-forbidden land by our ancestor 400 or 500 years ago, and yet, after all these years, the restrictions on this box have not weakened in the slightest. Even the Purple Mansion masters of our Wanning Chamber of Commerce have been unable to break the box's restrictions." At this, Elder Qin immediately fell silent. Clearly, this was giving room for speculation. After all, if even a Purple Mansion master couldn't break the restrictions, the contents of the box must be at least rank 3 or higher. Fu Changsheng noticed the tense atmosphere. His eyes shifted, and he said, "Elder Qin, if even the Purple Mansion masters of your Chamber of Commerce can't break the box's restrictions, then for us younger generations, there's no way we can uncover the secrets within. After all, the seller has been trying to open it for hundreds of years without success. It's unlikely that it will just happen to open automatically once it falls into our hands." As soon as these words were spoken, Fu Changsheng immediately sensed the naked murderous intent coming from the adjacent box, number 67. He felt amusement in his heart. It seemed that box 67 belonged to the 8th rank Gongsun family. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 217, Treasure Hunt, Unexpected Gift, Huge Reward. Elder Qin didn't object. He smiled and said, "This is how the world of cultivation works. Every treasure has its own owner. Spending tens of thousands of spirit stones to buy a chance that comes to you, this opportunity is in your hands. Whether you can seize it depends on yourselves." After a pause, Elder Qin respectfully bowed to Zifu, who sat cross-legged above the auction arena. He pointed at the ancient box. It instantly floated toward the Zifu master. Elder Qin solemnly said, "To dispel your concerns about the box's restrictions, we will have our Chamber of Commerce's Grand Elder deliver a full-force attack." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone present couldn't help but breathe harder. For no other reason. Witnessing the Zifu master in action was a rare and precious experience. Zifu, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them. He formed a seal with his right hand, and a stream of true energy, shimmering with a faint golden hue, landed on the ancient box with a bang. Sparks flew everywhere. The terrifying power caused the box to clang. Remaining mana emanated from the surroundings. Buzz! A dazzling light curtain of formation light illuminated the auction area, shielding it from the elements. Bang! 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 Remaining mana trapped within the curtain, causing it to vibrate violently. For a moment, all spiritual light faded, and the box floated safely in midair. Fu Changsheng, watching this scene intently, a flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes. The power of the Purple Mansion was terrifying. And judging by the true energy just released, it was clearly even purer than Shangguan Feng's, hinting at an indescribable divine might. Elder Qin waved his hand, and the ancient box landed on the auction platform. The box's restrictions are as you can see. Even a master cultivator of the Purple Mansion couldn't break it. Clearly, this box awaits a destined recipient. The starting price for the box is 50,000 spirit stones. Each bid cannot exceed 1,000 spirit stones. The bidding begins, a starting price of 50,000. Fu Changsheng frowned. If he hadn't known the box contained a city plan capable of withstanding the massive renovations of the Purple Mansion, he certainly wouldn't have bid. Sure enough, there were many present who shared his sentiment. The auction room was practically deserted. The beast tide was approaching. Huainan Prefecture was the first line of defense. The noble families were all preparing for it, so who would be willing to spend their spare cash on a box that could be opened and whether the contents would be useful? Elderkin called out a few times. No one in the room bid. Elderkin wasn't discouraged, it was understandable. He said, since no one's bidding, before he could finish his words, a voice rang out from number 66 on the third floor, 51,000 spirit stones. Fu Changsheng, who was about to bid, frowned. Number 66 clearly shared his sentiment, simply aiming for the lowest price. Or perhaps, the other party was simply interested. Regardless, he was determined to secure the city plan. He immediately said, 52,000. Elderkin was somewhat surprised. He had assumed the box would be returned to its rightful owner, but he hadn't expected someone to actually bid on it. The Gongsun family breathed a sigh of relief. After Fu Changsheng called out a number, number 66 paused, seemingly no longer interested in bidding. 52,000 once. 52,000 twice. 52,000. Elderkin was about to make the final call when number 66 spoke again. 100,000. 100,000 spirit stones? The entire venue fell silent. Everyone had come here for the Foundation establishment pill and the final treasure. Surprisingly, someone had offered 100,000 spirit stones for an unknown object. Some present had already begun to whisper, could this box truly contain some incredible treasure? That's not certain. I heard several young masters from Huaibai Prefecture have come. 100,000 spirit stones are rare in Huainan Prefecture, but for the wealthy young masters of the Huaibai families, they can still afford it with a little effort, right? Even if there's a treasure inside, even the Purple Mansion Master can't open it. We've spent 100,000 spirit stones, and we can only look at it, not touch it. The Gongsun family members were already feeling a sense of regret. After all, someone had offered such a high price. They probably knew the box held an incredible treasure, but the arrow had already been released, and it was too late to regret it now, unless they bid high enough to buy it back. The Gongsun clan leader hesitated again and again. Ultimately, he decided to give up. For them, the most important thing now was the Foundation establishment pill. Fu Changsheng, seat 68, hadn't expected seat 66 to offer such a high price. He quickly pondered and immediately said, 130,000. He immediately raised the price by 30,000. Clan leader Gongsun looked eagerly to seat 66 on his left, hoping the other party would show more courage and raise the price. Elderkin also tentatively repeated, 130,000 once, 130,000 twice, 130,000 three times. Ling. The final word, the destined recipient of this ancient box is guest 68. However, this time, Elderkin didn't immediately send the box up to seat 66. Instead, he was already waiting at seat 66. After the bid was announced, the maid from seat 68 lifted the curtain and walked in. After a moment, she emerged with a barely perceptible nod to Elderkin. Qin Ruai then handed the box to the maid. In the private room, Fu Changsheng was still a little excited when he received the ancient box. He had staked 70,000 spirit stones from both the Wu and Liu families on it. At this moment, he was completely broke. He didn't even have enough spirit stones to bid for the soul-nourishing grass seeds. He sat for a while. Before the 3 grand prizes were unveiled, Fu Changsheng emerged from the private room. As he descended from the upstairs, he felt a distinct presence following him. However, a maid from the Wanning Chamber of Commerce led him to a hidden room within the chamber. Sir, this is a portal. Once you exit through this portal, you could be anywhere on the streets of the market town. However, your robes have a temporary invisibility function. Once activated, it will allow you to return to your location in the market town without delay. Fu Changsheng nodded slightly. No wonder the Wanning Chamber of Commerce's auction spots were so hard to come by. They even offered such a service. After exiting through the portal, he found himself outside the government office of the Zhenshi division. Because of the robe's ability to block spiritual awareness and their invisibility, no one noticed him. He returned to the Wanden Pavilion's backyard. He entered the secret chamber directly. With a thought, the cloud ring purple immortal tower instantly levitated before him. He tapped the tower, and the soul-devouring insects from the first layer of the tower buzzed out, instantly surrounding the ancient box. This was to prevent the Gongsun family or the Wanning Chamber of Commerce from leaving any tracking devices in the box. He decided to let the soul-devouring insects devour it first. After all, soul-devouring insects can devour anything. It really works, Fu Changsheng noticed that the restrictions that even a master cultivator of the Purple Mansion struggled to break were gradually weakening under the bite of the soul-devouring insects. Big bear, second bear, third bear, you all come out. Fu Changsheng tapped the second layer of the cloud ring purple immortal tower. Buzz! 3 second-level soul-devouring insects instantly flew out of the pagoda. Compared to first-level soul-devouring insects, they all had 2 pairs of wings. The largest, the late-stage second-level big bear, had already begun to sprout a 3rd pair of wings. With the addition of the 3rd bear, the restrictions on the ancient box were broken with incredible speed. In less than half an hour, buzz! The box's restrictions were completely devoured. The 3 bears and a group of first-level soul-devouring insects flew about as if drunk, but Fu Changsheng's eyes lit up. It seems the 3 bears' rank will rise at least 1 level after digesting it, and among these first-level soul-devouring insects, there should be another second-level soul-devouring insect. Fu Changsheng looked closely at the open box. Meanwhile, in private room number 67 on the 3rd floor of the auction hall, the Gongsun clan leader suddenly groaned, his face slightly changed. Seeing this, the clan members beside him were shocked. Patriarch, but, well, the restrictions on the box left by our ancestors have been broken. How is this possible? The Gongsun clan members looked incredulous. They had tried every possible means, but after all these years, they still couldn't open this box. How could they just happen to run into their so-called destined person? At this moment, the Gongsun clan leaders and their 2 companions suddenly felt less enticed by the 130,000 spirit stones they had secured. After all, compared to the forbidden treasures that even a Purple Mansion master couldn't open, these 130,000 spirit stones were nothing. The Gongsun clan members lamented, "Master, if we had known this would happen, we would have gritted our teeth and, at worst, ceded a piece of land to the Shi family. That would have been better than selling our ancestors' relics." But there was no such thing as foresight. In the secret chamber of the Wandan Pavilion, Fu Changsheng waved his hand, and a piece of cowhide scroll from the ancient box suddenly floated up and landed in his palm. The scroll appeared short, but when unfolded, it was over 100 feet long, densely engraved with various talismans and arrays, depicting intricate city walls, inner and outer walls, and underground structures. A closer look, he discovered that every brick and tile here was inscribed with a talisman array. At first glance, these arrays seemed disorganized, but from a bird's-eye view, they were connected, converging into the shape of a 3-headed dragon. It's truly a city plan capable of withstanding a major renovation of the Purple Mansion. On the last page of the cowhide scroll, a long list lay out beneath. It was all the materials needed to build this city, even down to the exact number of tiles and bricks required. If we can build this city before the beast tide arrives, then even if the tide is massive, our Fu family will be invincible within this city, he thought, and then, a familiar mechanical sound echoed in his mind. Ling, you have obtained a high-level city plan for your family, earning 2,000 family contribution points, 2,000 family contribution points. Seeing this number, Fu Changsheng was truly shocked. This was just a blueprint. Once the city was actually built, wouldn't he be able to earn even more contribution points? Fu Changsheng tossed the empty box into the Yangang purple immortal pagoda and placed the cowhide scroll in another white, wood-grained box. He then inscribed a series of restrictions on it before storing it in his storage bag. This trip yielded a bonus harvest of purple clouds and a city plan. Although he didn't win the bid for the half-dead soul-nourishing grass seeds, it was a complete relief. Upon emerging from the secret room, he saw Wu Liu and the others still sitting in the backyard. Fu Changsheng was stunned. "You haven't returned to Anyang County yet," clan leader Wu looked bitter. He shook his head repeatedly. "Clan leader Fu, we've been out investigating. Word is that there are robber cultivators ambushed every 100 feet outside the market, waiting for anyone entering the auction site. I'm afraid we'll need clan leader Fu to give us a ride back." "Yes, that's certainly no problem," Fu Changsheng nodded slightly. Then, a thought struck him. To be on the safe side, and also to dispel the outsider's illusion that the Fu family had won the Foundation establishment pill, he decided to wait for Shangguan Feng to emerge and have him escort him to his fiefdom. Shangguan Feng had already reached the half-step Purple Mansion stage. With him around, even a fearless tribulation cultivator would be courting death if they encountered him. Thus, the 3 of them waited for about half an hour. The communication jade talisman on Fu Changsheng's body suddenly lit up, a spell was cast, and Shangguan Feng's voice rang out, "Changsheng, let's meet at the market exit." It seemed the auction had concluded. Fu Changsheng was curious about the final treasure. Arriving at the market gate, Fu Changsheng and the other three rode away on the green python. Shangguan Feng sat cross-legged at the front of the green python, and many ambushing tribulation cultivators retreated in fear, not daring to approach. Along the way, everyone tacitly avoided inquiring about the auction. Partly out of fear, they feared that someone might be listening. After all, this was a remote place. Secondly, although he and Uncle Feng had a close relationship, they represented two different families, so some things naturally couldn't be discussed openly. Arriving at the fiefdom, Shangguan Feng unexpectedly entered the Fu family's residence. After closing the meeting room's magic circle, Shangguan Feng slapped his storage bag. A flash of light appeared. Suddenly, a box with a white background and wood grain floated towards Fu Changsheng. Uncle Feng, what is this? Open it and take a look. Fu Changsheng felt strangely nervous. A spell was cast. The box opened. Inside, 3 seeds, emitting wisps of death and a hint of life, came into view. The seeds were the size of soybeans, half white and half black. Uncle Feng, are these soul-nourishing grass seeds? Fu Changsheng had never expected such seeds to fall into Shangguan Feng's hands. Shangguan Feng nodded slightly. They are indeed soul-nourishing grass seeds, but their vitality has been reduced by half, so they are already half dead. Our Shangguan family doesn't have any high-level spiritual plant handlers, so even if we take these 3 seeds back, they won't be able to survive. Let the spiritual plant handlers of your Fu family try. If they can revive them, that's a testament to our family's heritage. After a pause, Shangguan Feng quickly transmitted his message. Soul-nourishing grass is the main ingredient in refining the soul-nourishing pill, and it's extremely effective for breaking through the purple mansion. With that, he took a sip of tea. Fu Changsheng was deeply moved. Uncle Feng, I won't thank you enough. When this soul-nourishing grass is truly cultivated, I will definitely send you a portion as soon as possible. Shangguan Feng smiled faintly. Even this seed is difficult to keep alive, and it will take hundreds of years to cultivate it to maturity. He was afraid he wouldn't be able to see the day when the soul-nourishing grass matured. The two chatted for a while. Shangguan Feng then took his leave. As soon as he left, Fu Changsheng immediately planted 3 soul-nourishing grass seeds in the Huangshi medicine garden. While others might not be able to revive them, the soil in the Huangshi medicine garden was the sacred Ziren soil, capable of nurturing even a rank 4 azure lotus, let alone soul-nourishing grass seeds. As the seeds entered the soil, a moment later, wisps of mysterious energy erupted from the Ziren soil, enveloping the 3 seeds. The dead energy in the soul-nourishing grass seeds gradually dissipated, while their vitality gradually increased. While this wouldn't happen overnight, reviving these 3 seeds was clearly a piece of cake. At the same time, the familiar mechanical voice echoed through Fu Changsheng's mind again. Ling, you have added 3 soul-nourishing grass seeds to the family, earning 300 contribution points. Immediately, the family contribution value on the dashboard instantly jumped from 8,300 to 8,500. He was close to breaking through 10,000 spirit stones. It's time to retreat and cultivate. Despite not having found the auxiliary spiritual object needed to refine the red lotus earth core fire, he could begin practicing the great evolution art. Furthermore, once his spiritual consciousness had been cultivated successfully, he could begin practicing the spiritual art of mist and cloud illusion, and even cultivate a human puppet clone. However, before that, he had to finish a few chores. Wu Liu and his companions were staying at the Fu family's Wu garden. Upon receiving the news that Fu Changsheng was summoning them, Wu Liu was stunned, as they had just returned from the market and had separated. Clan leader Wu speculated, Brother Liu, could it be that the Fu family intends to return our 70,000 spirit stones? The Fu family now had shops not only in Wanning Market but also in Filong Market, not to mention Nanyang Market. Just from those 2 markets alone, they were generating a fortune daily. The Fu family also controlled the 2 major fiefdoms of Yunshan and Pingshan commanderies, dominating the Hanling River. With this family fortune, raising 70,000 spirit stones should be no problem. Liu Kingman nodded slightly. It's probably this, otherwise, a figure like Fu Changsheng wouldn't be discussing such a significant matter with a small key cultivating clan like theirs. The 2 arrived at the conference room. Fu Changsheng was the only one in the room. They sat down for a moment before they saw Fu Changsheng cast a spell on the formation. With a humming sound, layers of light suddenly rose throughout the conference room. Looking at this scene, it didn't seem like they were returning the spirit stones. Clan leader Wu's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that the Fu family wanted to? The thought flashed through his mind, but he quashed it. He had approached the Fu family because, judging from Fu Changsheng's succession, their current style was that if you offended them, they would never offend you again. Furthermore, any favor they showed them would be repaid tenfold. Fu Changsheng didn't keep the secret. He patted his storage bag. A flash of radiance appeared, and 2 pill bottles instantly floated towards Wu Liu. Wu and Liu scanned their consciousness. They discovered that the pill bottle contained the Foundation establishment pill they had been dreaming of. Their bodies trembled with excitement. Clan leader Wu's throat rolled over. Clan leader Fu, what is this Foundation establishment pill? If it weren't for Fu Changsheng's powerful strength, they would have been unable to resist grabbing the Foundation establishment pill. Fu Changsheng said directly, Clan leaders, after you left, I was lucky enough to win the bid for a set of Foundation establishment pills, but it contains 70,000 spirit stones that you two gave me. If you want to take back the spirit stones, wait a few years, and our Fu family will definitely return the principal and interest. If you. Chapter 218, Spiritual Pet Breakthrough, Dayanju 2nd Level, Refining the Avatar. Clan leader Fu, I only want the Foundation establishment pill. Before Fu Changsheng could finish his words, Clan leader Wu eagerly reached out and grasped the pill bottle, as if fearing Fu Changsheng would change his mind. Liu Kingman, standing nearby, also moved swiftly. The two had come for the Foundation establishment pill. They had initially thought it hopeless, but unexpectedly, Fu Changsheng had fulfilled their clan's wish. Liu Kingman and clan leader Wu expressed their gratitude, saying, Clan leader Fu, our clans will forever remember this favor. Whenever the Fu family calls upon us, we will certainly respond. These words came from the heart. After all, at this auction, not only their own key refining clan, but even many 9th grade families had failed to secure a Foundation establishment pill. At that moment, a familiar mechanical voice echoed through Fu Changsheng's consciousness. Ling, you have earned the favor and gratitude of 2 key refining clans for your clan, earning you 200 contribution points. Immediately, the clan's contribution points displayed on the dashboard instantly changed to 8,700. This was quite a pleasant surprise. Fu Changsheng was in high spirits, so he offered his blessing. He said, Clan leader Wu, father-in-law, the spiritual energy in our fiefdom is rich enough. If you wish to retreat here and break through to your Foundation establishment stage, I will inform the clan members and have them arrange it for you. He then returned to Anyang County with the Foundation establishment pill. There were many unknown dangers along the way. Building a Foundation establishment in the Fu family fiefdom would be a dream come true. Clan leader Wu immediately bowed deeply and said, Then I'll have to trouble you, Clan leader Fu. Liu Kingman was tempted, but Liu Mizen's words flashed through his mind. Although he felt extremely reluctant, he handed the Foundation establishment pill back to Fu Changsheng. Clan leader Fu, please keep this for our Liu family. At these words, clan leader Wu was stunned and blinked. Brother Liu, are you planning to leave this Foundation establishment pill for the next generation? Liu Kingman had already reached the peak of key refining, so he naturally didn't need to continue his retreat. The only possibility was that Liu Kingman was leaving this opportunity to his clan members. But cultivators cultivate solely to reach higher realms. Few, like Liu Kingman, are willing to sacrifice their own future for the sake of their family. Therefore, even Fu Changsheng now felt a flicker of admiration for Liu Kingman. He nodded immediately and said, Okay, I'll keep the Foundation establishment pill for you. Whenever your Liu clan needs it, just come and get it. Thank you, clan leader Fu. Fu Changsheng cast a spell on the formation in the conference hall, and a curtain of light surged. He gave a few instructions to Fangear, who was waiting at the door, and Fangear left with clan leader Wu Liu. Fu Changsheng nodded slightly to Runzi, who had been waiting at the door for a while. Runzi, come in. After Liu Runzi took her seat, Fu Changsheng observed Runzi's complexion. Compared to her previous sluggishness, she was clearly much better. After asking a few questions about the general affairs of the weapon refining hall, Fu Changsheng changed the subject. Runzi, if I gave you another Foundation establishment pill, how confident are you that you can achieve your foundation? With these words, he said, Liu Runzi's heartbeat suddenly accelerated. Her eyes suddenly lit up frighteningly, and her voice rose considerably. Master, if I had another Foundation establishment pill, I'd be 80% sure I could succeed. Ever since her mistress had taken the initiative to talk with her and relieved her stress, She had been slowly recovering from the despair of her previous failure. She had also been reflecting on the reasons for her failure, especially after her mistress's subtle hints. Knowing she still had a chance to win another foundation establishment pill rekindled her hope, and she constantly adjusted her condition. Now that hope was within reach, she naturally had to seize it. After all, in a few years, several of the young generation in the clan would be qualified for foundation establishment. Fu Changsheng didn't waste time. He patted his storage bag. A flash of light appeared, and a pill bottle floated towards Liu Runzi. This is a foundation establishment pill I won at the auction. I hope you can learn from your experience and adjust your condition to your best before continuing your foundation establishment, Master. Rest assured, Runzi will definitely not let you down this time. Such a blessing. She had unexpectedly had 2 chances to build her foundation. Liu Runzi was filled with inexplicable gratitude, certain that if she succeeded in building her foundation, she would repay the family tenfold or 100-fold. As she accepted the foundation building pill with both hands, a familiar mechanical voice echoed through Fu Changsheng's consciousness. Ding, Liu Runzi has sincerely recognized you in the family. You have received 50 family contribution points. Immediately, the contribution value on the dashboard instantly changed to 8,750. After instructing Runzi on the matters concerning her foundation building, Fu Changsheng headed directly to the water curtain cave in the back mountain. Fairy K was tending to the medicinal fields. Upon seeing Fu Changsheng enter, she quickly saluted. Upon inquiring, she discovered that Fu Changsheng was looking for Grandmaster Yu and pointed to the second floor. Grandmaster Yu and Yao are working on the city building formation upstairs. They haven't been downstairs for a long time. Fu Changsheng nodded slightly. Arriving on the second floor, the previously closed door creaked open. Grandmaster Yu, sensing his presence, had opened it. Inside the room, thousands of blueprints, all depicting city construction, floated throughout the space. Yao was absorbed in sketching something at her desk, unaware even of Fu Changsheng's entrance. Fu Changsheng's gaze fell on Master Yu's face, noticing that he looked considerably worse than before. Master Yu assumed Fu Changsheng had come to inquire about the progress of the city blueprints. After Yao and I surveyed the terrain of our fiefdom, we've come up with a few ideas, but we'll need to further decipher which one to choose. Fu Changsheng glanced at the blueprints, seeing that they were clearly based on formation techniques. Even as a layman, he couldn't understand them, so he glanced at them briefly before looking away. He slapped his storage bag. A flash of light appeared, and several bottles of wine floated toward Master Yu. Master Yu took them, opened them, and saw that they were snowflake wine and a new variety. Yunhe wine. His eyes lit up slightly. Fu Changsheng smiled and said, Uncle Yu, this Yunhe wine was bought by a cultivator from Huaibei Prefecture. It's said to relieve mental fatigue and unclog the meridians. Give it a try. Yes, yes, yes. Grandmaster Yu nodded repeatedly, a look of satisfaction on his face. Whenever Fu Changsheng went out, he would always bring him a few bottles of spiritual wine upon his return. He took a sip and smacked his lips. Grandmaster Yu frowned slightly. This Yunhe wine has a slightly bitter taste, far inferior to the snowflower wine. Strictly speaking, Yunhe wine is a medicinal wine. Grandmaster Yu opened the snowflower wine and gulped down a few mouthfuls. After subduing the bitterness, he stuffed the bottle into his storage bag. Then, before him, a box with a white background and leaf patterns floated again. Grandmaster Yu looked at Fu Changsheng in confusion. Fu Changsheng said, Uncle Yu, this is a spiritual flower I won at an auction. Do you think it could be of use in your recovery? Besides the spiritual wine, there was also a spiritual flower. Grandmaster Yu was somewhat surprised. He cast a spell into the box, opening it and illuminating it with a purple glow. Upon seeing what lay within, Grandmaster Yu shuddered. This is a purple cloud flower. The purple cloud flower that grows here is said to be extinct. Changsheng, you've truly brought me a great gift. Grandmaster Yu recognized it instantly, a flower that even the Wanning Chamber of Commerce's Purple Mansion Master couldn't identify, and even pinpointed its exact location. Fu Changsheng's earlier suspicions became more certain. Uncle Yu, I heard this purple cloud flower can be made into scented tea, which has even greater medicinal properties. I wonder if you can make one. Tea art is one of the many arts of cultivation. Currently, there are no tea artisans in their clan, as there's no established tradition. Grandmaster Yu stroked his beard and said, Although I'm not particularly proficient in tea art, refining this purple cloud flower into scented tea shouldn't be difficult." He paused. Grandmaster Yu thanked Fu Changsheng, saying, "Changsheng, you've sent me this purple cloud flower at the perfect time." According to intelligence reports, Grandmaster Yu's previously suppressed injuries had flared up again. Forget building a city, Grandmaster Yu was lucky to have managed to suppress them. But now with the purple cloud flower, everything was different. Seeing Grandmaster Yu eager to begin making scented tea, Fu Changsheng quickly produced the city construction plan. Grandmaster Yu glanced at it, then took a closer look. This city construction plan looks good. If used to withstand the impending beast tide, it's more than enough. This city construction plan was enough to withstand an attack from a purple mansion master. Grandmaster Yu remained calm. Fu Changsheng murmured, could it be that Grandmaster Yu's original cultivation level was above that of a purple mansion master? The thought arose, but he quickly suppressed it. He hadn't even reached the purple mansion realm yet. Beyond the golden core realm was too far for him. Emerging from the back mountain, Fu Changsheng found Mizhen, and after they sat down, Fu Changsheng asked, Mizhen, did your Liu family ancestor ever mention his biological father? It was such a long time ago. Naturally, Liu Mizhen had never heard of this. Fu Changsheng then said, at this auction exchange meeting, I heard from others that there's also a Liu key refining family in Jingzhou. They're a family of formation and talisman masters. Mizhen, have your clansmen try to find out more about the Liu family in Jingzhou. Every brick and tile of the city plan was covered in talisman formations. If they wanted to build a city, they would need to recruit a group of formation masters. After listening to Fu Changsheng's analysis, Liu Mizhen nodded slightly and said, Husband, if that's the case, I'll go to Jingzhou. It's too dangerous for you to go alone. If you really want to go, ask Miss Kingeru to come along. She's a formation master. If anything happens, husband, Miss Kingeru is busy with her duties, so I'll ask Molin to come out of seclusion and accompany me. That's fine, Fu Changsheng said with a light cough. After giving a few instructions, Fu Changsheng arranged all the clan affairs, met with Yu Kingeru, bestowed a foundation building pill upon Yu's family, and returned to the main peak. He then announced his retreat. After closing the secret chamber's magic circle, his gaze fell on the panel, and a thought occurred. Open, training room, a buzz? The panel vibrated. A brilliant yellow light illuminated. Then, he felt a flash before his eyes. The next moment, he appeared in the system's training room. Setting the cloud ring purple fairy pagoda on his waist aside, Fu Changsheng walked to the cushion and sat down. After practicing the Green Emperor's longevity secret to expel the foul air from his body, he began to comprehend the great evolution secret. In cultivation, time passes. Months pass in the blink of an eye. After Fu Changsheng had comprehended the first level, he tapped the box in front of him. The box opened, and a grain of purple crystal rice fell into his mouth. He immediately chanted the magic formula and began to practice the great evolution secret. This was different from his main cultivation method, the Green Emperor's longevity secret. The great evolution art cultivates spiritual consciousness. Therefore, the circulation of true energy no longer follows the two bridges of heaven and earth, but rather flows through unfamiliar meridians. Therefore, initial progress is extremely slow. Furthermore, in these unexplored meridians, every step forward feels like 1,000 ants gnawing at your nerves. Intense pain emanated from his sea of consciousness, making him feel as if his head would explode at any moment. But at this moment, the purple crystal rice contained in his mouth radiated a strange energy, transforming into wisps of purple mist that poured into his sea of consciousness. With the addition of the purple mist, while the pain was still unbearable, at least the sensation of head exploding was no longer there. His robes soaked and dried, then dried and wet again. Years passed like this. Fu Changsheng began to feel his spiritual consciousness gradually grow. Years more passed. After he fully adapted to the pain, his spiritual consciousness grew noticeably faster. Now, with less than 3 grains of purple crystal rice left in his hand, Fu Changsheng retracted his magic spell and immediately ceased practicing the great evolution art. He glanced to the side. The hourglass showed that, unknowingly, he had already practiced the great evolution art for 20 years. His family's contribution points could only sustain him for about 2 more years of seclusion in the training room. At this moment, the panel trembled. A yellow light surged, and a line of text appeared. Great evolution art, second level, 3 out of 100, It had taken 20 years. He had successfully cultivated the great evolution art to the second level, but after reaching the second level, he found that relying on the purple crystal rice to assist his practice had made little progress. Continuing to practice in seclusion was meaningless. According to the great evolution art, reaching the second level allows one to split their spiritual consciousness. He had to complete this step in the training room. After all, the benefits of the training room were unmatched outside. Having made up his mind, he reviewed how to split his spiritual consciousness. Changsheng took a deep breath, activated the great evolution art, and simultaneously opened his mouth to take 3 grains of purple crystal rice. Buzz! The purple crystal rice was completely refined. Purple mist entered his sea of consciousness. Changsheng impulsively activated the mist, transforming it into a long blade that slashed down at the divine consciousness with lightning speed. Boom! His sea of consciousness churned. The horrific pain caused Changsheng to groan, his face turning pale as paper, his body shaking uncontrollably. This pain is simply unbearable. Even though the Dianju system had been re-engineered and aided by the purple crystal rice, he finally understood why those who first practiced the original version of the Dianju either went insane or committed suicide. This pain was beyond human endurance. At this moment, as the purple blade slashed down from the sea of consciousness, the small cluster of divine consciousness within it, though seemingly separated from the main body, remained connected and rapidly reunited. If left unchecked, their efforts would be undone. Changsheng gritted his teeth and said, "Try again," while the purple blade still had time to dissipate. This time, he barely paused, his long sword rising and falling, until the small cluster of consciousness was completely severed from the main body. Whoosh! He nearly fainted several times. But a strange energy erupted from the training room, reviving him as if pricked by a needle. Thanks to this, he succeeded. Changsheng fainted. Finally, I've separated this consciousness, although he still felt a dull ache, seeing the 2 clusters of consciousness, one large and one small, operating in his sea of consciousness made him feel that the pain was worth it. Separating the consciousness. Next, he could sacrifice the human puppet to become his own clone. Activating the Dianju to dispel the pain in his sea of consciousness, he completely stabilized the 2 clusters of consciousness in his sea of consciousness. While he was still thinking about what to do, a buzz. The panel trembled slightly. He was forcibly ejected from the training room. His family contribution points were completely emptied. Changsheng glanced at the hourglass beside the secret room. He had spent 22 years in the training room, but only a little over 7 years outside. At that moment, a wave of vibrations echoed from the cloud ring purple immortal pagoda. He pointed to the first floor of the pagoda. He saw that in addition to the first-level soul-devouring insect seed he had reserved, a new second-level soul-devouring insect had been born. His gaze fell on the second floor of the pagoda. A buzzing sound emanated from the second floor. He saw that the big bear had broken through from the middle to the late second level, and the second and third bears had also broken through from the early to the middle second level. With the addition of the fourth bear, he now possessed 4 second-level soul-devouring insects. This represented considerable combat power. He moved the 4 bears to the second floor of the cloud ring purple immortal pagoda. Changsheng glanced at the roof of the second floor of the pagoda and saw that the green python perched there had grown considerably, reaching over 30 feet in length, and its aura had successfully reached the peak of the second level. The green-faced white fox, occupying a corner of the pagoda, had also successfully broken through to the peak of the first level after more than 20 years of cultivation. However, the millipede mother, unsure of what was happening, saw no further progress in her cultivation. She withdrew her gaze from the pagoda. Changsheng slapped his storage bag, and a flash of light appeared. Instantly, a dark figure appeared. It was none other than the human puppet possessing the thunder spirit root. In the secret chamber, following the rituals for cultivating a clone, he spent months setting up the ritual formation exactly as he had done for the human puppet. He placed the human puppet in the Shangguan position, while Changsheng himself sat cross-legged in the Disha position, casting spells upon the central formation disk. With a humming sound, the entire formation instantly illuminated. Pillars of light rose. As he chanted his spells, wisps of white energy burst forth from his body, falling into the formation and transforming into black energy, immersing himself in the human puppet. Over time, a black and white Tai Chi formation formed between them. Several more months passed. Changsheng fiercely chanted his spells. The spiritual consciousness that had been separated from the sea of consciousness instantly flowed through the Tai Chi formation and into the human puppet's body. Buzz! The human puppet trembled violently. As the last strand of spiritual consciousness completely sank into the other's body, boom! The entire ritual formation's flags exploded with a bang. The human puppet sitting across from Fu Changsheng suddenly opened his eyes, and Fu Changsheng felt a sense of wonder. At this moment, besides himself, the human puppet across from him was also himself. However, he hadn't adjusted to the human puppet's body all at once, and it took him several months to adjust. The ritual of the clone is complete. Chapter 219. After Fu Changsheng announced his retreat, Liu Mizhen approached Fu Molin that same day about traveling to Tai'an County in Jingzhou. However, Fu Molin declined, saying, "Madam, I'm currently refining a second-level puppet and won't be able to spare the time for several years. I'm afraid you'll have to find someone else." If it were Fu Changli, even if they were preoccupied, they would have immediately complied with Madam's order. Fu Molin clearly had a better idea. Liu Mizhen wasn't annoyed. After a moment's hesitation, she said, "Molin, in that case, how about you replace Uncle Fei and help guard the Spirit Stone Vein in Liangayan Mountain?" The Spirit Stone Vein was managed by Fu Yonggai. Furthermore, there was a large mountain protection formation. Unless a powerful enemy attacked, the foundation building cultivators guarding the area wouldn't have to step in, allowing Fu Molin to focus on refining her puppets. It was a win-win situation. Fu Molin nodded immediately, saying, "Madam, if Elder Yang is willing, I have no problem with that." Liu Mizhen smiled and said, "Uncle Fei is a restless person. He'll definitely thank you for staying in that boring Liangayan mountain for him." With that, Liu Mizhen immediately sent a message to Yang Fei, who replied cheerfully within moments, offering to accompany her to Tai'an County in Jingzhou. Upon seeing this, Fu Molin immediately packed her belongings and headed to Liangayan Mountain to meet Grandmaster Yu. Liu Mizhen then approached Fu Changli, who had just returned from the Shiwan Mountains to rest. "Fourth sister, I'd like to ask you to help me go to the Shangguan family and ask them to rent a treasure ship capable of carrying tens of thousands of people." This was more than once the Fu family had rented the Shangguan family's treasure ship. Fu Changli readily agreed. Liu Mizhen returned to the patriarchal residence and gave instructions to the 5 children. Fu Changli then rented the treasure ship and set off with Yang Fei. Tai'an County was actually adjacent to Jingzhou, crossing from the Yuan family's fiefdom and Huaibei prefecture. The two of them rode aboard a 2-headed, green-eyed giant python. Yang Fei experienced its speed and praised it. "Mizhen, your flying pet, if it were any faster, would rival the Purple Mansion's great renovation. And it seems your pet has the potential to transform into a dragon." Not bad. With a 2-headed, green-eyed giant python, they could reach Tai'an County at least 10 days earlier. Arriving at the border of the Sita family's fiefdom, to avoid any misunderstanding, Liu Mizhen handed over her visiting card. Sita Feng glanced at the delicate handwriting on the card and asked a member of the clan, "Is it just the Fu family's mistress?" Reporting to the young clan leader, "In addition to the Fu family's mistress, there is also an elder from another family who has been recruited by the Fu family." Sita Feng knocked on the table. Some time ago, at the Wanning Chamber of Commerce auction, the person sitting in the private room next to him, number 68, could tell from the aura he casually exuded that the person inside was Fu Changsheng. Fu Changsheng had declared a retreat after returning from the Wanning market. Now, Liu Mizhen was suddenly planning to travel to Tai'an County. What's this Fu family up to? Sita Feng's mind flashed back to the mysterious box at the auction. Had he not saved the spirit stones for the Foundation Establishment Pill auction, he would have certainly not given it to anyone. Could it be that Fu Changsheng has truly unlocked the box? He pondered for a moment. Sita Feng waved his hand. "Let them go immediately. Meanwhile, send a message to the spies in Tai'an County to keep an eye on the Fu family's arrival there." "Yes, young clan leader." The clan member took the order and left. Liu Mizhen and the others waited for a moment. A member of the Situ clan personally led the way through the fiefdom. After they had left, Yang Fei whispered, "I heard that Sita Feng is now the head of the Sita family. Since this young man took the helm, the Sita family has cultivated a wide network of relationships and rarely clashed with other aristocratic families. Under his leadership, the Sita family has experienced rapid growth. Furthermore, at such a young age, he has already reached the late foundation establishment stage." Rumors circulate throughout Hubei Prefecture that he is the most promising of the Hubei aristocratic families to reach the Purple Mansion, otherwise, Liu Mizhen wouldn't have personally presented the visiting card. Descending from the Taisi Mountains of the Sita family's territory lies the Jingzhou region, where a military border town has been established. As soon as the two arrived, a soldier guarding the town approached, asking, "Stop. Where are you from? Please show us your identification tokens." The soldiers were at the foundation establishment stage. In this military border town, anyone who disobeyed orders or acted without authorization was granted the right to execute them first and report them later. Undeterred, Liu Mizhen and Yu Yangfei handed over their identification tokens. General Zhou took the token and flipped his right hand. A diamond-shaped mirror appeared in his hand. He cast a spell into the mirror, and a thin white mist lit up. He dropped the token into it, and the white mist swirled. General Zhou sensed it for a while. He retracted the spell. The token returned to the hands of Liu Mizhen and the others. In the Great Zhou, all cultivators who embarked on spiritual practice had to register their identities with the relevant government offices of the Great Zhou. Otherwise, they would never be able to leave the state. The court would conduct random identity checks from time to time. Once anyone was found to be unregistered, they would be imprisoned until someone came forward to provide a guarantee and verify their identity before they would be released. General Zhou cast a spell on an invisible array. The empty space in front of Liu Mizhen and the others suddenly lit up with a light curtain, and a gap appeared in the light curtain. After Liu Mizhen and the others stepped over the light curtain, what came into view was no longer the mountain, but a village. "Uncle Fei, wait here. I'll ask someone for directions first." "Okay," Yang Fei replied verbally, but he was worried in his heart. Thinking back to the first time he passed by the border town, he was curious and excited, but looking at Liu Mizhen's appearance just now, she seemed calmer than him. After a while, Liu Mizhen came out of a villager's house and met up with Yang Fei. She quickly said, "Uncle Fei, the Liu family of Tai'an County is in Taishan County, and we are now in Nishan County. We have to cross the Liuli River to get there." Arriving at the Liuli River, Yang Fei swept his spiritual sense and found that Liu Mizhen's aura had been condensed to the late stage of key refining. Even the blue-eyed giant python was put into the spirit beast bag. The two crossed the river on a bamboo raft. In the river, Yang Fei hesitated. "Mizhen, have you figured out how to get the Liu family to accompany us to our fiefdom?" "No rush. I'll first pay you a visit, posing as a daughter of the Liu family from Anyang County, to learn more about their background. Just in case, I'll trouble you, Uncle Fei, to meet them outside." "Okay. If anything goes wrong, send me a message immediately." They disembarked from the Liuli River. Liuli Mountain, not far from the river, served as the main gate of the Liu family in Tai'an County. Yang Fei cast an invisibility spell and hid in a nearby peach forest. Arriving at the gate, a Liu family cultivator, upon seeing Liu Mizhen approach, immediately called out, "Who is it?" Liu Mingyan, dressed in a gray robe, sat at the head of the meeting hall. Flanked by gray-bearded elders, he was the youngest of the dozen or so people present. Perhaps due to his childhood practice of talisman formations, his hair was already ablaze with white, though he was only just over 50. The great elder Liu, standing at the lower left, nodded his cane, a look of worry on his face. "Patriarch, there's a rumor out there that the Yang family recently accompanied the 9th-ranked Tang family on a trip to Weinan Prefecture in Jingzhou. It's said that the Yang family successfully bid for a foundation establishment pill. Since returning from Jingzhou, Patriarch Yang hasn't been seen since. If the rumors are true, and they've truly succeeded in building their foundation, then the annihilation of our Liu family is imminent." The Liu and Yang families have been fighting for centuries. They've long been an unbreakable rival. If a foundation establishment pill emerges from the Yang family, there's no chance of escape for the Liu family. Although the second elder Liu on the right was a few years younger than the first elder, he was already a weakling due to injuries he suffered in his youth. He gritted his teeth and said, "Patriarch, there are only two paths before us. One is to seize the opportunity while clan leader Yang has not yet established his foundation and unite with the other three great families to attack the Yang family together. The second is to wait and see and gamble that clan leader Yang will not be able to successfully establish his foundation. But no matter which plan we choose, we must first migrate our family's seed clansmen out of Tai'an County, and try to go as far away from the Yang family as possible." Liu Mingyan smiled bitterly. "Second uncle, Our Liu family has been talisman masters for generations. It's okay for us to draw talismans and set up formations, but it's undoubtedly a pipe dream for us to be the vanguard to storm the Yang family's mountain gate. Moreover, the other three families in Taiyuan County are not stupid. Even if they are related by marriage, they will definitely not rashly agree to let us attack the Yang family. There was only one path before them. That meant evacuating Taiyuan County. Elders, for the Liu family's legacy to continue, we must prepare for relocation as soon as possible. The atmosphere in the room suddenly darkened. 5 years ago, Liu Mingyan also obtained a foundation establishment pill. However, he failed. Back then, the Liu family emptied their entire fortune to acquire that one foundation establishment pill. Now, with their foreign debt still unpaid, hoping to achieve a foundation establishment pill before the Yang family was undoubtedly a pipe dream. Everyone was silent. Elder Liu tapped his cane and recalled, "Master, if I remember correctly, when I was young, your great-grandfather once mentioned in the lecture hall that he had been to Jingzhou when he was young. At that time, I was curious and asked him a lot about the customs and habits of Jingzhou. When I returned home, I told my parents about it. When I went to bed at night, I learned from my parents' chat that your great-grandfather seemed to have a lover in Jingzhou. Your great-grandfather had agreed to go to Jingzhou to marry the girl after the spring hunt, but unfortunately he died in the spring hunt. If your great-grandfather's lover had given birth to a boy or a girl, perhaps we could move to Jingzhou." The words were not finished. The second elder across from him flatly rejected his idea. "Brother, I think you're truly senile. Even if the Patriarch's great-grandfather truly left a child in Jingzhou, it's uncertain whether the child would survive to adulthood. Even if he managed to grow up and start a family, he'd still be a mere mortal. Where would we find a place to stay if we fled there?" Everyone nodded. Liu Mingyan also expressed disapproval. "Jingzhou borders the Shiwen Mountains, and the beast tide is imminent. If we go to Jingzhou now, we'll be the first to rush to the front lines after receiving the conscription order. We can't go to Jingzhou anywhere else. Furthermore, Jingzhou's spiritual energy is extremely scarce, far inferior to Jingzhou. Restoring our position there would be extremely difficult." The first elder also harbored a glimmer of hope, so he didn't insist. Everyone discussed it for a while. After a while, a guard hurriedly sounded the alarm. Liu Mingyan's face paled. Could it be that clan leader Yang has truly broken through to the foundation establishment stage? Immediately, a spell was cast within the formation, and a curtain of light rose. A breathless guard rushed in, bowing and saying, "Master, a woman has descended from the mountain, claiming to be a descendant of your great-grandfather from Jingzhou. She has also presented a visiting card." With these words, everyone present turned their gazes to the great elder. The great elder was stunned. He had merely spoken, and indeed, he had been right. He quickly asked, "What level of cultivation is that woman?" A mortal would surely have made the long journey from Jingzhou to Jingzhou. Even if she were a key refining cultivator, without being part of a caravan or forming a team, it would have been difficult for her to reach this place safely on her own. Otherwise, key refining cultivators wouldn't have stayed in their home state, never moving. The guard was still panting. Reporting to the great elder, "That female cultivator is in the late key refining stage." Late key refining stage. Liu Mingyan frowned. "You didn't let her in, without the Patriarch's order." "I wouldn't dare." Liu Mingyan nodded slightly. Seeing his reaction, the second elder's eyes lit up. "Patriarch, do you suspect the Yang family is playing tricks?" "I can't say, but it's always better to be cautious." Liu Mingyan took the visiting card handed to him by the guard and saw that it read Liu family. Anyang County, Huainan Prefecture. The great elder leaned forward to take a look, his pupils shrinking. "Patriarch, Anyang County is the place your great-grandfather mentioned. How about we go down the mountain together and take a look? If the seed left by the great-grandfather really did develop into a small family there, then it might be something to consider." Liu Mingyan didn't object, but he still said to the sixth elder, "Sixth uncle, please go to the ancestral hall and bring our family's blood testing instrument down the mountain." Even with the identity token, who knew if this was some external aid the Yang family had invited? Liu Mingyan still felt it was better to be cautious. The group arrived at the foot of the mountain in a mighty procession, and they were greeted by the long-awaited Liu Mizhan. The great elder glanced at Liu Mizhan, then back at Liu Mingyan, muttering, "They don't look alike." After so many generations, it was only natural that they didn't look alike. Liu Mingyan stepped forward and bowed across the magic circle's light curtain, but didn't ask any further questions. After the sixth elder brought the blood testing instrument down the mountain, he bowed again and said, "Please, my sister, drop a drop of blood into this blood testing instrument." Liu Mizun scanned it with her spiritual sense and saw it was an ordinary blood testing instrument. With a sharp flick of her sword finger, a drop of blood landed on the instrument. Buzz! The blood detecting instrument lit up with a brilliant red light, and the blood within illuminated a rune within. Seeing this, the great elder burst into laughter and spoke first, "It truly is the bloodline of our Liu clan. Patriarch, quickly activate the formation." Everyone was a little impatient. Perhaps Liu Mizun's arrival truly could be their lifeline. After welcoming her up the mountain and everyone took their seats, the great elder eagerly asked, "Niece, besides you, how many cultivators are there in the Liu family of Anyang County?" The Liu family's great-grandfather likely didn't leave behind any legacy. Even if his descendants embarked on the path of cultivation, without the foundation and support of the family elders, they would be forced to live a precarious life as independent cultivators. Liu Mizun had already made up her mind on the way here, so she didn't reveal too much. "Great elder, our lineage is considered one of the three great key refining families in Anyang County." Hiss! Everyone present gasped. The Liu family of Anyang County had unexpectedly grown into one of the three great key refining families. Everyone present exchanged glances. Liu Mingyan, at the head of the group, though somewhat tempted, remained composed. "Sister, you've come all the way to Tai'an County, haven't you? Is there something difficult facing our clan?" Her words hit the nail on the head. Liu Mizun half said, "Brother, to be honest, I'm here to ask the main sect to send a group of talisman masters to Wainan Prefecture. As you know, the beast tide is approaching. To survive, all we can do right now is strengthen our clan's defenses." The mention of the beast tide chilled everyone's hearts. Indeed. If they went to Wainan Prefecture, Taman would likely die. Liu Mingyan didn't hide the truth. "Sister, if you had come a few years earlier, we, the descendants of the Liu family, would have readily agreed. But now, our lineage is struggling." He talked about the grudges with the Yang family. At the end, he said dejectedly, "Although our great-grandfather died in the spring hunt and was unable to go and take you back to the clan, we have not gone to Anyang County again in these years. After all, we owe your lineage a debt. But now, given our situation, we are like a clay Buddha crossing the river, unable to save ourselves. Sister, I am so sorry for making you go there in vain. How can it be a wasted trip?" The elder nodded the crutch in his hand. "Niece, come with me to the sutra library later. I'll find all the clan manuals and the complete lineage of the talisman master. You should copy them back. Besides, head, if you, the clan leader, want to relocate with your clan, the large number of people will definitely attract the attention of the Yang family. We old, stubborn people won't go along. Instead, we can go to Jingzhou with this niece. Firstly, while we can still move, we can really do something for this branch of the Anyang County clan. Secondly, going to Jingzhou will divert the Yang family's attention. No matter how capable they are, they won't dare rush to Jingzhou and kill people." The elders present were all elderly. Upon hearing this, they reconsidered. "I'll listen to you, eldest brother. Yes, if you can make a little contribution to the Liu family before you die, that would be great. Yes, that's how we'll do it." Seeing this, Liu Mingyan thought again and again, but didn't object. However, he still looked at Liu Mizun, who had remained silent the entire time, and said, "Sister, if you mind being targeted by the Yang family, you can just take a copy of the secret manual from the sutra library and leave." Chapter 220, Danger of Genocide, Negotiations, the Power of the Dragon and Phoenix Takes a Cauldron. Across the Liuli River, a stealth spaceship slowly approached the Liu clan's territory. Aboard the ship, clan leader Yang stood solemnly on the deck. Behind him stood a group of peak-level key condensation elders, though none dared to utter a single word. After all, times had changed. The clan leader had now reached the foundation establishment stage, a completely different status. The Yang clan's eldest elder, clan leader Yang's second uncle, wore a cautious smile as he stepped forward and whispered, "Patriarch, after crossing the Liuli River, we'll reach the Liu clan's mountain gate. I've already contacted the spy planted there. Her turn will be on guard duty in an hour. She'll find a way to open the mountain protection formation and let us in. With your current level of cultivation, once you're inside, you can easily destroy those Liu clan veterans." The Yang and Liu clan had battled for centuries. Countless Yang ancestors had perished at the hands of the Liu clan, especially 5 years ago. The Liu family bid for the next foundation establishment pill, and the Yang family lived in fear. To save the family, he even sent his only daughter to the Tang family, seeking the protection. Fortunately, fate favored the Yang family. While Liu Mingyan, the scoundrel, failed in his foundation establishment, his daughter, a capable young woman, earned the exclusive favor of the Tang family's chief elder, allowing him to accompany them to the Wanning Chamber of Commerce auction in Jingzhou. After bidding for the next foundation establishment pill, the Yang family's fate was rewritten. The Liu family is merely a stepping stone for the Yang family to become a ninth-rank aristocratic family. This time, he attacked the Liu family. He intended to leave no one alive. He wanted to make the other three key refining families understand clearly. Any future disobedience to their orders would result in genocide. He had to trample on the flesh and blood of the other three key refining families to swiftly elevate the Yang family to the ninth rank. Meanwhile, in the Liu family's meeting room, Liu Mizhan set down her teacup. "Uncles, there is another path for you to choose." Seeing her calm demeanor, Liu Mingyan felt a glimmer of hope in his heart, which had previously felt hopeless. "Clan sister, what do you mean?" Liu Mizhan glanced at the meeting room. Although she had already set up a magic array, she patted her storage bag. A flash of light flashed, and several array flags fell, instantly forming a magic array that blocks spiritual perception. The entire formation process was smooth and flowing, a feast for the eyes. As a family of talisman arrays, the Liu family had many second-level array masters present, all of whom had studied the art of formations. There were only two possibilities for someone to achieve Liu Mizhan's level of skill. One was that Liu Mizhan was a high-level array master. The other was that she had cultivated spiritual consciousness, allowing her to control the array flags as if they were her own arms. Liu Mingyan's throat rolled. He tentatively asked, "Clan sister, are you a second-level array master?" But the fragrance of elixir emanated from her. The answer was clear. However, Liu Mingyan still found it a bit hard to believe. After all, in his opinion, Liu Mizhan should be around 40 years old. For a key refining family, being able to establish a foundation at this age was rare. Even the Liu family had spent decades accumulating wealth to exchange for a single foundation-building pill. The dozen or so elders present looked eagerly at Liu Mizhan. Liu Mizhan formed a seal with her right hand, and the previously suppressed pressure of the foundation-building cultivator suddenly burst forth. Foundation-building cultivator, Liu Mingyan's face was filled with shock. If he had been more motivated 5 years ago, he would have already established his foundation by now. This thought flashed through his mind. Liu Mizhan's arrival was undoubtedly a savior for the Liu family of Taiyan County. Liu Mingyan hurriedly stepped down from his seat at the head of the table. The elders on either side had also risen from their seats and, without prior arrangement, stood before Liu Mizhan, bowing. "Senior, you are here in person. We were blind to your presence just now." Damn it, their attitude suddenly became respectful. After all, the world of cultivation still values strength. Liu Mizhan waved her hand. "Uncles and aunts, we are all family. Please take a seat." "Yes, senior." Liu Mingyan had already vacated the upper chair and only half sat down on the lower one to his left. At that moment, a rapid beeping sound came from the jade communication talisman on Liu Mingyan's waist. Liu Mingyan glanced down. This jade talisman was used to communicate with the clan's secret guards. He didn't care that Liu Mizhan was present. He quickly infused a spell. The secret guard's voice rang out, "Patriarch, the Yang family's peak-level key training elders have suddenly disappeared." Liu Mingyan's face changed. He quickly walked to the formation's core in the dark room behind the council hall. Seeing this, the other elders followed suit, each with a grim expression. If his guess was correct, clan leader Yang had already successfully established his foundation and was leading his troops. Liu Mizhan followed suit. Liu Mingyan cast a spell on the formation's core, and a brilliant white light shone. Then, a vision of the clan mountain stretching all the way to the Liuli River came into view. A spaceship, activated with an invisibility formation, slowly approached above the Liuli River. Aboard the ship, leading the charge, was clan leader Yang. Behind him stood the missing Yang family elders at the peak of key refining. Liu Mingyan's face changed. It was over. He had never expected clan leader Yang to lead his troops so impatiently after establishing his foundation without even consolidating his realm. If he could use a treasure like the forbidden breaking pearl against a Foundation establishment expert, he feared the entire Liu family would be doomed. Liu Mingyan quickly said, "The Yang family is invading. Elders, notify us immediately." He paused mid-sentence. He turned to look at Liu Mizhen. She was so taken aback by the Yang family's unexpectedness that she had forgotten she even had a large Buddha statue in her own home. Hope shone in Liu Mingyan's eyes. Since Liu Mizhen was a Foundation establishment cultivator, all problems were easily solved. Liu Mingyan bowed and said, "Sister, please help save our entire Anyang County family. In return, our Tai'an County talisman master is willing to serve you and travel to Jingzhou to engrave a talisman array." The elders present nodded repeatedly, their eyes fixed on Liu Mizhen, fearing she would utter a single word of disapproval. Liu Mizhen glanced at the Yang family's spaceship, only to see it stop moving after crossing the Liuli River, clearly awaiting something. She immediately turned and asked, "Clan leader Liu, are the lives of all the members of your Tai'an County clan worth a wall of talisman formations?" If Liu Mizhen hadn't appeared today, the entire Liu family would have been destroyed. Liu Mingyan heard the hidden meaning and snapped back to his senses. While this Foundation establishment cultivator bore Liu blood, they hadn't been trained by their Tai'an County Liu family. After their great-grandfather's passing, all these years had passed, and they hadn't even considered retrieving him from Jingzhou. How could they have the confidence to negotiate terms now? Liu Mingyan immediately clarified his position. "Senior, it was just me, Meng Lang," he said. Liu Mizhen's arrival was a complete coincidence. It had happened precisely at the Yang family's Foundation establishment, when the Tai'an County Liu family was in dire straits. This woman certainly had more in mind than just helping to engrave the wall talisman array. "Senior, our Liu family in Tai'an County is now like duckweed in the wind. We beg for your assistance. From now on, whenever you give us a command, our entire Liu family will do whatever it takes, no matter how hard it is." She was truly a clever person. Liu Mizhen didn't beat around the bush and got straight to the point. "Chief Liu, I have come all the way to Tai'an County to bestow a blessing upon your Liu family. If you agree to the following conditions, you will soon become the head of the key refining family in Tai'an County." "Senior, whatever the conditions, our Liu family is willing to accept them." The Yang family was at the foot of the mountain. They had no bargaining chips left. And Liu Mingyan didn't have the time to spare. Liu Mizhen said slowly, "The Yang family has been silent since crossing the Liuli River. They're clearly waiting for the spies planted within your clan to activate the formation. They still have time to attack, so there's no need to rush. And even if they do, with me here, they'll be walking into a trap." The implication was that they were willing to lend a hand. But before that, they had to agree on the terms. Liu Mingyan took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. He bowed and said, "Senior, what are the terms you're talking about?" He was quite calm and composed, and Liu Mizhen was impressed. Without beating around the bush, he spoke directly. "The first is naturally what I said at the beginning. All of you Tai'an County talisman masters who have reached the rank must return to Jingzhou with me. But rest assured, after I finish engraving the city wall, I will definitely send you back to Tai'an County safely. I will not force you to stay with us to resist the beast tide. Of course, as a reward, I will seize the Yang family land for you. However, from now on, your Tai'an County Liu family will be required to pay 15% of the profits from the family land annually. As a token of your sincerity, your Tai'an County young clan leader must be appointed by us. Your Liu family can select 3 young clan members to come to our Fu family fiefdom, and we will train them free of charge." As soon as these words were spoken, the great elder was so angry that he almost slammed the table. This clearly treated their Liu family as a vassal power. And they would also send 3 hostages. The great elder felt that Liu Mizhen's trip was undoubtedly taking advantage of the situation and was extremely unethical. However, although he had some complaints in his heart, he did not dare to say a word. After all, even if Liu Mizhen made even more outrageous demands, they had no choice. While the other elders were furious, Liu Mingyan quickly grasped a clue and excitedly said, "Senior, if I heard correctly, you're saying that we Liu family members should be sent to the Fu family's fiefdom. Only aristocratic families ennobled by the imperial court were granted fiefdoms. But why were fiefdoms given to those with surnames Fu and not Liu?" Liu Mizhen nodded slightly. "Yes, it's the Fu family's fiefdom. Besides being from the Liu family of Anyang County, I'm also the headmistress of the Fu family, A ninth-rank aristocratic family in both Yunshan and Pingshan counties. What? Everyone present was shocked beyond words. Especially Liu Mingyan. He had never expected this. Their Liu family had a matriarch from a ninth-rank family. Although they were currently a vassal of the ninth-rank Tang family, ever since the Yang family sent several daughters to the Tang family's chief elder as concubines, the Tang family had become favored and had complied with the Yang family in everything, secretly causing the Liu family countless suffering. Therefore, Liu Mizhan's role today was merely to intimidate the Yang family and force them to stop. However, if Liu Mizhan were the matriarch of a ninth-rank family, the situation would be different. As both were ninth rank, even if the Tang family learned that it was Liu Mizhan who had killed the Yang patriarch, they would naturally not dare to retaliate against them after learning the identity of her husband's family. After all, the Tang family's chief elder would never offend a ninth-rank family over a plaything. And Liu Mizhan herself was of the Liu family, already at the foundation establishment stage. Therefore, Liu Mingyan, without hesitation, bowed and said, "Mingyan will follow the matriarch's instructions." With that, he slapped his storage bag. He produced a soul contract and quickly wrote down every condition Liu Mizhan had just proposed, signing his name first. The elders, all of whom had lied their entire lives, knew Liu Mizhan's identity, so they had no complaints and quickly followed suit, signing the contract. Liu Mizhan glanced at it and, satisfied, retracted her storage bag. Meanwhile, at the mountain gate, two members of the Liu family who had been on rotating duty had arrived at the foot of the mountain. They were a couple, Liu Changming and Luo Xianger, a wandering ascetic he had met during his youthful training. Initially, the Liu family had disagreed with the marriage. Luo Xianger's parents weren't from Taiyuan County, they were from other places. The Liu family only married local women of good standing. However, Luo Xianger had been with Liu Changming for over a decade, without any official status, and had given birth to 5 sons and 3 daughters. Only after Liu Changming's repeated pleas did the Liu family had finally agree to her marriage. Over the years, Luo Xianger also behaved well, never transgressing anything. Gradually, the clan began allowing her to receive assignments at the General Affairs Hall. The couple reached the mountain gate. The clan members on duty enviously watched them enter and exit, whispering, "Seventh brother and seventh sister-in-law are truly the family's model-loving couple. They've been together for over 30 years, yet every day they act like newlyweds. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Seventh brother's hard work and perseverance are truly worth it. Hey, if I could find a Taoist partner like seventh sister-in-law, I'd be willing to wait. She's one of the most beautiful women in all of Taiyuan County." Even the Yang family's heir apparent fell in love with her, but she remained unmoved and devotedly followed seventh brother. Just because he saved her life, she followed him wholeheartedly. Yes, women like seventh sister-in-law are becoming increasingly rare. The two chatted and laughed as they left their shifts. After the people had gone away, Luo Xianger slapped her storage bag, and a flash of light revealed a food box. When she opened it, she saw Liu Changming's favorite cayenne ayu cake inside. "My dear, I just made this. Eat it while it's hot, my dear. This cayenne ayu cake is too much work. Didn't I tell you not to make it? You're a grandmother now. Let my daughters-in-law handle these little things. You've been with me for half your life, and you've worked so hard. It's time to enjoy the blessings of your children and grandchildren." Yes, yes, I always listen to you, my dear. Cayenne ayu cake won't taste good when it's cold. Try it. Liu Changming smiled indulgently. He immediately opened his mouth and swallowed the cayenne ayu cake that Luo Xianger handed him in one gulp, smiling as he swallowed it. But after a while, he felt a little sleepy. "My dear, what's wrong? I feel dizzy." "Mother," before he could finish his words, Liu Changming collapsed. A flicker of guilt flashed across Luo Xianger's eyes. After she carried him to a nearby stone staircase and sat him down, her hands trembled slightly, but she quickly entered a series of incantations into the array tablet. A flash of white light descended upon the array, rippling the light curtain. Then, a slit appeared before her eyes. The next moment, a gentle breeze blew. She shielded Liu Changming from view and addressed the void. "Patriarch, my husband has consumed the cayenne ayu cake I specially brewed. All his memories will be erased, not even his name. Please, Patriarch, in consideration of my opening the array, allow us to live in anonymity in Taiyuan County for the rest of our lives." Clearly, after decades of living together, Luo Xianger had turned her pretense into reality. Patriarch Yang, from the airship, gazed down at Luo Xianger, sneered, and waved his hand. Go. Luo Xianger knelt and bowed. She immediately led Liu Changming out of the mountain gate. Once inside, they entered the mountain gate. Clan leader Yang sped towards the council hall on the mountain at breakneck speed. Arriving at the hall's entrance, the Yang family's chief elder glanced inside. He saw clan leader Liu conferring with the other elders. The Yang family's chief elder scoffed, Patriarch, the Liu family is facing imminent doom, yet they still don't realize it. How pathetic. Before he could finish his words, he suddenly felt a boom from above. The next moment, he was engulfed in a blazing strange fire. The peak-level key training cultivators on the entire flying boat perished before they could even react. Clan leader Yang, just in case, grasped a flying talisman and, at the crucial moment, narrowly avoided disaster. Then, he glanced up and saw Liu Mizhen hovering in midair, piloting the dragon and phoenix takes a cauldron. A Foundation establishment cultivator, clan leader Yang was startled. When had the Liu family ever produced a Foundation establishment cultivator? No, the woman before him was unlike anything he had ever seen. The Liu family had hired a Foundation establishment cultivator as external reinforcement, but what merits did the Liu family possess to even have such a talent? Clan leader Yang, having just completed his Foundation establishment, was clearly no match for him. He retreated repeatedly, while quickly saying, fellow Taoist, whatever benefits the Liu family offers you, our Yang family will double them. Furthermore, my daughter is the concubine of the great elder of the 9th rank Tang clan. If you truly harm me today, I'm afraid there will be no place for you in Tai'an County. You must think carefully. In clan leader Yang's view, Liu Mizhen was merely a casual cultivator. A casual cultivator would not provoke a 9th rank family unless absolutely necessary. Shut up, Liu Mizhen snorted coldly. He tapped the dragon and phoenix takes a cauldron. With a bang, a ball of strange fire erupted from the place, transforming into a giant net that enveloped clan leader Yang. Clan leader Yang glanced at her fearfully and decided to leave the area first. He immediately cast another flying talisman on himself, dodged, and rushed underground, his speed so fast that he was about to avoid the fire net. Suddenly, a gust of fishy wind blew into his nose. Chapter 221, Rivers of Blood, 7 Aperture Runes, Granted Marriage. Clan leader Yang had no time to check what lay beneath him. He almost immediately activated his 5-colored cloud robe. A sizzle. The next moment, 2 globs of thick green liquid sprayed onto the robe. Instantly, tiny holes were corroded through it. This was the Yang family's most treasured possession. Clan leader Yang couldn't care less about the pain. The net of fire above him was rapidly closing in. Below him, the 2-headed, green-eyed python again unleashed a burst of green liquid, transforming into 2 arrows that shot towards his face at breakneck speed. Fellow Taoist, spare my life. Clan leader Yang was left with no escape from the attacks from both sides. The woman before him actually possessed a 2nd-level spirit pet. He had only just established his foundation, so how could he be a match for her? Fellow Taoist, whatever you need, I will grant it to you. Quack, Liu Mizhen's spell changed. With a roar, the net of fire enveloped clan leader Yang. With a whisper of her red lips, explode, the net of fire suddenly exploded. With a shrill scream, the Yang clan leader's entire body exploded into a shower of blood and flesh. Liu Mizhen remained unscathed. With a wave of her hand, the fallen storage bag instantly floated towards her. Gudong, Liu Mingyan, who was watching the battle, instinctively took a few steps back. From the Yang clan leader's appearance to his death, the entire process took less than 10 breaths. Thus ended the life of a Foundation establishment cultivator at the hands of Liu Mizhen. Liu Mizhen's strength was even greater than he had expected. With a tap of her toes, Liu Mizhen landed lightly on top of the 2-headed, green-eyed python. She said calmly, "Brother, I will proceed to the Yang clan territory. Send troops to follow. Don't forget the mining area of the Yang family's Yangang mountain, which I instructed you about." With that, a gust of wind swept past. The 2-headed, green-eyed python had already passed through the Liu clan mountain, vanishing into shadow as it rushed across the Liuli River. In the Yang clan territory, the 7th elder, guarding the Soul Hall, was meditating before the altar. Suddenly, a series of puff, puff, puff sounds echoed through the Soul Hall. The 7th elder's eyes, previously tightly shut, suddenly fluttered open. He peered intently, only to see that all the soul lamps on the 2nd tier of the altar, except for his own, had gone out. How is this possible? He quickly cast his gaze to the first row. The Patriarch's soul lamp was still alight. He breathed a sigh of relief, only to see that lamp, at peak key training level, go out with a puff. The seventh elder's pupils constricted, and his legs trembled. The Patriarch, a formidable Foundation establishment cultivator, accompanied a group of peak-level key condensation elders. How could they be destroyed in an instant? What on earth does the Liu family hold within them? The seventh elder forced himself to calm down. Things had come to this point. His only task was to preserve the clan mountain. As long as the Tang family arrived to support them, the Yang family would survive this catastrophe. The seventh elder quickly produced a communication jade talisman, infused it with a spell, and uttered the word elder. Just as he uttered the word, he felt a chill on his neck. There was no time to even react. A good head rolled to the ground. Yang Fei sneered. He took the elder token and storage bag from the other party into his pocket, cast the invisibility spell, and rushed to the back mountain of the Yang family at an extremely fast speed. Yang Fei cast a spell on the elder token. A spiritual light from the token fell on the light curtain, a ripple surged, and then a gap appeared before his eyes. With a flash of his body, Yang Fei entered the core of the formation. The Yang family members guarding this place had not yet seen the newcomers before they were beheaded. Yang Fei waved his sleeve. The formation card on the Yang family member fell into his palm. He turned the formation plate over and glanced at the formation pattern engraved on it. Yang Fei's lips moved, and several spells were cast into the formation card. With a hum, the formation card floated up and hovered in the center of the formation. At the same time, at the Yang family mountain gate, the family members who were about to go out to do business found that the pass token in their hands had malfunctioned. As they were shouting what was going on, the entire clan mountain rumbled and trembled. Immediately, the mountain protecting formation lit up with brilliant rays of light, and with a bang, it completely shut down. The entire Yang clan erupted in an uproar. Clan leader Yang's foundation building efforts had been kept secret, and the attack on the Liu clan was also intended to keep the news a secret. No one below the elders knew about it, and those remaining in the clan were left bewildered. Young clan leader Yang Yunshan, who was in the sutra library, keenly sensed something was amiss. He quickly produced a communication jade talisman and contacted several people, but after receiving no response, he immediately donned his invisibility cloak, retrieved his young clan leader token, and in a flash, reached the third floor. Standing before a wall of books, Yang Yunshan muttered something. His hands moved swiftly. The wall before him rumbled and began to rotate, revealing a long tunnel leading underground. Yang Yunshan dodged through the tunnel and reached the end. He was greeted by a stone wall radiating an ancient, weathered aura. On the stone wall, a dense web of ancient runes seemed to condense into a delicate tree with 7 orifices, a fruit hanging from it. Everything seemed lifelike. Yet, everything was illusory. With a rumble, the wall of books closed completely behind him. Hiding in the underground chamber, Yang Yunshan's palms sweated. Only then did he feel a sense of apprehension. He took a deep breath. Yang Yunshan hurriedly pulled a communication jade talisman from his storage bag, infused a spell, and quickly said, "Eldest sister, our family is in trouble. I beg the Tang family to send someone to support us immediately." After putting the spell away, Yang Yunshan let out a long sigh. Eldest sister had just been diagnosed with pregnancy, and now was a time of great favor. If she asked, the Tang family's chief elder would surely be willing to send troops to help. He only had to wait, just a little longer. 2 hours later, the Yang family was already a river of blood. Throughout the entire clan mountain, not a single Yang was left alive. In front of the meeting hall, the bodies of the Tang family's key refining members lay before him. The Liu family's eldest elder, holding the roster, checked each one, circling the remains several times. Aside from a few Yang family members stationed outside, he couldn't find the body of Yang Yunshan, the young patriarch of the Yang family. A heart skipped a beat. He stepped forward and reported, "Patriarch, we haven't found the body of Yang Yunshan, the young patriarch of the Yang family." Yang Yunshan, at such a young age, had already reached the late key refining stage. He had performed admirably at last year's 5 Great Clans hunting grounds, single-handedly saving the Yang family from defeat and securing first place in the Grand Aristocratic Family competition. While the others might have been missing, Yang Yunshan would become a formidable threat if he wasn't eliminated. "Uncle, divide the clan into 10 teams and search from the mountain tops downwards. Don't miss a single spot." Even if it means digging the ground 3 feet deep, we must find Yang Yunshin." With a command, the Liu family members immediately split up and began their search. The Liu family's eldest elder, who remained where he was, glanced back toward the sutra library and whispered to Liu Mingyan, "Patriarch, Liu Mizan isn't even interested in the Liu family's treasure vault." After entering the clan mountain, she headed straight for the sutra library, leaving her giant green-eyed python to guard it outside. Could it be that the Yang family's sutra library contained some unknown treasure? Liu Mingyan, however, showed no interest. If Liu Mizan hadn't appeared today, the Yang family would have suffered the same fate as their own. Regardless of Liu Mizan's schemes, he felt no envy. He simply kept to his duties. Moreover, he feared the Tang family would soon come questioning him, and he would have to figure out how to properly deal with them. Sutra Library. Liu Mizan, holding the clan leader's token from clan leader Yang, made her way unimpeded to the 3rd floor. Bookshelves lined each of the 3 floors. These shelves held the Yang family's core cultivation manuals. However, at this moment, Liu Mizan didn't even glance at them. With a flick of her sleeve, a rosy glow descended, storing all the jade slips and books in her storage bag. Without the books, the bookshelf suddenly became empty. Liu Mizan circled the bookshelf several times, her brow furrowed. Did I remember it wrong? She hesitated for a moment. She returned to the 2nd floor and, after a long moment, returned to the 3rd. She glanced at the Yang clan leader's token in her hand, turning it over and examining it carefully, her consciousness sweeping across the bookshelf inch by inch. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. She discovered a tiny rune in the crack of the east bookshelf, strikingly similar to the one on the north side of the clan leader's token. Liu Mizan simply sat cross-legged and began to comprehend the rune. The Tang family. Wanhua Garden, where the Tang family's eldest elder lived. Yang Yunpei, the eldest daughter of the Yang clan leader, was dozing on the chaise longue. Since becoming pregnant, she had found herself increasingly sleepy. Suddenly, a rapid buzzing sound came from her waist. Yang Yunpei's eyes suddenly opened, her gaze fixed on the communication jade talisman. A flicker of doubt crossed her eyes, but she waved her hand. The maids on either side withdrew, and after closing the doors and windows, Yang Yunpei finally cast a spell into the jade talisman. Buzz! Yang Yunshin's voice instantly rang out from the communication jade talisman. After hearing the message, Yang Yunpei, who had been languid, immediately straightened up and quickly sent a message to her father and several elders of the Yang family. But no one responded. Even the shadow she had left behind in the Yang family hadn't been heard from. How could this be? Yang Yunpei's face paled. Her father had just recently given her the good news that he had successfully established his foundation. If only one more person in the Yang family could establish their foundation, then promotion to the 9th rank would be imminent. As the eldest daughter of a 9th rank patriarch, her status in the Tang family would undoubtedly rise. The more Yang Yunpei thought about it, the more dreadful she became. If the Yang family were destroyed, she would be of no use to the Tang family, and her future would be filled with fear. Nothing must happen to the Yang family. Yang Yunpei forced himself to rise and rushed out of the room like a gust of wind. He didn't care about the servants' reports and rushed straight to the meeting hall. Inside, the Tang family was discussing important matters. The great elder glanced at Yang Yunpei, whose face was pale, and quickly concluded the discussion. While the spirit stone vein of the Kingsa sect is tempting, as long as the Purple Mansion Master has passed away, even if the major families join forces, we will not be able to snatch it away. Let's report this to the court first and see what they say. If there's nothing important, then everyone can go about their business. Everyone also noticed Yang Yunpei, standing anxiously at the door. The Yang Patriarch had broken through to the foundation establishment stage. The Tang family's foundation establishment elders were aware of this, and their support for the Yang family was intended to quickly promote them to the 8th rank. Therefore, the elders, out of respect for the great elder, usually treated Yang Yunpei with respect. Wait for the elders to leave. Yang Yunpei immediately rushed into the meeting hall. Husband, the Yang family is in trouble. Please, swiftly, go to the Yang family. On the 3rd floor, Liu Mizan held the Yang clan leader's token, chanting a few words as she infused the token with a series of incantations. Ahem. The token flashed, landing on the eastern bookshelf. Snap. The bookshelf automatically flipped over. A long tunnel appeared before her. Found it? Liu Mizan's eyes lit up frighteningly, but she didn't rush in. Instead, she summoned the dragon and phoenix Takesu cauldron with a single thought. infusing it with an incantation. Boom! A ball of flame erupted, transforming into a fiery python that cleared the way ahead. The python's illumination illuminated the once dim underground passage, blazing a fiery crimson. Walking to the end of the tunnel, they found a stone chamber with its door firmly shut. On the perfectly formed stone wall before the stone chamber, the 7-hole exquisite tree suddenly caught Liu Mizhen's eye. Sure enough, it's here. Liu Mizhen's expression was unusually excited. She forced her gaze away from the stone wall and cast a spell on the stone chamber's door. Boom! The stone chamber instantly flew open. At that moment, a shadowy figure darted towards the stone staircase like lightning. Liu Mizhen snorted coldly. With a flick of her index finger, the fire python roared and instantly caught up with Yang Yunshin. Before Yang Yunshin could even utter a scream, he was incinerated by the raging flames. Reduced to a cloud of white ash, Liu Mizhen entered the stone chamber with concern, checking carefully to make sure there were no outsiders. Only then did she stand before the ancient stone wall. She had been making hand gestures with her right hand, chanting an unknown incantation, her voice growing louder and louder. These incantations transformed into musical notes that sank into the ancient stone wall. The 7-hole exquisite tree, faintly visible on the stone wall, trembled slightly. The next moment, they unexpectedly transformed into ancient golden runes. As the 12th rune condensed, the entire stone wall trembled with a rumbling sound, and finally collapsed with a loud bang. Not a trace remained. The 12 golden runes in mid-air hummed and sank into Liu Mizhen's body. Liu Mizhen's body trembled slightly, clearly digesting this information. A full half-hour passed. Liu Mizhen's tightly closed eyes finally opened slowly. As her eyes moved, she saw the same golden runes operating deep within them, though only for a moment before returning to normal. At that moment, the jade communication talisman on Liu Mizhen's waist emitted a rapid buzzing sound. A spell was cast. Liu Mingyan's voice rang out, "Senior, the Tang family's great elder has arrived at the foot of Yang Family Mountain." They arrived quite quickly. Liu Mizhen emerged calmly from the sutra repository. Liu Mingyan had been waiting for a long time. Seeing Liu Mizhen finally appear, he hurried to greet her. "Senior, what should we do now? Since such a distinguished guest has arrived, we should welcome him up. Should he let him in?" Liu Mingyan hesitated, then whispered a reminder. "Senior, the Tang family's great elder is in the late foundation establishment stage. Yes, bring him to the council hall." Liu Mizhen calmly and confidently went to the council hall first. Seeing this, Liu Mingyan gritted his teeth and personally went down the mountain. At this moment, the formation's light curtain suddenly opened automatically. Liu Mingyan, assuming it was Liu Mizhen's manipulation, did not care. He bowed to the Tang family's great elder and said, "Great elder." With a sweep of his spiritual sense, he discovered that the entire Yang family mountain was covered in blood, and not a single Yang family member had been seen. He immediately realized that he was too late. However, the Liu family was right under their noses. How could they have such power, killing a foundation establishment cultivator and conquering the Yang family's territory in less than half a day? Great Elder Tang glared at Liu Mingyan coldly. "Clan leader Liu, I was mistaken before." With this, he flashed and flew up the mountain, having already sensed the foundation establishment aura emanating from the mountain. Arriving at the meeting hall, he saw Liu Mizhen seated at the head of the table. With a sweep of his spiritual sense, Great Elder Tang realized that a mere female cultivator who had just entered the middle stage of foundation establishment dared to run wild in their Tang family territory. He wanted to see her background. After entering the hall and sitting down, he found Liu Mizhen sitting at the head of the table. Elder Tang said in a humming voice, "Fellow Taoist, the Yang family is a key refining clan under the control of my 9th-rank Tang family. If you can't provide a reason to massacre the Yang family, you won't be able to leave Tai'an County today." Liu Mizhen flicked her index finger. Instantly, a pot of shadows levitated in midair. Then, a scene of clan leader Yang leading a host of Yang family members into the Liu family's territory suddenly appeared. Elder Tang's eyelids jumped. Clan leader Yang had just achieved a breakthrough, and he hadn't expected them to be so impatient, attacking the Liu family so quickly. The shadow pod dissipated with a bang, dissolving in a puff of green smoke. Liu Mizhen then said, "Elder Tang, as you can see, the Yang family attacked first. We, the Liu family, were merely acting in self-defense. By the way, I forgot to introduce myself to Elder Tang. I am the daughter of the current clan leader of the Liu family's Anyang County branch in Jingzhou, and the head of the Fu family in Pingshan and Yuncheng counties. Jingzhou was remote from Jingzhou. But Jingzhou is a remote region, and aristocratic families from other states wouldn't even consider moving there. It was plagued by constant war with the eastern wilderness tribes, or by the rampant monsters of the Sichuan mountains. So, as for the ninth-rank aristocratic families in Jingzhou, Great Elder Tang Yi had only heard of Huibai Prefecture. Huainan Prefecture was even more remote, and he had never heard of it. However, he was still shocked to learn that Liu Mizhen was the headmistress of 2 fiefdoms. This meant that the Fu family had once annihilated another ninth-rank aristocrat, otherwise they wouldn't have 2 fiefdoms. He had never imagined that the Liu family, under the jurisdiction of their Tai'an county, could have such a powerful branch. Great Elder Tang had originally considered coming to call for punishment, but his mind raced. The Yang family was doomed. The Liu family had a legitimate reason to exterminate the Yang family, and with the support of a ninth-rank aristocratic family, Great Elder Tang was no fool. After all, supporting any key refining family was a good thing. Now that the Liu family had secured the support of the Fu family, their promotion to the 9th rank was imminent. Once promoted, this would mean the Tang family's advancement to the 8th rank would be a significant step forward. After much deliberation, Elder Tang's eyes shifted, and he nodded slightly, saying, logically, fellow Taoist Liu, as the matriarch of a 9th rank family, you shouldn't get involved in the conflicts between key refining families. However, when it comes to the survival of a bloodline family, there's an exception. This is the Yang family courting disaster. Let's drop this matter. With that change of subject, Elder Tang didn't mention the Yang family again. Instead, he took the initiative to act as matchmaker, arranging a marriage for Liu Mingyan. The 2 families quickly held a lively wedding banquet. The other 3 key refining families of Tai'an County also attended. At the banquet, Liu Mizhen sat at the head table, giving Liu Mingyan a great deal of face. From then on, the 5 original key refining families in Tai'an County suddenly became dominated by the Liu family. After the banquet, all of the Liu family's talisman masters boarded the treasure ship, along with tens of thousands of miners, some from the Liu family and some originally from the Yang family. The treasure ship, laden with cargo, slowly sailed toward Jingzhou. Chapter 222, Proton, Happy Events, Living City. On the deck of the treasure ship, 3 men, 2 men, and 1 woman, dressed in the attire of core disciples of the Liu family of Tai'an Commandery, watched with excitement as the fertile fields, forests, and rivers passed by below. All 3 were around 20 years old, but their positions were noticeably different. Liu Yunming, standing at the front, held an autumn moon fan and wore a Kanglang jade pendant from the far west. Liu Yuntong, to his left and below, wore a Kanglang ring on his right thumb. To his right, the more petite Liu Yunfeng, though a woman, wore no ornaments at all. Liu Yunming gazed at the scenery below the treasure ship and whispered to Liu Yuntong, brother, I heard Jingzhou was a southern barbarian land. Now it seems true. Look, the further south we go, the thinner the spiritual energy becomes, and the fewer people are flying and building foundations. Father has sent the 3 of us to the Fu family. Isn't that a literal exile? Even if the Fu family is 9th rank, I'm afraid they can't compare to us in Tai'an County. Brother, be careful with your words. Liu Yunming was the eldest son of Liu Mingyan, the head of the Liu clan in Tai'an County. He was known for his outspokenness. Liu Yuntong, born from a concubine, was startled. He glanced around, and seeing his family members all around, he breathed a sigh of relief. He was about to offer some advice when Liu Yunming stared at him coldly. Liu Yuntong's heart tightened. Brother, I was just anxious and spoke a little harshly just now. But we're on the Fu family's treasure ship now. An anti-foundation establishment might have overheard what we said, so, what do you mean by you? Liu Yunming's eyes sharpened. He hated being lectured. Second brother, do you think that just because we were both sent to the Fu family as hostages, you can be on equal footing with me? Don't forget, your mother was just a servant who served my mother. What a piece of shit. Liu Yunming snorted coldly and turned away, not even glancing at Liu Yuntong. Despite being publicly scolded, Liu Yuntong didn't show any anger, as if he was used to it. Instead, Liu Yunfeng, who had remained silent until then, cast him a concerned look. Liu Yuntong shook his head imperceptibly. The 3 of them instantly lost interest in the conversation because of this little incident. A moment later, A man dressed as a guard quickly stepped forward and bowed to the three. Eldest young master, second young master, third young lady, the great elder invites you. Liu Yanming folded his autumn moon fan, turned around, and bowed before entering the cabin. Liu Yantong followed closely behind, and Liu Yanfeng walked at the back, her brows lowered. The three entered the great elder's private room. The great elder cast a spell into the cabin, and a light barrier of formation suddenly rose. Don't stand, all of you. Sit, the great elder waved his sleeve. 3 cushions fell. After the 3 saluted, Liu Yanming naturally sat on the middle cushion. After the 3 took their seats, the great elder solemnly said, "This time, the clan has chosen you 3 as hostages. Before you enter the Fu family's fiefdom, the Patriarch has a few words for you 3. With these words, Liu Yantong and Liu Yanfeng immediately straightened their bodies. Liu Yanming muttered something, but no one could hear it. Seeing this, the great elder frowned slightly. He continued, "The 3 of you are all from the lineage of the Patriarch. Although you are being sent to the Fu family as hostages, the next generation of the Taiyan Commandery Liu family will also be born from one of you 3. As soon as these words came out, Liu Yanming's face turned slightly unhappy. The head of the Liu family has always been the direct descendant. As the eldest son, the next generation of the head of the family would naturally be his turn. Calling the second and third sons this time was just to make up the numbers. Liu Yanming curled his lips. He felt that the older the great elder got, the more he liked to nag. He guessed that these words were what he wanted to say, using his father's name, just because he was worried that the 3 of them would not listen. From overhead, the great elder's voice continued, "Although the title of hostage is unpleasant, this time, you will be stationed at the Fu family, which is a great opportunity to broaden your horizons and sharpen your mind. Once you enter the Fu family's fiefdom, you must remember the following points." Liu Yanming's impatience grew when he heard the need for more. He had already begun to imagine the days after entering the Fu family's fiefdom. What the great elder said went in one ear and out the other. First, be modest and prudent. When you arrive at the Fu family, you are no longer the high and mighty young masters. You must control your temper and always be vigilant. You are now living under someone else's roof. No matter what you do, you must think twice before acting. It's different from being in the clan land, where the family elders will cover for you after you commit a crime. Second, when you arrive at a Fu family, no matter what you see or hear, you are not allowed to tell outsiders about the Fu family, including us old guys. Finally, I hope you will always remember that you are the blood of the Liu family of Taiyan County." The soundproof spell cast by the great elder Liu naturally could not block the prying of the foundation building consciousness. In the second-floor cabin of the treasure ship, Yang Fei listened to the great elder Liu's instructions and nodded slightly. "Mizhen, it seems that the Liu family of Taiyan County is a know-how." Liu Mizhen was comprehending a newly acquired pill recipe, and from time to time she marked a few words on the jade slip. Upon hearing this, she said lightly, "Uncle Fei, what you think is what great elder Liu wishes." Yang Fei was no fool. He immediately understood. "Mizhen, do you mean that great elder Liu deliberately told us this?" Liu Mizhen put the pill formula away. She nodded slightly. Then she said, "Uncle Fei, what do you think of the 3 hostages sent by the Liu family?" Yang Fei withdrew his spiritual sense and shook his head. "None of the people sent by the Liu family of Taiyan County are good seedlings. Although Liu Yanming is the eldest son of the clan leader, his personality means that if he leaves Taiyan County, there will be people who will deal with him. As for the other 2, one is the son of a concubine, and the other is the daughter of a concubine." Now, he was halfway through his words when Yang Fei realized that he had said the wrong thing. Liu Mizhen was also the daughter of a concubine. Liu Mizhen seemed unaware of it and said calmly, "Uncle Fei, what do you think about letting that girl Liu Yanfeng marry our brother Rong?" "What?" Yang Fei almost choked on his own saliva. Although Roger was already in his early 20s, his behavior was still childish. Yang Fei hurriedly shook his head and said, "Mizhen, whether Liu Yanfeng was good or bad, our Roger couldn't tell. Roger, you know that although she's older, she's still a child, far from the age to marry and have children." Yang Fei and Roger got along particularly well. The 2 of them got along like a pair of grandparents. So, while others might have been fine with it, Yang Fei was absolutely attentive to Roger's affairs. Seeing how he reacted so strongly, Liu Mizhen said with a smile, "Uncle Fei, don't worry. I didn't say to let Roger marry and have children immediately. The reason I'm arranging Roger's marriage is to allow him to enter the world. As someone who has experienced this, you know better than I do. If Ranger wants to advance on the path of cultivation, he must experience the secular world and hone his mind. That's true, but for now, let's wait until Ranger breaks through to the foundation establishment stage. Yes, I was just saying that. The 8th rank Shangguan family flag was flown above the treasure ship, along with the Fu family flag. Along the way, the robber cultivators who saw these two flags retreated. The treasure ship returned safely to the Yunqian County fiefdom of Huainan Prefecture in Jingzhou. The round trip took nearly 2 years. And that was using the Shangguan family treasure ship. If an ordinary foundation establishment cultivator had used a flying craft, the time would probably have doubled. This is why cultivators from 2 states rarely cross state lines without a teleportation array. On the treasure ship, the Liu family's great elder, followed by Liu Yunming and his 3 siblings, also emerged from the cabin onto the deck, their gaze fixed on the towering memorial archway at the mountain gate. Envy and awe flashed in the great elder's eyes. A 9th rank family. He wondered if the Liu family of Tai'an County would ever reach such a level. As the treasure ship descended, the magical light curtain at the mountain gate surged. Then, a gap opened, releasing a surge of overwhelming spiritual energy. Great Elder Liu was startled. This spiritual energy, their Tai'an County clan mountain possessed a 2nd grade, mid-grade spiritual vein, the most prestigious among the 5 key refining families of Tai'an County. But compared to this spiritual vein before him, it paled in comparison. Liu Yunming blurted out, "Grandfather, I'm afraid the Fu family's spiritual vein has already been promoted to the 3rd level. My goodness, I've only heard of 8th grade families with 3rd level spiritual veins, but this Fu family's heritage is so profound." He had assumed the Fu family's fiefdom was a remote and impoverished area. He had never imagined that the Fu family was so wealthy, possessing a 3rd level spiritual vein. Following behind him, Liu Yanchong was also excited, his eyes gleaming brightly. When the clan issued the notice to select 2 other hostages to accompany Liu Yunming to the Fu family, he had been reluctant to accompany the crown prince to study. After all, it was obvious that the next head of the family could only be his eldest brother, the eldest son. But his mother insisted that he be the first to sign up. He remained unmoved until his mother said the final words, "As long as you are in Tai'an County, you will always be a servant's son." Now it seemed that his gamble had paid off. The Fu family's spiritual vein is so rich in spiritual energy that even without cultivating within the spiritual well, it's more than 10 times better than cultivating within the clan's Tai'an County territories. At this moment, a young man slowly approached the mountain gate. His long, black hair was tied back in a jade crown, his brow radiating confidence and determination. His every gesture exuded not only youthful energy but also an innate aristocratic air. If he weren't a key refiner, Liu Yunming would have mistaken him for the Fu family patriarch. The young man gracefully stepped forward to greet Elder Liu and the others. After exchanging names, he learned that he was the Fu family patriarch's eldest son, currently serving as the chief steward of his fiefdom. As the son of a fellow patriarch, Liu Yunming wanted to express himself, but despite summoning the courage, he found himself unable to speak. Surrounded by fan gear, he looked like a country bumpkin. After the welcoming banquet, Fan Gear picked out a few important clan affairs from the past 2 years and reported to Liu Mizhong, "Mother, half a year ago, Elder Runzi brought good news that he had successfully broken through to the foundation establishment stage. Our Fu family has gained another foundation establishment cultivator. In addition, Grandpa Yu's injuries have healed a lot. 3 months ago, he took my sister to explore the site for building a city. Most likely, they have already decided. However, Grandpa Yu said that you still need to go to the back mountain to find him. Grandpa Yu said he has something to discuss with you." Liu Mizhan was not surprised at Runzi's success in building the foundation. After Fangir finished speaking, pointing to a nearby chair, he asked her to sit down, then personally poured her a cup of Changling tea. "After your wedding, I left the fiefdom. 2 years have passed. How are you and your wife doing? Is Yulian pregnant? Thank you for your concern, Mother. Yulian and I are doing well. As for children, we feel it's too early to have one now. We're planning to wait until Yulian reaches foundation establishment." Upon hearing this, Liu Mizhan calmly put down the teacup. She said calmly, "Is this your idea, or Yulian's, Mother?" "It's ours alone." Fangir had been in charge of household affairs for many years. He was aware of his mother's slight anger, but since he had already started a family, They were the ones who made the decisions regarding their own affairs, so he showed no sign of backing down. Seeing this, Liu Mizhen waved her hand. If it's alright, you can leave. Yes, mother. Fangir withdrew. Liu Mizhen, however, stared at his retreating figure, a little lost in thought. Fangir was practicing the Dragon Elephant Prajna Sutra, but it was still unknown how he would establish his foundation. However, with the help of Fangir's personal resources, Yulian quickly broke through to the peak of key training and had a good chance of establishing her foundation. This child is still too naive, Liu Mizhen sighed softly. She stood up and went to the water curtain cave in the back mountain. Yulian had moved away after getting married. When Liu Mizhen arrived, she heard Yao's excited voice from the second floor of the wooden building in the distance. Mom, when did you come back? You really didn't even tell me in advance. She came down from the second floor like a gust of wind and hugged Liu Mizhen, just like when she was a child. Liu Mizhen took a look with her spiritual sense, and her eyes lit up. Yao has broken through to the peak of key training. Liu Mizhen said with relief, well, not bad. It seems that you have not been lazy in the past 2 years. Mom, I'm not the second brother, how could I be lazy? Besides, Grandpa Yu is staring at me every day, urging me to break through to the peak of key training. Even if I want to be lazy, Grandpa Yu won't let me. Yao pulled Liu Mizhen to the living room and sat down. She personally poured him a cup of tea, chattering like a lark. Mom, I have good news for you. Second brother has also reached the peak of key refining. I usually see him eating and sleeping, but I never thought he'd quietly almost surpass me. Humph, isn't this what Daddy always says, pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger? Oh, right, second brother is upstairs. You're back, why is he still sleeping? Second brother, stop yelling. Your second brother has already gone back into the mountains with your grandfather. Second brother, you didn't keep your word. When he came out of seclusion, he clearly promised me that he would take me with him when he went up the mountain again. Humph, let's see how I'll deal with him when he comes back. Yao fumed. Liu Mizhen watched the smile on her daughter's face reach her eyes. At this moment, at the entrance to the reception room, Madame Liu slowly walked in with Fugir and Kyangir. Fugir and Kyangir had already arrived and were studying at the academy. They were both incredibly cute, delicate, but although they were twins, their appearances were completely different. They both politely bowed to Liu Mizhen. The smile in Liu Mizhen's eyes suddenly faded, and she stood up and said, I'm going to talk to Uncle Yu about something. Yao, you go prepare the family dinner, okay, mother. Yao watched her mother go upstairs without a backward glance. Her eyes fell on the disappointed faces of Fugir and Kyangir, a look of pity filling her face. Since the two younger brothers were born, their mother hadn't even held them, let alone seen them more than a few times a year. But she clearly remembered that when the three of them were little, their mother would serve them tirelessly. She didn't know why her mother paid so little attention to her two younger brothers. Yao stepped forward, taking Fugir and Kyangir's hands, one on each side, and said in a soft and kind voice, fourth brother, fifth brother, come on. Third sister will go to the kitchen to make your favorite 1,000-layer cake. Speaking of food, Fugir, whose eyes had been lost just a moment ago, immediately narrowed into a smile. Third sister's 1,000-layer cake is the best, you little greedy cat. Kyangjet, on the other hand, looked back at the second floor with reluctance. Seeing this, Madame Liu sighed deeply. On the second floor, Liu Mizhen entered Master Yu's room, only to find the walls covered in hand-drawn blueprints. Compared to 2 years ago, Master Yu's energy and blood were much more abundant, and his aura remarkably reached the peak of foundation establishment. Upon seeing Liu Mizhen enter, Master Yu put down a blueprint in his hand. The room was littered with blueprints. There wasn't even a place to sit. Mizhen, you're back just in time. Yao. Miss Kingru and I have surveyed the fiefdoms of Yunshan and Pingshan commanderies together. The most ideal place to build a city is still the fiefdom of Pingshan commanderies. I've studied the city construction plan given by Changsheng. I plan to build on the original foundation and follow the layout principle of the 7-star quicksand formation of Luofang Mountain. Although that mountain protection formation is only a second-grade superior formation, the 7-star quicksand formation draws the power of the stars in the sky as the source of power for the formation operation. It is a large-scale protective formation that combines offense and defense. It can use the power of the stars to operate independently every day without replenishing spirit stones. As long as I find the star stones, I can use this principle to arrange the city construction plan given by Changsheng, and then draw the scattered spiritual energy from the third-grade spirit veins to nourish the city. In this way, over time, the city built according to the city construction plan will not have to worry about the formation weakening over time. On the contrary, as long as the star stones are replenished in the future, it will be able to enhance the power of the city. Grandmaster Yu excitedly lectured on various aspects of the Dao of formations. Liu Mizhen only grasped the gist of what he said. Finally, Grandmaster Yu added, in short, if this city is built according to my ideas, it will be a living being, just like us cultivators, able to absorb the essence of heaven and earth and ascend. Liu Mizhen naturally understood this. However, she hesitated. Uncle Yu, besides the star stones you mentioned, do you need any other special spiritual materials? Chapter 223, Transaction, Another Son, Children's Marriage. Grandmaster Yu made a hand gesture with his right hand, and spiritual energy in the air condensed into blue and white stone. Liu Mizhen took a closer look and her eyelids twitched. Thousand Sunstone, yes, Grandmaster Yu nodded. If you want to engrave talismans on the foundation and walls of the city, the best choice is Thousand Sunstone. Thousand Sunstone is indestructible and is a second-level spiritual material. Liu Mizhen remembered that there was such a mineral vein in the He family's fiefdom. Perhaps it was difficult to mine, or it was a rare commodity. Although the He family had 1,000 sunstone mineral vein, there were only a few thousand sunstones flowing into the market. If they wanted to purchase in large quantities, they would have to go to the He family again. Uncle Yu, the beast tide is coming, and the star stones will not be gathered together for a while. As for the 1,000 sunstones, I will make up for it as soon as possible. Do you think we can start to build the city first? Well, I have completed most of the preliminary preparations. As long as your talisman master is in place, the city construction can start. Then I'll have to trouble you, Uncle Yu. Liu Mizhen came out of the back mountain, had a family dinner, and went to the He family in person the next day. When clan leader He heard that Liu Mizhen had come personally to visit, he was stunned for a moment and muttered, what on earth is the Fu family doing here? The He and Xiao families had previously taken the initiative to sue for peace with the Fu family, and to that end, they had even acted as guarantors for the Yu family, a member of the Fu family's fiefdom, to be promoted to the quasi-9th rank. In a sense, the three families were on the same page. Clan leader He personally went out to greet them. Arriving in the conference room, the two of them took their seats. Liu Mizhen said with a hint of apology, I heard that your clan had 2 new foundation establishment cultivators last year. Unfortunately, I was away in Jingzhou at the time and couldn't come to congratulate you in person. I hope you will forgive me. Fu Changsheng was in seclusion. Liu Mizhen had gone to Jingzhou. At the He family's foundation establishment ceremony, Fu Changli was the last to attend. Clan leader He smiled and waved his hand. Why are our 2 families so polite? He brought up the matter. Clan leader He then asked about the Yu family, a near 9th rank family. By the way, Madam Fu, we're almost halfway through the 10-year period. Has the Yu family in your fiefdom produced another foundation establishment cultivator? The prerequisite for advancement to the 9th rank was 2 foundation establishment cultivators. Liu Mizhen lowered her head to sip her famous milk tea, but without hiding anything, she spoke directly. 2 years ago, the Yu family won a foundation establishment pill at the Wanning Chamber of Commerce auction. They've already selected the most suitable candidate, and we expect good news soon. That's great, that's great. After all, the He family was one of the guarantors. If the Yu family failed to advance to the 9th rank within 10 years, they would have to pay a huge compensation, especially now that the beast tide was approaching. Every spirit stone was being quartered by every family. Clan leader He asked with some concern, Madam Fu, have there been signs of drought in your fiefdom in recent years? In recent years, not a single drop of water had fallen in their fiefdom. The drought was severe. They had to send their clansmen to regularly cast spells to create artificial rain. Liu Mizhen followed up on the other person's topic, saying, our fiefdoms of Yunshan and Pingshan counties haven't seen a drop of rain in 2 years. Even the Hanling River has dried up, exposing its riverbed. This time, the beast tide is likely to be even more ferocious than any previous one, so, our Fu family plans to build another city in our fiefdom to prepare for the impending beast tide. We have everything ready, except for the 1,000 sunstones needed for the foundation, so, they're here for the 1,000 sunstones. Clan leader He suddenly realized, his thoughts racing. Geographically, while the Fu family fiefdom was not far from the entrance to the Shangguan Mountains, the He family's fiefdom lay just north of the Yangang River. Therefore, the He family would be under immense pressure from the upcoming beast tide. However, he still couldn't figure it out. The Fu family clearly already had a mountain protecting formation, so why would they go to the trouble of building a city? Madam Fu, if I remember correctly, the mountain protecting formation in your fiefdom is a level 3 10,000 ghosts formation. Couldn't a level 3 formation withstand the beast tide? Liu Mizhan didn't say much. She simply mentioned that this beast tide was different from previous years. Then she got straight to the point. Brother He, could you please increase your efforts in mining the 1,000 sunstone vein in your fiefdom? If you're short on manpower, our Fu family can fully provide the miners you need. We'll also purchase all the 1,000 sunstone we dig at the market price, without losing a single spirit stone. What do you think? The He family's decision not to sell in large quantities was simply to stabilize the price of 1,000 sunstone, citing scarcity as a valuable asset. This suggestion intrigued the He clan leader. However, remembering the fortune she had seen from her earlier use of the key foresight technique, she gritted her teeth and said, Madam Fu, the 1,000 sunstone vein in our fiefdom has already been mined to the hilt, and the stones are stored in the clan treasury. I'm willing to sell them to the nobles at 30% of the market price, but I have a request. 30%? Considering the amount needed to build a city, the remaining 70% would likely amount to tens of thousands of spirit stones. Clan leader He was surprisingly generous. Liu Mizhan's heart moved, but she spoke frankly. Brother He, you know, my husband is currently in seclusion, so with my authority, I can only grant you a limited request. She was afraid the He family would ask for too much. Clan leader He shook his head and said, Madam Fu, don't worry. He know my own limitations. I've promised you the Fu family's 1,000 sunstones for 2 reasons. First, if, after the beast tide breaks out, our fiefdom is lost, I hope the nobles will open the city gates and allow us to temporarily escape the beast tide. Clan leader He was also preparing for a rainy day. Their He family didn't have the manpower and resources to build a city like the Fu family, but judging by their long-standing style, if they were planning to build a city, it certainly wouldn't be groundless. Liu Mizhan nodded slightly. If a beast tide breaks out, we humans are supposed to help each other. Brother He, I can promise you this right now. What is your second request? He mentioned the second request. Clan leader He's expression softened, and he smiled. Madam Fu, my second request is that our He and Fu families can become one. As long as Madam Fu finds any of my children pleasing, whether as sons-in-law or daughters-in-law, He would be delighted. Besides tying up interests, marriage was the primary means by which 2 aristocratic families forged an alliance. Liu Mizhan's thoughts raced. Feiner was already married, and Gaoyao, the remaining child, needed no mention. Her husband would certainly not let her marry off. Of the triplets, only Roger remained, but she had already agreed with Uncle Fei that Rong's marriage could be discussed after he had established his foundation. All in all, no one was suitable for a marriage. But the 1,000 sunstone was the cornerstone of the city. Suddenly, Liu Mizhan thought of another person and said, Brother He, if that's the case, I'll choose a suitable date upon my return and come to your house to place the engagement. Very good, very good. Clan leader He was delighted. The 2 of them chatted happily. After Liu Mizhan returned from the He family's fiefdom, she called Fangir over. Fangir, where's your sworn brother? Find him for me and tell him I have something important to discuss. Speaking of sworn brother, Fangir was stunned. It took him a moment to realize Liu Mizhan was referring to Fu Yongru, the adopted son his father had previously recognized. He immediately said, Mother, my sworn brother completed all the family tasks he needed to complete for the next 10 years in one go. After returning to the clan, he's been in seclusion ever since. I haven't seen him in years. I don't know if he's in seclusion or out. I'll go ask him now. Okay, go ahead. I'll meet you in the council hall. Liu Mizhan flipped her right hand, produced a jade slip containing information about the He family members, and began to study it carefully. Fangir emerged from the council hall. Arriving at the dojo mid-mountain, Fu Changsheng, unlike the other clan members, had Fu Yongru trained by Yulian for a while after bringing him back. However, once Yunru entered the key refining stage, He proactively requested a separate residence. Considering the inhumane torture Fu Yongru had endured for over a decade, Fu Changsheng agreed. He had hoped Yongru would gain more contact with the clan members and open up, but some wounds cannot be healed artificially. Therefore, he specifically approved Fu Yongru's construction of a private courtyard in the bamboo forest behind the dojo mid-mountain. This secluded spot, shrouded in seclusion by towering bamboo, was a rare omen. Nestled against the mountain, even the sun rarely sets, creating an eerie atmosphere. Standing outside the bamboo courtyard, Fangir peeked in and saw the gate's magic circle closed. A dusty bell hung on the wall. Ring, 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 the bell rang. No one from the bamboo courtyard responded. Fangir waited patiently for a long time, believing Fu Yongru to have left. Suddenly, ripples of light surged through the courtyard's light curtain. With a creak, the door to the bamboo courtyard opened. Fu Yongru slowly emerged from the courtyard. He was clad in a long, dark robe, its hems fluttering in the breeze, like a shadow wandering through the night. His face was pale, his eyes deep and cold. As if he could see into the dark corners of the human heart, yet seemed to have lost interest in the world. His eyebrows arched slightly, his eyes drooped at the corners, revealing an aloofness that seemed unapproachable. Although this wasn't his first time dealing with Fu Yongru, Fangir couldn't help but feel a little nervous. He quickly bowed and said, "Excuse me for disturbing your retreat, brother. Mother has something important to discuss with you. I'm waiting in the meeting hall. Do you think it would be convenient for you to move over?" "Yes." Fangir felt a chilling force whiz past his eyes, and then Fu Yongru disappeared. Standing there, he couldn't help but swallow his saliva. After years of seclusion, this brother was even more unpredictable. Inside the meeting hall, Liu Mizan, who was selecting a marriage partner, suddenly felt her consciousness move. She looked up from the jade slip and saw that in an instant, someone had already stood in the hall. This movement was so fast and uncanny. Even for her, who had already reached the foundation establishment stage, she was afraid that if she was not prepared, she would be bullied in an instant. Liu Mizan's eyes fell on Fu Yongru, who stood in the meeting hall, merging with the shadows in the room, and her previous thoughts changed immediately. She pocketed the jade slip. With a genial expression, she said, "Yongru, I heard from Brother Fan that you've been in seclusion since completing so many family missions in one go. Your father is also busy in seclusion, and I'm worried about you, so I thought I'd meet you. While it's good to practice diligently and attentively, it's also important to balance work and rest." She acted as if she were just chatting casually. Fu Yongru was clearly not up to the task. Liu Mizan often spoke several times before he responded. Finally, Fu Yongru bowed and said, "Mother, if there's nothing important, I'll take my leave now." "Yes, go ahead. Remember, if you encounter anything you don't understand in your practice, don't dwell on it alone, feel free to ask me." After Fu Yongru left, Liu Mizan murmured softly, a hint of confusion evident on her face. After a moment, she rubbed her brows and immediately left Yancheng County for Liangayan Mountain, a fiefdom in Pingshan County. Liangayan Mountain was decorated with complex formations, and with Molan guarding it, spirit stone mining proceeded smoothly. After sending a message to Fu Yonggai, the person in charge, the formation's light curtain surged. Liu Mizan flashed and entered Liangayan Mountain. Fu Yonggai welcomed her into the mining area's resting cabin. The cabin was extremely simple, with various stones laid out on the table. Under each stone was a piece of paper detailing its characteristics and where it most frequently appeared. "Madam, it's a bit messy here. Wait a moment while I clean it up." "No need," Liu Mizan said, not wanting to disrupt Fu Yonggai's material selection table. After sitting down in a nearby chair, she spoke. "Yonggai, are the tens of thousands of new miners being obedient?" "Well, ever since you said you wanted to select the 1,000 most productive spirit stone miners as freemen, these miners have been working overtime on their own initiative, without the supervision of our clansmen. At this rate, in about a year or two, the entire spirit stone vein will be completely mined." These tens of thousands of extra miners were naturally brought back from the Yang family in Tai'an County, Jingshao. Liu Mizan felt that the sooner the spiritual vein was mined, the better. Although the Liang family seemed to have reached peace with their Fu family, if they learned that this place contained a spiritual stone vein, a war would likely break out. Liu Mizan had a genuine fondness for Fu Yonggai. Not only was he hardworking, but even his achievements were never boastful. Furthermore, It was Fu Yonggai who had taught Fangir when he was a child at Wangaiyu Academy. Therefore, compared to the other clan members, Liu Mizhen treated Fu Yonggai like a family member. After they chatted for a while, Liu Mizhen said, "Yonggai, it was the head of the family who brought you from Fujia village. Fangir and his siblings didn't have him personally teaching them, and he's actually taken a greater interest in you. The head of the family had previously mentioned to me that he wanted to adopt you as his son, but his busy schedule kept putting it off." Fu Yonggai blinked at this. The head of the family wanted to adopt him as his son. He was instantly flattered and hurriedly waved his hands, saying, "Madam, did you hear wrong? My talent is mediocre. How can I be the Patriarch's child?" Liu Mizhen smiled and shook her head, saying, "Yonggai, you're being a bit self-deprecating. You've already reached the peak of key training and are a leader among the young generation. How can you be considered mediocre? Moreover, adopting you as our adopted son is a matter of fate and has nothing to do with cultivation or talent. Although the Patriarch is in seclusion, I can make the decision to open an ancestral hall and enshrine you in our names. Are you willing? Once you become Fu Changsheng's child, even as an adopted son, you are a descendant of the Patriarch. Within the Fu family, your status and position are unmatched by ordinary people." Fu Yonggai bowed and said, "If the Patriarch hadn't appeared and saved me from danger, I would have long since become a skeleton. From the moment the Patriarch rescued me, I have considered you my adopted parent." Liu Mizhen smiled and nodded. Several days passed like this. It was an auspicious day in mid-January. Fu Yonggai had hurried back from Liangayan Mountain. After completing the recognition ceremony and registering his name under Fu Changsheng and Liu Mizhen's, at the banquet, Liu Mizhen said to Fu Yonggai, "Yonggai, look at the girls sitting at Xiao's table. They're all from the He family's patriarchal lineage. Go over and toast them later and see which one catches your eye. Tell me, you're much older than Brother Fan. Now that Brother Fan is married, it's time for you to start a family and expand our patriarchal lineage." Traumatized by his childhood, Fu Yonggai had no desire for marriage. But he knew that since he was already a descendant of the clan leader, he had certain responsibilities to shoulder, so he bowed and said, "I will obey my mother in everything." "Child, how can you be so perfunctory about such a big matter as marriage? It's a responsibility to you and the other girl. Go quickly. I'm not asking you to choose one right away. The girls from the He family will all stay in our clan for the time being. Just pick the one you like. If none of them suit you, don't worry, I'll find one for you." As soon as these words came out, Fu Yonggai felt a little more touched. Generally speaking, in aristocratic marriages, the head of the family makes the choice, so how can one be picky? Fu Yonggai mustered his courage, picked up the fruit wine, and went to Yao's table. The He girls, who had been chatting and laughing, stopped talking when they saw Fu Yonggai approaching, their brows lowered shyly. He Changsheng, who was sitting next to Yao, looked Fu Yonggai up and down without avoiding anyone. Seeing that Fu Yonggai had no jewelry on him and his dark skin made him look like a simple boy from the countryside, she raised her hand to adjust the red falling moon hairpin produced in Huaibei Prefecture on her head, curled her lips and turned her head away. He Changsheng was the eldest daughter. Doted on by everyone, she was arrogant and only wanted to marry into a wealthy family. Naturally, she looked down on Fu Yonggai. If her father hadn't insisted on him coming, she would not have come to the Fu family. At the banquet table, all of them were daughters of the He clan leader. They were all very clear about Fu Yongai's background. Several of them had the same idea as He Changsheng and did not want to agree to this marriage, but they did not dare to express it as obviously as He Changsheng. Yao saw Fu Yonggai coming and tactfully found an excuse to retreat. At the banquet table, only Fu Yonggai and a group of He family daughters were left. Fu Yonggai raised the bottle of fruit wine and said, "This is the 100 Flowers fruit wine brewed by my third uncle. It's very effective for female cultivators in beautifying their skin. Fellow Daoists, please give it a try." Before he finished speaking, He Changsheng snorted coldly, "I'm naturally beautiful. Who cares about your useless fruit wine?" If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 224, Slap, Teach a Daughter, and the Rise and Fall of a Noble Family. That's right, He Changsheng's lackey, He Jiamei, also looked down on Fu Yuangai. She glanced at him with disdain and said coldly, "Our He family is a ninth-grade family with hundreds of years of history. Let alone first-grade fruit wine, even second-grade spirit wine is something we sisters drink on a daily basis. Jiumri, why are you saying so much to him? You're just lowering your status." Eldest sister is absolutely right. Jiumai covered her mouth with her hand and smiled, whispering to Changsheng, "I heard that Fu Yuangai's mother died at birth, and his father was just a low-class person. He was born in a low class, has a bad fate, and looks extremely ugly. He has no self-awareness. He's really like a toad wanting to eat swan meat." The voice seemed low, but everyone present was a cultivator. How could they not hear it? Jiumai looked disgusted and wanted to make a few more remarks, but she ignored him. Only 2 snapping sounds were heard. Jiumai's cheeks suddenly swelled red and swollen, like a pig's head. Changsheng was stunned for a moment, then reacted and slammed her palm on the 8 Immortals table. "Fu Yuangai, you have the nerve to hit me." "I hit him." Yao rushed forward with a look of anger. She had originally wanted to hide and watch Fu Yuangai's blind date, but hearing Jiumai's ridicule of her sworn brother, she couldn't stand it anymore and ordered him to leave. "Changsheng, our Fu family is not worthy of your He family. Please take your sister and leave our fiefdom immediately." "Who wants to wait?" Changsheng was halfway through her words when a thought occurred to her and she swallowed the rest of her words. Before coming to the Fu family, her father had repeatedly told her to behave well. She had just deliberately ridiculed Fu Yuangai just to avoid marrying him. Everything was going according to plan. She had never expected it. Suddenly, Fu Yao rushed out. If she really took her sisters away in anger and ruined this marriage, her father would have to tear her skin off. At this moment, someone at the elders' table had already noticed that the atmosphere here was not right. Kingru, who was sitting at the innermost of the 8 immortal table, saw this and quickly stood up. She turned to Fu Yao and Fu Yuangai and said sincerely, "My 2 sisters must have been drunk just now, so they said those stupid things. Yongru apologizes to the 2 Taoist friends on behalf of my sisters. I don't ask for your forgiveness, but I just hope that we can stay until the end of the banquet." As she spoke, Kingru took the initiative to kneel and bow to Fu Yuangai and Fu Yao respectively. Fu Yao clearly distinguished between gratitude and resentment. "You did nothing wrong, why do you need to apologize? And it's not me who should accept the apology." Her tone was a little kinder than before. However, her eyes fell on Changsheng and Jiumai, which was like giving Changsheng and her sister a way out. But when had Changsheng ever been treated like this before? She was so angry that she was about to explode. However, she gritted her teeth, bowed to Fu Yuangai, and said coldly, "Friend Fu, I'm sorry, I was too reckless just now." Jiumai covered her swollen cheek, feeling extremely aggrieved. However, since her eldest sister had bowed her head, she dared not act rashly and could only admit her fault in a low voice. She sat down angrily. She pulled Changsheng's sleeve and was about to say something, only to hear 2 slaps. It was Changsheng who slapped her twice. "You are incapable of doing anything good, but you are always causing trouble." She just wanted her to play along, but this bitch had no sense of propriety. "Brother Shitao, let's go." Fu Yao would not stay to accompany the He family girl at this moment. She looked at Fu Yuangai with concern. Fu Yuangai shook his head. As a child, he'd heard far more filthy and foul language than this, so he'd long since grown immune to it. However, Yao's defense of him warmed his heart. In his memory, Yao had always been lively and adorable, but this was the first time he'd seen her so angry. Turning to leave, Kingru's voice rang out from behind him, "Fellow Taoist Fu, could I have a taste of the fruit wine in your hand?" Fu Yuangai froze for a moment, his gaze settling on Kingru's face. Her cheeks immediately flushed, like a shy peach blossom about to bloom. A few strands of hair brushed against her forehead, adding a touch of fragility and a compelling urge to protect her. "Okay." Fu Yuangai inexplicably handed her the fruit wine. The banquet was over. When clan leader he returned to the He family with his daughters, the smile on his face immediately faded. Jiumai, startled, immediately fell to her knees. Changsheng bit her lip. She said nothing. Clearly, clan leader he already knew about the incident at the banquet. Seeing his daughter's stubborn defiance, he coldly declared, "From today on, all of you, except Kingru, must return to the Cliff of Repentance. Not a single step outside without my permission." It was because of his daughter's willfulness that Liu Mizhong had an excuse to shirk the marriage. Ultimately, he had to ruthlessly reduce the price of the 1,000 sunstone ore to 10%, securing the marriage. As clan leader he finished speaking, members of the law enforcement hall rushed in and escorted the wailing He Changsheng sisters away, leaving only He Kingru. Clan leader He's expression softened considerably. Kingru, get ready. October will be your wedding to Fu Yonggai. At the Fu family, Liu Mizhan sent the guests away and had Madame Liu summon Yao Iao to her room. Yao Iao felt a little guilty. Her mother had always been stricter with them than their father. In the past, she would have admitted her mistake, but with He Changsheng and her sister taunting Shi Tao, she felt she hadn't hide him lightly, so she remained silent, still fuming. Liu Mizhan rubbed her brows. Yao Iao, do you understand where you went wrong today, mother? If you were there and heard what I said, you would have hit her harder than I did. Yao Iao refused to admit her fault. Liu Mizhan gestured to the armchair nearby. After Yao Iao sat down, she spoke earnestly. Yao Iao, mother doesn't blame you for attacking Miss He. Jiumai taunted your sworn brother, and you're angry. I understand you want revenge. But remember what mother has said, don't easily express your hostility toward your enemy. Besides, if you really want to attack, you must kill with one strike, leaving no room for error. Do you understand? Yao Iao blinked. But Jiumai's crime didn't deserve death. Seeing she still hadn't realized, Liu Mizhan shook her head and said nothing more. Yao Iao, you've reached the peak of key refining now. Your grandpa Yu and I have discussed that you Kingru will take over your work in building the city. You should practice in seclusion. It's time to start building your foundation. As she spoke, she slapped her storage bag. A flash of light appeared, and a pill bottle floated towards Fu Yao Iao. Fu Yao Iao glanced at it and saw that it was a foundation-building pill. Her eyes lit up, and then she quickly shook her head. Mom, please leave this foundation-building pill for my big brother. With my aptitude, I can succeed in building my foundation even without the pill. As soon as these words were spoken, Liu Mizhan's face changed. Girl, who told you such nonsense? Do you know what will happen to you if you fail to build your foundation without the foundation establishment pill to protect your heart meridian? Damage to your foundation is the least of your worries. If you're not careful, you could die. Do you want me and your father to see you off, Mom? I read that in a book. And if you don't take the foundation establishment pill to build your foundation, your magic power will be even more refined, a few points sharper than ordinary foundation building essence. She looked like a newborn calf fearless of a tiger. Liu Mizhan was in great pain. Of the triplets, Fangir was sensible since childhood, the second child was a sleepyhead, and she didn't need to be taken care of. Only this daughter was very naughty and the most worrying. Liu Mizhan patiently said, you're talking about an ancient method of foundation building, lost for tens of thousands of years. Quickly banish that thought from your mind and diligently take the foundation building pills to build your foundation. As for your eldest brother's foundation building, your father and I will take care of it. Don't worry about it. Do you understand? Oh, Yao Iao felt a pity. She had originally wanted to try the ancient method of foundation building. Liu Mizhan earnestly advised her again, and only after Yao Iao's repeated assurances did she allow her to retreat. When the He family agreed to the 1,000 sunstone for the city's construction, the He family had already sent it to the Fu family's fiefdom as a dowry. With 1,000 sunstone, building the city was on the agenda. To this end, Liu Mizhan convened a council of elders. For this council, Liu Mizhan also notified Yu Kingru to attend. After everyone arrived, Liu Mizhan then spoke, we've gathered everyone today to discuss the division of labor in building the city. Before that, please allow Uncle Yu to explain the overall structure of this demon-suppressing city. Grandmaster Yu sat in the main seat on the upper right. With a wave of his sleeve, a map unfolded. This demon-suppressing city is structurally divided into an outer city, an inner city, and a buffer zone between the inner and outer walls, also known as the Earned City area. If the outer city wall is breached, the inner city wall will continue to hold back the beast tide, while the Earned City area can serve as a defensive trap. Outside the city, there's a moat and a drawbridge connecting the inner and outer walls. After a pause, Grandmaster Yu pointed to the towering star-connecting tower in the inner city. This tower is the core hub of the entire demon-suppressing city. Everyone examined it closely. If this demon-suppressing city were truly built, it would surely take more than 3 to 5 years. However, the overall defensive structure alone was clearly something extraordinary. Liu Mizian knocked on the table and said, "As you can see, the construction of Demon Defending City is a massive undertaking, so the entire family's focus will be on it. Let's discuss how to divide the work so that we can build this city as efficiently as possible. Once the beast tide breaks out, this Demon Defending City will be their first and most crucial line of defense." Everyone discussed it with unprecedented intensity. The meeting lasted from morning until dusk. Ultimately, under Liu Mizian's guidance, the entire city construction process became an integrated industrial chain, with each step assigned to the same team, performed mechanically. The same applies to the talisman masters from the Liu family of Taiyan County. Because each cornerstone and wall must be inscribed with a talisman, each master is specialized in a single talisman, such as a fireproof talisman or an anti-air talisman. While the project may seem complex, it proceeds in an orderly fashion. And with the help of Fu Molin's puppets, who worked tirelessly day and night, the construction of Demon Defending City proceeded much faster than expected. By October, at the time of Fu Yonggai and He Qingru's wedding, the moat had already been dug, and even the outer wall had begun construction. When clan leader He escorted the bride over, he took one look and was deeply shocked. He had never witnessed a Fu family's assembly line-like operations before. At the same time, seeing the scale of the Demon Defending City for the first time, he had a vague feeling that it was far more formidable than a third-order mountain protecting formation. After leaving the Fu family's fiefdom, he changed his route to the Cao family. Upon hearing that clan leader He was coming, the Cao family's old patriarch emerged from his secret room to greet him. Clan leader He took a quick look and noticed that, after not seeing him for several years, clan leader Cao's injuries had not improved but had worsened. After the two sat down, clan leader He got straight to the point. "Brother Cao, you've been in seclusion for many years. Did you know that the Fu family is building a city to defend against the beast tide?" Clan leader Cao was already preoccupied with his own affairs. Clan affairs had been handed over to the elders. This was truly new to him. Seeing this, clan leader He's expression was astonished. He quickly said, "Brother Cao, this beast tide is coming with tremendous force, rumored to be the most ferocious in the last 1,000 years. Our two fiefdoms are not far from the Shiwan Mountains. If the beast tide bypasses the Fu family, we will be the first to bear the brunt of the attack. Our clans don't have the manpower and resources to build a defensive city like the Fu family, but while the Fu family's city is still under construction, we can take this opportunity to provide them with the supplies they need. Then, if our fiefdom is breached, our clansmen will have a place to hide." Clan leader He's words came from the heart. Clan leader Cao smiled wryly and shook his head. "Brother He, I appreciate your kindness, but you also know that the Wanning Chamber of Commerce auction 3 years ago drained our family's coffers. We haven't even been able to repay the spirit stones we borrowed, so how can we have any money left to support the Fu family?" Clan leader He was stunned. The Cao family had actually reached this point of distress. He suddenly thought, his body trembling. "Brother Cao, is your injury worsening because you've stopped taking the medicine? You know my condition. Even if I take countless elixirs, I'm just hanging on to my life. My fighting power is only 1/10 of what it used to be." "Brother Cao, you," clan leader He wanted to call him foolish. After all, life holds hope. But clan leader Cao carries the entire Cao family on his shoulders. He swallowed back some words that were on the tip of his tongue, and urged clan leader Cao to rest well. As he emerged from clan leader Cao's courtyard, he saw a small courtyard in the distance overflowing with guests. Laughter and joy filled the air, a stark contrast to the deathly quiet of clan leader Cao's own courtyard. He was the son of the second elder of the Cao family, a newly promoted foundation establisher. The Cao family had even held a grand celebration for him. Judging by the grand ceremony, he had assumed the Cao family was still quite wealthy. But after hearing clan leader Cao's words today, clan leader He frowned slightly. He thought for a moment. A strange look flashed in his eyes as he glanced at the Cao family's ninth-rank aristocratic family archway, then his body trembled. After the strange look faded, Patriarch He never set foot in the Cao family again. The Fu family's demon-defending city was in full swing. At first, everyone thought it was just a minor incident, but the Fu family had persisted for 3 years, forging the entire outer city and completing the rune inscription. Although the formation hadn't been activated, it looked like it was beyond the reach of ordinary cities. Furthermore, the Fu family's construction continued. The Huainan Prefecture aristocratic families, who had previously been indifferent, now took notice of the Fu family's situation. The Gongsun family, an 8th-rank family, had won 2 batches of Foundation Establishment pills from the Wanning Chamber of Commerce. Their previously lost Foundation Establishment pills had barely been replenished by half. In the meeting hall, the newly promoted Foundation Establishment cultivator, Gongsun Wen, spoke in a deep voice. Patriarch, I heard that the 1,000 sunstones used by the Fu family to build their city this time were purchased from the 9th-rank He family under our jurisdiction at 1/10 of their price. The He family's patriarch even married one of his daughters to one of the Fu family's adopted sons. The He family, knowing full well that our Gongsun family has a blood feud with the Fu family, still fawn over the Fu family. How can they possibly have any regard for our Gongsun family? I want to say it, we now have 10 people in the Foundation Establishment. Patriarch, 7 of our previous great elders who had achieved Foundation Establishment were killed by the Shangguan and Fu families. It's time to settle that grudge. After years of hiding, if the Gongsun family didn't make a move, I'm afraid everyone would think they were sick cats. Several newly promoted Foundation Establishment cultivators, full of confidence, echoed the words, that's right. We can't touch the Shangguan family, but with our current strength, we can easily defeat the mere 9th-rank Fu family, and I heard the Fu family's head has been in seclusion. Their forces are spread across Luifang Mountain and Anyang County, Pingshan County, and Yunshan County, significantly weakening their strength. As long as they find the right opportunity, the Fu family won't be a threat. Clan leader Gongsun closed his eyes and said nothing. He cursed them repeatedly in his heart. This group of newly promoted Foundation Establishment cultivators was originally eliminated, but with the approaching beast tide, the Gongsun family urgently needed Foundation Establishment forces. With the subsequent core members unable to provide the necessary support, they had no choice but to grant Foundation Establishment pills to these people. Now it seems unclear whether this is a blessing or a curse. The clamor was so intense that the Gongsun clan leader's head ached. Unable to bear it any longer, he slammed the immortal-seeking table and coldly declared, the imperial court decreed that when the beast tide erupted, all noble families were forbidden from fighting. Did you turn a deaf ear to the imperial order? The Fu clan's outer city has been built, but we haven't even erected a single effective defense against the beast tide. And you still claim to be from an 8th-rank noble family. I'd be ashamed if I told anyone. Gongsun Wen felt that the clan leader had clearly lost his drive after suffering so many setbacks. He said indifferently, clan leader, you're only encouraging others and undermining your own prestige. The Fu clan's city construction seems to be in full swing, a bustling scene. But I heard that the most crucial part of the Fu clan's city, the Star Receiving Tower, hasn't even begun construction yet. They say they're short on the Star Stone. Such a treasure as the Star Stone has never been seen for sale in Huainan Prefecture, let alone in Jingzhou. The Fu family is just busying themselves. There were 7 newly promoted Foundation Establishment cultivators. The 7, with Gongsun Wen as their core, were clearly united in their opposition to the other 3 veteran Foundation Establishment cultivators, including clan leader Gongsun. The reason was simple. First, they wanted power. Second, it was these same veterans who had eliminated them in the first place. If the clan's Foundation Establishment cultivators hadn't died, and the younger generation hadn't been able to catch up, they wouldn't have had a chance to achieve Foundation Establishment. Chapter 225, Happy Events, Parents' Heart, Transaction. Thousands of miles away from the Liang family, the Kui family was also discussing the Fu family's construction of the monster city. However, only clan leader Kui, old clan leader Hong, and clan leader Qi were present in the meeting hall. The old clan leader Hong had initially considered retreating to the rear. However, after several interactions with the new Hong clan leader, the Kui and Qi families realized that he needed some time to calm down. They jointly suggested that the old clan leader step forward again, especially during this period of beast tide, when an experienced head of the family was needed to steer the ship. Clan leader Kui waved his sleeves. In a flash of rosy light, a crude blueprint of the city unfolded in the air. It was the outline of the Fu family's monster city that outsiders had seen. Brother Hong, Brother Qi, what are your thoughts on the Fu family building the monster city? Clan leader Qi had seen the Fu family's monster city from afar and was quite tempted, but now they feared it was too late to emulate it. So, with some regret, he said, Brother Kui, the Fu family has probably been planning this for years. The Fu family mistress even traveled to Jingzhou personally and recruited numerous talisman masters and laborers to build the city. If we had put it on the agenda when they began construction, we might have been able to keep up, but now, it was too late. Clan leader Kui disagreed. He spoke aloud, "Brother Qi, perhaps we alone can't build it in such a short time, but what if the three of us work together to build a city? Furthermore, this Fu family city is massive, capable of accommodating hundreds of thousands of people. Since we're pressed for time, let's build a small city." Clan leader Qi's mind clicked. He understood. Hesitantly, he said, "Brother Kui, do you mean building a small city that can accommodate the cultivators of our three families?" Clan leader Kui nodded. He glanced at the silent old clan leader Hong. "Brother Hong, what do you think?" Old clan leader Hong's beard was all white. Squinting at the city plan, he slowly said, "No matter how big or small the city is, having an extra line of defense during a beast tide is always beneficial. I heard the Fu family built their city so quickly because they introduced a new method of fortification. If we can learn from them, then it should be possible for the three of us to build a small city." As soon as these words were spoken, clan leader Qi glanced quickly at clan leader Kui. Frowning, he said, "The suppression department announced that only one spot remained for our Huainan prefecture to advance to the 8th rank. Now, among the 9th rank families in Huainan prefecture, only the Fu family could compete with Brother Kui. The Fu family is keeping this city construction secret tightly under wraps, so why would they be willing to let us learn from them?" Clan leader Hong chuckled. He smiled and said, "Once the beast tide breaks out, the aristocratic families in Huainan prefecture will definitely be reshuffled. By then, there might even be a few more 8th grade aristocratic families available. The Fu family isn't short-sighted. As long as we can offer them treasures that impress them, not only will we be able to borrow the city's construction secrets, but even their talisman masters. Money can move hearts." This made sense. Clan leader Kui and clan leader Qi exchanged a glance. As expected, the experienced still have the best. Clan leader Hong continued, "I heard the Fu family's star receiving tower hasn't been built yet because they lack starstones." He paused. Clan leader Hong's gaze fell on clan leader Kui. "Brother Kui, you should still have those starstones you obtained in the Kanglan secret realm last time. Starstones are rare, but for us, keeping them will just gather dust in our warehouse. It's better to use this as a stepping stone to convince the Fu family to relent." Clan leader Kui's face was filled with reluctance. To obtain these starstones, he had sacrificed a chance to obtain a third-tier talisman. However, realizing that if their fiefdom was breached, no matter how many treasures they possessed, they would be lost, he gritted his teeth and nodded, "All right, I'll go to the Fu family myself." Yuncheng County fiefdom. Construction of the Fu family's inner city was proceeding smoothly. Since the spirit stone vein at Liangayan Mountain had been mined, tens of thousands of miners there had shifted their efforts to help with the inner city's construction. This was significantly faster than before. Fu Yonggai had also returned from the Liangayan Mountain mining area with a pregnant he kangaroo. In the meeting hall, he reported to Liu Mizhan on the results of the spirit stone mining. Finally, Fu Yonggai presented the list. "Mother, the spiritual stones in the account are diverted monthly for city construction, so there are only 30,000 spiritual stones left. Well, thank you and kangaroo for your hard work these past few years." Liu Mizhan took the list, glanced at it, and placed it on the Taixin table. She patted her storage bag, and in a flash of light, a pill bottle floated towards Fu Yonggai. Fu Yonggai glanced at it and shuddered. Liu Mizhan said slowly, "Before your father went into seclusion, he instructed me to give you this foundation establishment pill after you finished your work at the spiritual stone mine. Please accept it and focus on building your foundation. I'll oversee Kinger's delivery and ensure there won't be any problems." Foundation establishment pill. This was the elixir coveted by many low-level cultivators. It was also the first step towards true cultivation. Fu Yonggai excitedly accepted it with both hands and bowed deeply to the ground in the direction of Fu Changsheng's retreat chamber in gratitude. He was a man who knew how to be grateful. Liu Mizhan smiled. "Don't rush for a breakthrough right after you get the foundation establishment pill. Your sister has just successfully completed her foundation establishment. Besides sharing your clan's experiences and insights, you can also exchange some with your sister. Once you're fully confident, you can launch your breakthrough." "Yes, mother." Fu Yonggai happily withdrew from the meeting hall. Fan Gear, who was guarding the door, had a flicker of envy in his eyes. Yao had already successfully established her foundation, and now this sworn brother would likely be able to do the same in a year or two. He, on the other hand, still had no idea how to build a foundation. After gathering his thoughts, he stepped into the meeting hall and bowed. "Mother, my grandfather from Anyang County has brought a cousin from the Liu family to see you, but Yunshin, it's my cousin Yunshin." After a pause, Fan Gear added, reporting to Mother, "My cousin Yunshin has reached the peak of key refining. 5 years ago, clan leader Wu and Liu had come to the Fu family to bid at the Wanning Chamber of Commerce. Clan leader Wu had successfully established his foundation at the Fu family's grounds. Fan Gear suspected that his grandfather, accompanied by his cousin Yunshin, had come to visit because the foundation building pill he had won at the auction had been stored at the Fu family." Liu Mizian nodded and said, "Fan Gear, please welcome them in." Fan Gear turned and ushered clan leader Liu and Liu Yunshin into the meeting hall. He hurried back to his own courtyard. Inside, Yulian was weaving a robe. Seeing Fan Gear's sudden return, she was stunned for a moment. "It's not even lunchtime yet. Why did my husband come home so early today?" Fan Gear took Yulian back to their room. A spell was cast on the formation plate, and the formation's light curtain rose. After years of marriage, Yulian had never seen Fan Gear so solemn, and she couldn't help but feel a little nervous. "My husband, could it be that the beast tide has begun?" Fan Gear shook his head. He quickly transmitted a message, "My dear, you've reached the peak of key refining. It's time to build your foundation." Yulian was thinking about it. But where would she get the foundation building pills? "Husband, there's no rush. I'm still young. I'll wait a few more years until I've accumulated enough family contribution points." If she waited any longer, the clan's foundation building pills would be completely depleted. Fan Gear said solemnly, "My dear, do the math. Elder Runzi of our clan used up 2 foundation building pills each time he built his foundation. And there's also my third uncle, fourth aunt, younger sister, and the newly promoted foundation building member of the Yu family fiefdom. Now brother Shitao is also about to build his foundation. And just now, my grandfather showed up with cousin Yunshin, who's at the peak of key refining. So how many foundation building pills would that cost? If we wait any longer, I'm afraid by the time we accumulate enough family contribution points, the foundation building pills will have been used up." Yulian was oblivious to the outside world. She usually weaved robes at home to supplement the family income. After hearing what Fan Gear said, she realized it belatedly and felt a little nervous, but she knew the situation well and said, "There's nothing we can do about it. If the clan's stock of foundation establishment pills runs out, we'll just have to wait for the next batch." There was another reason. She was afraid that once she established her foundation, she would surpass her husband. Fan Gear gritted his teeth and said, "My dear, the family contribution points we have are definitely not enough, but mother and father have accumulated more than enough." "I plan to, husband." "Absolutely not," Yulian interrupted Fan Gear hurriedly. Her marriage into the Fu family was already a high-ranking marriage, and the mistress was likely not very happy with her as the eldest daughter-in-law. Furthermore, after years of marriage, they had defied her wishes and insisted on not having children. Now she was asking her for contribution points. That would only make the mistress dislike her even more. However, these words could be thought of in her mind, not spoken aloud. Yulian tactfully said, "My dear, mother has always had her own rules. If she's willing to give us the foundation establishment pill, why would you need to ask?" At these words, Fan Gear, bewildered by the situation, shuddered. He mumbled, perhaps mother is too busy and forgot," but he remembered Shitao's foundation building plans. He recalled how his mother had tried to place a woman in his room several times before, but he had refused with various excuses, constantly harping on the fact that there were 3 unfilial acts, and that having no descendants was the worst. Could this be the reason why his mother refused to give them the foundation establishment pill? Fan Gear looked dejected. Seeing this, Yulian felt uneasy. She thought that perhaps she had already established her foundation, and that their family now had a high-level warrior who could help her husband with his foundation building preparations. So, after much hesitation, she said, "Husband, I'll ask my mother for the contribution points needed to exchange for foundation building pills. She hasn't used any of them in recent years, and as the head of the spirit planting hall, she must have accumulated quite a bit." Fan Gear wanted to refuse. Because Xiangguan and Gan Shenglin's son also possessed spiritual roots, the other party's contribution points might have been reserved for him. But now that things had come to this, he had to give it a try. Fangir also said, "Then I'll ask my uncle too." Fu Changren and Lian Qianqian had been married, childless. As one of the 4 great cultivators of the time, Fu Changren must have accumulated quite a bit of contribution points. The two of them went their separate ways. Yulian went straight to the water curtain cave in the back mountain. A half-grown boy was helping weed the medicinal herb fields in the yard. Seeing Yulian, he greeted her joyfully, "Sister, you've arrived just in time. Mother braised a cypress fish today." Ganzai had been raised by Yulian since childhood and was naturally close to her. However, after Yulian married, she rarely visited the back mountain unless absolutely necessary. Keiziangu, who was preparing lunch in the kitchen, was delighted to see her daughter return, but then realized that her sudden return during such a difficult time was likely due to some unfortunate event. Without even bothering to untie her apron, she instructed Ganzai, "Go to the kitchen and watch over the fire." She then pulled Yulian into her room and deactivated the magic circle. Upon returning home, Yulian's eyes welled up as she saw her elderly mother, busy and bustling about. Her mother was nearly 80 years old, her once straight frame now slightly bent from years of toiling in the fields. She had a lot to say, but now she couldn't find the words. Upon seeing this, Keiziangu quickly pulled the man to a seat, saying gently, "Good child, don't be afraid. Mother is here for you. Tell me what happened." Yulian turned away, wiped her eyes, gritted her teeth, and whispered, "Mother, how much is your family contribution value? My husband and I have been discussing how to pool our contributions and see if we can exchange them for a foundation establishment pill." "So that's what you're talking about, child. You scared me." Exchanging for foundation establishment pills was a good idea. She had assumed the mistress was adding another person to Fangir's household. Keiziangu instinctively glanced around, patted her storage bag, and in a flash of light, an identity token appeared in her hand. "Mother has been saving for you all these years. I've even transferred your Uncle Gan's share." As she spoke, she inscribed a spell onto the identity token. A flash of light appeared. A concise string of numbers appeared on the back. Yulian glanced at it. 3,336 contribution points. "Mother, you've actually accumulated so many." Keiziangu retracted her incantation and hurriedly put the token back into her storage bag. With a hint of smugness, she said, "Don't you think about it? Mother has been in the Fu family for over 30 years. With what I have, plus what your damned father has, we can at least make up 5,000 contribution points. Then, if we ask the Fu family to pay half, we can exchange it for the foundation establishment pill." Keiziangu kept track of the number. "Speaking of father." Yulian hesitated. "Father has many children, I'm afraid. Those little bastards can't compare to you. Don't worry, I already made arrangements with your father before you got married. He's definitely keeping the contribution points. He may be soft-hearted, but if he can get someone from the Chen family to establish a foundation, he'd care more than you or I." Yulian was moved. "Mother, tell Uncle Gan that after I establish my foundation, if my brother needs my help, I'll definitely help him." "You, little girl, why did you swear to me? You came from my womb, I know your personality, but as long as you have this heart, I can live another 30 or 40 years. By the time I'm buried, I'll have accumulated enough contribution points for your brother. Now that you're married, just take care of your own little family. You don't need to worry about me." Mother was said like this. Yulian felt a pang in her nose. After returning from the water curtain cave, Fangir had already communicated with Fu Changren. The couple exchanged a glance, and Fangir smiled. "Yulian, Uncle has agreed to transfer all of the over 5,000 contribution points he's accumulated to you." With that, the total of 10,000 family contribution points was reached. Once the transfer was complete, Fangir wasted no time and took Yulian directly to Liu Mizhan. When Yulian activated the 10,000 family contribution points on her identity token, Liu Mizhan showed no surprise at all. Instead, as if she had anticipated this, she patted her storage bag. A flash of light flashed, and a pill bottle floated toward Yulian. "Yao has just completed her foundation establishment. Yulian, remember to communicate with her before you retreat." As he spoke, the communication jade talisman on Liu Mizhan's body suddenly began to buzz rapidly. Seeing this, Fangir and Yulian tactfully retreated. Liu Mizhan cast a spell. It was the clansman down the mountain who reported back that the Kui family leader requested an audience. Half a cup of tea later, in the reception room, Liu Mizhen sat at the head of the table. Patriarch Kui, led by Fan Gear, entered the reception room. From the mountain gate to the reception room up the mountain, Patriarch Kui discovered that the Fu family had shielded the demon city with a magical array that blocked any spiritual senses, leaving only a faint outline visible from the outside. After the guests took their seats, Patriarch Kui lowered his head and took a sip of Wuling tea. This was his first time dealing with Liu Mizhen. But he remembered vividly how Liu Mizhen had swindled Liang's hidden out of hundreds of thousands of spirit stones in the Wanning market. Therefore, he dared not slack off, nor did he intend to beat around the bush. He said sincerely, "Madame Fu, to be honest, I've come here to exchange a blueprint of your Fu family's demon city and your new technology for building it. I wonder if Madame Fu is interested in selling it." Liu Mizhen raised an eyebrow in faint surprise. Shaking his head, he said, "Patriarch Kui, the city plan involves core secrets of our demon-controlling city. I'm afraid your trip will be in vain. This is a city plan capable of defending against Jinden's Henrun. How could it possibly be traded?" Patriarch Kui smiled. "Madame Fu, I understand this. I don't need the specific talismans of the city plan, just a general structure and your experience in city building. Patriarch Kui, this isn't something I can decide alone." Liu Mizhen looked embarrassed. As expected, he didn't show his hand until he saw the rabbit. Patriarch Kui knew everyone was smart, so he didn't beat around the bush and spoke directly. "Madame Fu, I heard that your central hub, the Star Tower, hasn't been built yet due to lack of star stones. What if I could solve this urgent problem?" Liu Mizhen put down her teacup and smiled. "Building fortifications to defend against the beast tide is something humanity should work together for. If we can help Brother Kui, our Fu family will naturally do our utmost to assist." Then he changed the subject. Liu Mizhen asked, "I wonder how many star stones do you have, Brother Kui?" Clan leader Kui made the sign of 3 with his right hand. Liu Mizhen narrowed her eyes slightly, raised her teacup again, and took a sip. She said leisurely, "If you have 3 more, we can speed up the process and finish within 6 months. At that time, we can even lend the entire construction team to Brother Kui." At these words, clan leader Kui's eyebrows jumped. For the first time, he straightened his posture and regarded Liu Mizhen with a solemn expression. How could she have guessed so accurately that he had 6 star stones? When they had obtained the star stones, they had been in the Kanglin's secret realm, but only he and clan leader Hong were there. Clan leader Hong would never have told anyone else. Could it be that Liu Mizhen had just happened to be nearby at the time? Clan leader Kui pondered this with a horrifying thought. The Fu family's confidence in building the demon-protecting city was clearly due to their prediction that he would personally deliver the star stones. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.